so as to explain why there are differences between particular, material things. Now, when I say that, whoever says nay, whoever says no, that's not true, what is the counter argument?
Well,
let me
for
get
me,
this straight. You say,
go ahead. Go ahead, Essie.
you say there's a substrate that makes all matter more or less, and you say that you should be believed and not questioned. Is that what I'm understanding here?
No, I'm not saying I'm above scrutiny or above reproach. I'm saying whoever says no, whoever disagrees with me when I say that, what is the counter argument? I'm asking because I'm curious.
That's simple. How do you know? How do you know this? Which of which you just claimed?
The absurdity of the contrary.
That's not an argument.
Well, here's the thing. What you're describing is something simply because nothing can exist. You can't attribute anything to it, so it has to exist within everything already. Rendering it really, I mean, you can say it if you want. It shouldn't really bother anybody. It's only when people say, well, this is happening because of this, attributing certain properties to something that really is just a universal thing because it involves everything already.
Yeah, like even if I agree with your position, which I'm not saying I disagree, you can't state, well, this is my position and whoever disagrees with it, it's on them. I mean,
No,
that's
you're
father talk
misunderstanding.
in a way.
No. I don't know why you're mishearing me. I'm saying this is what I believe, and that I have my argument. I'm asking for those who disagree to explain their counter argument.
Well,
That's all I'm doing.
to be honest with you, all I've heard you do is explain the concept. I don't have any evidence to challenge your claim other than to do what SE did, and that is to say, what's your evidence? Besides saying the impossibility of the contrary, which is an interesting term in and of itself, again, you only explained what substrata is, but you haven't demonstrated that you can manipulate it, play with it, separate it, isolate it.
Well, I don't. Well, first of all, if what I'm saying is the case, it's an omnipresent substratum, right? Which I don't stipulate. I don't assert that it can necessarily be manipulated by a human, nor with any instrument that a human can use. So
yeah,
that has no bearing on my position.
Well,
so
this seems to be simply nothing more than a concept that has been created, and I would have the same reaction that I do to a heliocentric claim.
Well, if I may finish. So, given what you said, okay, those things which I may or may not be able to do have no bearing on the veracity of my assertion, because I don't even hold those premises about this ether, I'll call it.
Yeah, but you have a premise, but you do have a major premise about it, and that it does exist.
Right. So if my assertion is about, if I can finish, if my assertion is about an omnipresent substratum, which all things are made of, then all things are my evidence. You disagree with my account of my interpretation of the evidence. So I'm asking for a counter argument.
Well, no, I based on what you just said, I would say that you've committed a logical fallacy and that you are simply begging the question.
What is begging the question when I make an assertion about the world? And which would imply that all things are my evidence. And then the contrary.
Hold on. You are using the thing to prove the major claim that you are making. You're making a claim that ether permeates all things, and because all things exist, they must be made up of ether. That's a circular argument.
No, I'm not saying therefore they must be made of ether. My assertion implies that all things would be my evidence, but you don't agree that all things would be my evidence. So I'm asking you for the counter argument. And then I further justify my position by explaining the absurdity of the contrary.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
it can't be.
Bro, you're not getting this, bro. Let me put it to him in a polite way.
Hold on, real quick.
Hold on. I agree with him. I agree with what he's saying, right? But you can't say it that way, bro. Because the way you're saying it is like, I got the knowledge, right? Now it's up to you to disagree. You
No,
understand what I'm saying?
Misunderstanding.
That's how you're coming off.
Okay, well, that's your misinterpretation of me expressing myself. I'm not saying that I am certain and infallible and how dare anyone challenge me. I'm saying this is what I believe. This is my argument. If anyone disagrees, I would like to hear the counter argument for the fourth time.
Well,
I tried, and Travis has tried.
My response was totally ignored, not by you, but it just wasn't acknowledged. In fact, he didn't say, "I tried, Travis has tried, and Eli has tried."
Oh, sorry,
so again,
Eli. Maybe I missed your. What was yours, Eli? My bad.
Well, instead of arguing with it, like I do believe that it's in the form of begging the question, but also I can also say if it's true, then essentially what he's saying is that there's something for everything to perturbate or grow or whatever anything material does, it is within this substance. And I'm like, okay, and I accept that because I don't believe in nothing. And I don't know how else to think about it. That being said, since it's a part of everything, no one can attribute something happening specifically to that as if it's this special specific instance, because it actually universally affects everything, rendering it useless as an argument. Other than the fact that, yeah, of course, meaning, of course, nothing doesn't exist. But when people start to attribute things to things that they can't explain, and they're like, well, that's the ether, that's the problem. I don't have a problem with you saying what you're saying, Gregory, but you haven't attributed it to anything silly. So it's fine still, as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Yeah. In other words, if people still don't understand Elijah's point, there's a difference between me saying that there is something, this omnipresent substratum, the ether, in which all things are made of and move and live and have their being, versus saying that the ether has this particular thing distinct from other things with these particular properties. Because if it is an omnipresent substrate in which all things move and live and have their being, then it doesn't have any particular properties distinct from everything, because all things with all their properties are comprised, move and live and have their being in this substratum.
Yeah, you see, I think everyone's saying the same thing. Everything is trying to explain this thing of which we do not believe is nothing, right? I think both sides can agree there's no such thing as nothing, right?
But
no, because that's not what the materialistic atomists say.
But if you say that
ask ballers, let them. What do you say, Melman? You think there's nothing?
No, but I'm wondering, because Gregory said that there's this thing that exists everywhere and we can't manipulate, and it's basically like the pre-sub God. What if I say that there's also another substance that substance exists in? Would you accept that?
Well, you would be talking about the same thing. You'd just be calling it something different. That's why I said it's pointless to argue about it.
Yeah, I'm not saying that
it's... You can call it whatever you like, but if you...
Slow down.
No.
Say it again.
No, I'm saying that you said that there's a substance and someone has to argue against it. I'm saying that in that substance that you invoked exists in a substance that I accept. So there's two substances on top of each other. What would you say to that?
That's just an infinite regress fallacy.
You see, so let me respond to that. If I say that this is an omnipresent substance in which all things move and live and have their being, then that necessarily implies that it's not a particular thing that can be distinct from other things. So when you suppose that there is another, when my substance is omnipresent, in which all things move and live and have their being, that's an absurdity. You missed the point.
Okay, smart man. What's beyond your substance? Hold on. What's beyond this substance of yours?
What's beyond the substance?
Y'all are still
answer that.
missing the point, because it's not a. You're trying to answer it in a way that's unanswerable. Like you're approaching it wrong.
He's trying to act that he knows what this underlying substance is.
No. What he knows is that nothing cannot exist, and we live in a world where there is material, there is information, and a host of other things. But the bottom line is nothing can exist. You agree with that? The other guy said, well, what if I attributed everything to something else? I said, well, that would just be the same thing in a different name. And he said, well, what if I say that this substance is within without that substance, and that substance sits inside of that substance? And I said, well, that's an infinite regress fallacy. So the bottom line is we're saying that nothing can't exist.
But if you leave it at that, we're good. If you leave it at that, we're good. Now, if you go into substratal and try to name it and explain it, then I have an issue.
No, but why is it that I understand that and can accept? Hold on, Gregory, hold on. Why is it that I can hear him and then interpret it and say, is that the right interpretation? And he's like, fine, that is a proper communication. Why is it that I can get that and move on and you can't because of words and reasons?
Well, first of all, let's ask him, is that what you mean, Gregory? What Elijah just said?
Yes.
Okay, because you didn't say it as clearly as Elijah did. That's the only
point. You just keep misinterpreting me for whatever reason. I can't make myself any more clear. I'm very calculated with my words. You have this impression you're getting from my tone of voice or whatever, and being insulted, and then you're getting hostile.
No, I'm not insulted. I'm not, and I have nothing against you. I'm just you came up and said, "Can somebody question this?" Right? And I did. No.
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
Yeah. Let me just jump in real quick because I don't think any of us are really stupid on this panel, and I honestly don't understand what you're saying. What I do recognize is that for some reason you're hijacking a phrase that comes from the Bible: live and move and have our being. Okay, that's a biblical
hijacking anything.
Okay, that is a biblical phrase that Saint Paul used to describe his life in relationship to God. Okay,
no, he's not describing just his life; he's describing the entire created world.
Okay, hold on.
Whoa. Time out. Travis, just hear me out. Hear me out. I'm sorry, brother. Hear me out. What you're attempting to do is say that because his structure of speech is a certain way of that of something in the Bible, it's a hijacking. But if I were to describe two different substances and how entropy applies to those substances, I would be similarly, structurally describing the same thing. It wouldn't be one thing hijacking the other. So I just don't think, it's like, why argue when there's no need?
Okay, well, if you don't feel that there's a need to argue, that's fine. I'm trying to express the fact that I am honestly trying to process what he's saying. And because I have biblical experience, when he uses a phrase that has a particular meaning in the Bible, and again, no one else on this panel, I would think, is going to use that term where we live and move and have our being. Like, I don't think SE would ever say that. I would say that. So it's an interesting use. Okay. So I'm not going to say hijack. I'm going to say it's an interesting use of a pre-existing phrase that doesn't mean what he's using it to mean. And I'm still trying to process it. I just don't get it, but that's me.
Okay, so let me say this. These words that I'm saying, this phrase, live and move and have our being, okay, it didn't originate from the Apostle Paul, special rights to it. It doesn't have a patent to it. and those words can be used in other sentences to communicate other messages. So
Great. Where's your evidence? Great. Where's
pause before you start
evidence
hostilely interrogating me, demanding me
for
for
the
evidence.
Apostle Paul, that
Before you start hostilely interrogating me about some textual data to record this phrase, it's moot. The point is moot. I can
no, it's
use
not.
these words
No,
in
it's
my explanation to convey what I mean.
Okay, listen. That's fine. But right now, I'm going to respond to what you did
Besides,
say.
I wasn't necessarily quoting
Why
Paul.
are you? Okay, listen.
Also, so it doesn't matter what Paul said.
Okay.
I'm not quoting Paul. Your point is
Let me
moot.
know when you're done. Okay,
Like
you're done.
I'm getting to the point already.
Wow.
So you're trying to critique me for saying a phrase in English that you recognize in the book of Acts, which the Apostle Paul is saying, and then say that I'm hijacking as though I'm quote mining what he said when I wasn't even quoting him.
Okay,
So there's nothing
listen.
erroneous about what I'm saying.
Let him finish, Travis. Let him finish and then respond. We'll solve this.
I don't know when he's going to finish.
Okay, so once again, I didn't quote him. So it's not like I'm quote mining or anything. I'm saying I'm speaking English to convey what I mean. That is it.
Okay, that's fine. It is a phrase that is word for word from a source. Okay? Now, you made the claim that Paul wasn't the originator of it. How do you know that?
Are you serious? Do you want to argue this point instead of just talking about my central point?
You made a claim.
No, you are superimposing that I am quoting him when I didn't quote him.
Okay, listen very carefully. Let's forget about the fact that the only place that those words are structured together, where we live and move and have our being.
How do you know that only those words, that only this phrase is only in this text?
I have
no copyright, bro.
Hold on. Listen, guys, this isn't very difficult.
You're demanding me for evidence, but you're the one making the claim that this phrase is only in this text, which only conveys what he meant at the time. How do you know that?
Okay, what evidence do you have that there's another source that has that phrase in it?
No, what evidence do you have that this is the only instance of this phrase communicating that message?
Okay, listen very carefully. All I referred to was, according to my limited knowledge, the only place I've ever experienced those words in that structure is from the Apostle Paul.
What does that got to do with I said?
At best, that's an argument from ignorance fallacy.
It doesn't matter that those words
inspired him. What I'm saying, like this is a total red herring.
You guys are tripping, man. You guys are tripping.
No, it's just it's a red herring, Travis. Because sure, those
it's not a red.
Maybe he was inspired by the scripture, but he's giving it his own context right now. Why can't you just use that and go forward with the discussion?
Especially when I wasn't quoting him, regardless of this phrase being in the scriptures.
So did you make up the phrase?
Fam, I don't
know. He didn't make it up.
What the hell is this?
Okay, percentage, it's not a red herring because I'm asking a question based on things that he is saying.
But you did, but it was talking about.
And it also was an argument from ignorance fallacy on top of that.
Okay,
but yes, it is a red herring.
Okay.
So, do you have any other questions? You said you didn't understand what I said. Do you have any other questions about what I said when I meant what I said and said what I meant?
When's the last time you read Dr. Seuss?
Okay. So
I will not eat green eggs and ham.
I don't know why you got so triggered, dude.
Because I'm being distracted, because I'm trying to have a fruitful conversation about the subject I'm trying to talk about earlier, which I came in on, and you want to interrogate me on a red herring. That's why I'm getting irritated.
That's fair.
Look, maybe we got you on the wrong leg because you did start off by saying, "This is my thing. Now challenge me." Now, I have nothing personal against you, bro. I don't know you, right? But
No,
you did come in a little.
but
Ew.
when you
But
take
now I get you. Now I get you.
Okay.
right, that's what I'm saying. But when you hear someone challenge you, the first thing you need to understand is what the challenge is. I speak to Gregory all the time, so that's probably so I probably have already had this conversation, so I probably already knew. So as a matter of fact, when someone who might know or is trying to say, hey, this is what he means, maybe you should pause and actually interpret the message the way it's trying to be relayed. So if you can challenge it, you're challenging the right message. Otherwise, you're going to red herring, straw man, and do all the other things because you think that the person is using the words to mean what you think. Well, words have to be defined, but we're not talking about science here, natural sciences, and the way that's defined. That's not what we're talking about. So why the fuck are y'all hung up on that? You're going to have to use a different methodology for understanding when people say things.
No, I'm just trying to explain. I get him now. I was just trying to explain maybe why
I was speaking generally. I see. I didn't.
Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you. Yeah.
Thank you, Montreal. Good. So I haven't really received a counter argument to my position yet. I've received some examination questions to try and understand what I mean. Thank you. But if there's no counter argument against what I define to be ether, when I say ether, as opposed to
when you make an argument that doesn't have a logical fallacy, let me know.
And what was my fallacy?
It's circular reasoning.
And
so what happens when I? So what? Hold on, Gregory. So what? I get you. I get you. And then I thought to myself, what happens when I'm telling someone a tree is a tree?
Why? Okay.
It's the same structure. Is it
not
begging the question now?
No,
so what makes it? So the intent. Hold on.
Can I ask? So you asked the question, and now you keep going on, Elijah.
Well, you said no, it's not, and I had follow-ups.
Is it the same?
I did, but I had follow-ups.
I wanted to explain.
If that's not okay, then I can't expand.
Hold up. Eli,
I had a follow-up.
Chance. I know.
No, because I can't. I can't give the follow-up if he's gonna say what he's gonna say.
I'm gonna explain why I said no.
So if I say, do you have two legs, and you say yes, I'm expecting to continue because I had a point, right? So everybody knows with this.
All right, go ahead.
It's unreasonable example. You understand? Yeah, obviously you're not gonna just ask. You're probably gonna be. There's probably gonna be a reason.
Travis,
I'm not expecting.
Yeah, go ahead, Eli.
No, I forgot now. But it's annoying as fuck. It's annoying as fuck. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
This problem occurred because Travis is not listening well and keeps talking through people.
Okay, go ahead, Travis. If a tree's a tree, if he said that.
That's not fair. He said circular reasoning. That's not fair, guys. Come on.
Okay, so what I was trying to say
hold up. No, let Travis. Let's see if we can pick up where we left off. Travis, go ahead.
That's what I'm picking up.
A tree is a tree.
Well, no, he doesn't want to pick off there. He wants to continue with me because Eli said what he said because what Travis said to me. Okay.
No, I was gonna pick up. No, I was gonna pick up with the is a tree a tree.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Guys, by the way, this whole conversation is boring. You guys are boring the shit out of me with this bullshit.
Well, that's because you don't like philosophy. I get it. I used to hate it too. It's all right.
That's because you don't like thinking about trees. You like smoking them only.
There's an internal problem going on that should be addressed more often than not, and that's what we're doing.
All right, Travis.
Okay, Travis, go ahead with the tree. The tree.
Okay, so a tree has certain properties that make up.
So?
Okay, forget it, man.
Would you like to continue with your critique of me?
Would you like to shut the fuck up?
No, come on.
Travis.
Okay, yeah.
I know where Travis was going with that. He was going to say a tree is defined. We've come up
Okay,
with.
I just invited him to continue talking with me. He told me shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
because you interrupted.
I cut him off already, and then you're trying to get back in, Gregory. You got just be a little more patient because I've already interrupted.
No, I just said what I said because he said fuck it. He said I quit.
Yeah, that's after you started talking. After I had just interrupted him.
So he was a little.
No,
yeah.
that's not what happened.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
that's
is. Go back on the
exactly
live
what
stream.
happened.
He was a little
Here's-
flustered
What happened?
because of the
That is
interruption,
what
so
happened.
he
That is
Okay,
what
here-
happened.
like lashed out.
Exactly.
It was
Okay.
too soon, Greg.
Holy shit.
Just real
Man,
quick.
can
Okay.
we just...
Hold on, Howard.
Yo, we be
Hold on,
arguing
Howard.
about literally the littlest.
No, I'm with you, Travis.
Eli, just to put
Sure.
a fine point on it. An argument from ignorance asserts that a proposition is true because it has not yet been proven false, or a proposition is false because it has not yet been proven true. That's not what I said. I said, based on my understanding, this is where that phrase comes from. So it's a perfectly justified statement. I'm not saying something hasn't been proven. I'm not saying something has not been proven.
Fair enough.
Why are we talking about this now?
Because
it was
few people
important to
say
him.
things.
I said fair enough. When I said fair enough, you didn't have to add that
I was
because
talking
the
to
tension
him.
is already high.
I was talking to him, not you.
And I said fair enough. Fine, fair point. Now, the tree is a tree. You can say its properties and all that. Guess what? I'm just using it as an argument. I'm pointing out that the structure is similar. However, it is the intent that would make it a fallacy or not. You're focusing on the structure and then you're trying to apply intent to Gregory. That's wrong.
But is there such a thing as not a tree somewhere?
Yeah, but what about what I said? Because we're just trying to fix this issue so that he and Gregory could probably continue speaking.
I wonder if we remember why we started talking about why is a tree is a tree is a tree.
Because of the structure of saying something is what it is. That's basically what you're saying.
I know you remember.
But simply put, what you're saying is nothing can't exist. That's just, we all agree with that. But because of words, people are like, well, you can't use those words. And I'm like, well, this isn't a scientific experiment, so why not? All we're doing is trying to express what we mean.
What we mean. Now, I would like to address something. I would like to address something because he accused me of circular reasoning. So I would like for him to identify specifically where is the vicious circular reason and what I said.
Can you give me an argument for Ether?
All right. Okay, so I already answered this. Do you want me to repeat myself?
If you did, I didn't hear it because there was a lot of cross talking and the conversations are not going so smoothly. So forgive me if I missed something.
No, that's okay.
Can I
If
ask
you
you a
did, I just
question?
want. Go ahead, Essie.
I was just going to ask our friend here, this stuff that we don't know what it is, that we all know there's something there because there can't be nothing, right? I'm sure everybody could agree on that. Are you claiming, now don't get triggered now, I'm just asking you, are you
Yes.
claiming that you know what this stuff is?
Yes, but listen, I'm not saying that it is a particular thing with particular properties distinct from other things. Like I said, it's an omnipresent basic substrate in which all things with all their properties move and live and have their being.
Right, but you do understand how, are you finished? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you.
Oh, sorry,
That's
sorry.
me
I
talking.
started talking, but you go.
So do you understand how somebody can misconstrue that as you knowing what this stuff is? Because, I mean, do you understand how that could rub somebody the wrong way, is what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I do understand how someone can misinterpreting what I mean. It wouldn't be justified for them to be indignant for saying that.
Well, to be fair, you were talking off the back of lemons, so you don't know what people assumed simply because you just happened to be inquiring what was wrong with what Lemon said, and then you said your thing, and it's like, okay,
Yeah.
so it is fair for them to misunderstand. That's fair.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I'm
you asked the question.
I'm not going to be following Lemon's logic. I'm sorry.
I have a different.
It is what it is.
I have a different kind of problem with this. Like, does this substance that exists, does it occupy space because it exists? So then space would exist also.
Well,
No,
of course.
See, that's the false that's the false dichotomy right there. There is no space.
Well, wait.
Because there is no nothing for things to then occupy. That doesn't exist.
Well,
There's no
wait.
such
Hang
thing
on.
as nothing.
Hang on. So
Why wait? Why wait? He's saying
because
because I've heard this plenty of times, and he's like, so there's a space, and they're basically space is synonymous with nothing. But when we ask them, well, do you agree or do you believe that nothing can exist? And they go, no, then the conversation is over.
Well, Elijah, you are kind of answering questions directed at me, so if you would please let me answer them.
Okay, sure.
Who just spoke? Moleman. There we go. Yeah. Say your question again.
Yeah, if you're saying that this substance exists, then by it existing, it has to occupy space, and if it occupies space, then kind of space sort of has to be some kind of a thing. Because if space isn't a thing, then this whole substance is kind of useless, because then things would just exist.
Well, no, because you are saying that, according to your worldview, where space is a substance. In my worldview, space is not a substance, which is why it's called space. And it's evident in the way that we use the word space in our everyday language. But for some reason, in academia, they've abandoned logic, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of identity, and they've now given misplaced concreteness to space itself. They reify space. But in my worldview, space is not a substance. It is the absence, the area of absence that can be occupied.
Okay, what's the difference between space and this substance? Like physically, what's the difference?
Like they're antithetical ontologically. Space is an area of absence that can be. Are you listening? Space is an area of absence. Oh, someone else is talking. I'm sorry. Space is an area of absence that can be occupied by concreta. This ether is an omnipresent substratum, substance, concreta.
But you're saying that substance, the ether, occupies that space.
That's right.
So space is still a thing.
No, I just told you. No. Slow down. I just told you space is an area of absence that can be occupied.
He knows he's a straw man.
Hold on. If you said that space is an area that can't be occupied, but ether occupies that space.
I didn't. No, listen. See, this is a problem. You see, everyone take note. This is the issue. I'm going to say what I just said for the third or fourth time now. Please listen. Space is an area of absence that can be occupied. It's the very opposite of any concreta.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, I misheard you. I thought you said it can't be occupied. So yeah. So what is there a problem with there being space and just matter occupying space?
No, that's what I described to you.
Sure, but is there a problem with being a space that isn't occupied?
Once again, no, that's what I just described to you.
Well, if there's no problem with space not being occupied, then I don't see the need. There could be space and then matter in that space.
Okay, so when you say space that cannot be occupied, we have to clarify what you mean, because there are at least two potential senses by what you mean. Do you mean space in the sense of no thing at all, an absolute void, or do you mean an area between me and the walls in my house, which in my worldview, all space is occupied by this omnipresent substratum in which everything, including all its properties, move and live and have their being.
No, I would say space is just a place that you can occupy, and there can be space that isn't occupied by something.
Okay, so you believe that there is an absolute void. There is absolutely no thing in a given area.
I'm not hearing him say that.
I'm saying that there's space with no matter in it, and there is space with matter in it. And
Right, an absolute ideal void. Okay. Right, an absolute ideal void. There is no thing there.
He's not using the word.
I don't know. It sounded like you both said the same thing, because you said it's an area in which hold on. You said it's an area in which things can occupy, which means also things may not occupy it while the space is still there. So that means the things that can occupy it, the things that would be material, are not occupying that space. So he says, okay, well, there's space. Sometimes things occupy it, sometimes things don't. What's wrong with it? In the way that you guys have argued it, I'm like, well, yeah, I guess I can't disagree.
Here's the misstep. We're going from can to is. He goes from there can be an area that can be absolutely unoccupied by no matter, no concrete at all, to there are areas that are not occupied at all. That does not follow.
If you're talking to a glober, I mean, I don't know about all the globers. Most of the globers think nothing can exist, but some globers think nothing can exist because there's space being created in between galaxies, and that space created, there can't be something in it, right? It has to be empty. You can't have something coming from nothing. You can have nothing coming from nothing, I guess. But
you see, and you're getting to the ultimate point, which I'm trying to go through the procedure to get us to. So Jeremy's ahead of the game. So once again, with Mole Man, he goes from there can be an area that is absolutely unoccupied to there are areas that are absolutely unoccupied. It's simply a non sequitur. It doesn't follow, because there can be an area. It is possible that there is an area that is absolutely unoccupied, but there are not any areas that are not occupied. So going from can to is does not follow.
Okay,
well, do you think
that is true? That is true.
Wait, can you not hear me? Okay, so Mole Man, are you saying what he just said, that you're saying that there is space that is absolutely void of something? Because that's not what I understood you to say.
I said that there can be, because if there is space that can be occupied, then it obviously can not also be occupied.
Right. Okay, hold on. Yeah. So right now I'm good with that. Okay, so what I'm hearing him say is, I am in my room and there is a wall 10 feet away. There's space between me with nothing there, but there can also be a table there if I choose. There can be something in that space, and there can also not be something in that space. That's what I'm hearing him say.
Why would you assume that it does not have stretching space, though? Why? I would rather use the example of, let's say, a bottle with air in it. I can add more air into the bottle, so increasing the pressure. So there is space in the bottle for me to add something.
Right, but so here's the misstep. Here's the confusion.
It doesn't mean that it has to be empty, bro. It could collapse when it's emptied, and there wouldn't be
physical attributes in vacuum space. You know, giving
hang on.
to the theory that there must be something in that space.
Sure, but it's not matter, I would say.
Let's pause for a moment. Can we please pause? I'm trying to highlight something where the misstep. The misstep is that we're confusing this omnipresent substratum, this ether. We're confusing that with an absolute void with nothing between us. In my worldview, I'm saying that all space is occupied by this ether, this omnipresent substratum. That does not exclude the fact that there is quote unquote space between me and the walls in which I can exist in and move in and live in. But within this empty space in which I can move in, there is, not only in this room, but everywhere, an omnipresent substratum in which all things move and live and have their being.
Yeah, I adhere to that too.
You see, there's electric. Hello, Mr. Electric. Everything's electric.
Yeah.
So that's the difference. Now, again, I'm trying to press the antithesis because there's obviously a disagreement, but we very often fail to highlight it and define it and grab it. Now, that's my worldview. The other worldview, this may or may not be Moment's position. He can define it. He can clarify himself as he pleases. But there is an other worldview that says that there are absolute voids in the world. That's where, between my worldview and that worldview.
I would say there's absolute voids of matter, but I mean, yeah, what do you mean that the ether is actual like matter, physical matter that can occupy a place and touch? You can touch it, feel it, or something.
Here's another verbal dispute. So when you say matter, and I say substratum, substance, material, physical, concreta, all these are synonyms. Okay. In my understanding, these are all synonyms. So when you say there's no matter, that means that's an absolute void.
Sure, to you maybe yes, but like if ether is physical and matter, how does it like how can we detect it?
I don't know if it can be detected. I mean, I haven't done a whole bunch of research on this. I'm just saying what I know.
I'm just wondering, how do you know that it's physical?
Oh man,
Just
let me ask you a question real quick. I assume you believe in molecules and atoms and protons, right?
Sure.
Is that are those things physical?
Yeah, I would say.
Okay, so do those things exist in what you understand space to be?
Yeah, they occupy space, yes.
So how do you know there's a place where nothing occupies any space?
Well, because I can.
How you guys doing today? And how you guys doing? Huh?
Interesting.
Oh, Jim, let off the alcohol.
Dude, say no to my. Never mind. Sorry. I'm like.
Okay.
Sure. That's
Wow.
a good answer.
No, man, go ahead.
Yeah, I think because someone's still talking, I guess.
Go ahead.
Don't get drunk. Don't drink in Discord, please.
Yeah, I think there can be places where something isn't like occupied because things can move.
Yo, Jeremy, Jeremy, can you verification me in the debate flat Earth server and more?
Verification.
Yeah.
What's up? In Gems?
In debate flat Earth server and more server, yeah.
I don't know the commands over there and shit. I'm just a voice mod.
Jake on the plane, dude.
You moderator.
That's not Jake. That's not Jake, is it?
It's Boom. It's Boom. Okay.
Oh, Chemo might.
You know,
Chemo
Boom.
knows how to verify over there. I don't even know how to do it, dude.
Oh
I
my
just mute and unmute people.
I just started a new account because my account got banned. My Discord banned my account. Discord banned my account. So.
Oh, from Discord.
Yeah, from Discord. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you have. I know you have those commands subline. So I know it's
I don't know the commands.
Go watch Wapner, buddy.
What the hell?
I honestly don't know the commands for over there.
I know the commands in this server, but the big flat Earth server. Ugh.
I don't mean to sound rude, but why are we entertaining this?
Well, dude, if you need help over there, ask one of them dudes, bro.
Yeah, just ping them on there.
Yeah, I pinged them, bro.
No,
DM gem or something.
All
I
I
don't
can
know,
tell
bro.
you. But you keep on going.
Anyways,
on
where
about
were
this,
we?
You're gonna get muted.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead, guys. Wherever we were.
We're at Mole Man.
The ether having physical properties or not, or being a substrate, maybe that it's such a, it's like the the material that makes up what the matter would be, that you can't really test to see it until it's expressed by outside physical forces that make it express itself as a material, virtual particles or whatever it is that we can get from it.
Now, here's a point I want to raise. Molman, I've heard you say you subscribe to the notion of space-time, and you also subscribe to materialistic atomism. Now, with these two notions together, that would imply that there are no voids, but you say there are voids.
Yeah, because space-time isn't matter.
What is it?
Well, how does it have physical attributes then?
Well, hang on, one question at a time. What is space?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Okay. So how are you distinguishing space from matter if space, as you describe it, is a substance that can be manipulated? I mean, you describe space and matter in the same way, and yet space is not matter. So how are you making the distinction between space and matter?
I think I don't, because matter is something that you can touch and feel and.
Right, but you say space-time curves light, which is interesting because how would nothing curve light?
Well, I'm
You
not
see,
saying
that's what I'm trying to get at. This is what I'm trying to get at. When I ask you to explain yourself, to explain these things, there is perhaps you're not even aware of it, and it happens. There's a moving of the goalpost. There's a moving of the goalpost, or there's a hopscotch back and forth between two different positions.
Inconsistencies.
Yes.
Well, I think that's with everything, like with ether too. Like, how can it affect life but not me?
It's not affecting life. Anyway,
exactly.
Well, it is.
Ether.
No,
hang on. Let's not move to another point, and I'm trying to get this point straight. There's matter, including these materialistic atoms, right, atoms and their subatomic particles, and then space and time can be warped, it can be curved, right, to put it in simple terms, which implies that it is also material, a substance which can be touched, contacted with. Effects can be caused on it.
Attribute. Right.
You see, so that what I just said about space and your premise that you hold that there are material things, materialistic atoms, so then they're both matter. Your notion about space and your notion about materialistic atomism makes them both matter. But then you say that matter is different from space, but space has the same properties, basic properties as matter. So I don't understand. What's the distinction? How do you make the distinction?
Look, when did I say that space has the same, or is the same as matter?
Your subscription to the notion of space-time.
Yeah, you give it physical attributes in your theory.
What physical attributes did I say it has?
Well, it curves light.
Well, hang on, but rather than interrogating us about our understanding of you, is it not true that you subscribe to the notion of space-time and that space can be curved? Space and time can be curved.
Sure, but I don't understand it fully, so I can't make that many claims about it. I mean, that's just
Okay, very well. That's fine. So there's that. You don't understand it fully. So do you see the what I find to be an inconsistency, a discrepancy between these notions, where you have matter, materialistic atoms that are in space and time, space-time, which can be occurred, which implies that it is matter, a substance, a concreta, just like the materialistic atoms, atoms in space and time. Ergo, that would imply that both space and time and the materialistic atoms in space and time are all matter, concreta, substance. But then you say space is not matter, which are synonymous with substance, concreta, physical. So that's the discrepancy. Where it's simultaneously material, behaves like material in your paradigm. It's material, behaves like material, implies it is material, but then you say it's not matter.
No, I mean, all I said is matter occupies space. Different things.
Just being honest, that all sounds like gibberish to me.
It sounds like gibberish to me too. That's the incoherency that I'm trying to point out.
That's not what I'm saying. So
I don't interpret it to be what you said.
Okay, so what's are you gonna argue, or is you just gonna leave it at that?
No, I just don't interpret space time to be a thing that has physicality, as in something you could touch or see, or that it just, you know, physicality, things that are physical we could touch and we can affect, we can see their effects and things like that. I don't interpret space time to have that type of physical property.
Question indicate physical attributes, though, right? Manipulating other, you know. So it just seems like there's you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either you have physical attributes or you don't.
Now here's the problem.
Hold on.
Another dispute.
No, but hold on. Energy has physical attributes, but it's not matter.
Yeah.
So you can have.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
You say,
is it though? Isn't it though?
You say, hold on. You see, this is the problem. You, Molman and Left Lane, have, in also little words, defined matter as that which is tangible, because you said touch and manipulate. Now, there are things that are matter, material, that are not tangible. You don't touch them, you don't grasp them, you don't manipulate them, but they're material.
Hold on.
Air,
what are those?
light.
What are those? You can touch light, obviously. You can feel the heat. It stops on your hand.
Well, light and heat are the same thing. Light emits heat.
No, it didn't say.
You don't touch heat either. You feel heat, and you don't touch light either.
So it's tangible.
Yeah.
No. If you can't touch it, then it's not tangible.
But you can touch it. It doesn't go through your hand.
You can measure it. You can measure its intensity.
And light isn't like matter.
Dude, energy is a property of matter, bro. Without it, you wouldn't have it. Relax with the arguing.
What are you saying? What are you saying that light is physical matter then?
Without the matter, you wouldn't have the energy. That's what I'm saying.
Is feel and touch synonymous?
I kind of feel like we're trying to apply physical attributes to things, to all things that are discussed, like in reality, as though there's some absurdity involved in it. When light is light, I mean, it's just, you know, we can measure it and it lights things up. It allows us to see things. Space-time, as they describe it, you know, is the effect
light
of
comes
mass.
from matter, right? Light comes from matter, though. Light doesn't come from non-matter.
Possibly so, yeah.
Synonymous.
All this started for me questioning Gregory's idea.
Guys, one at a time, guys.
Yeah, the main thing is all the energy.
I asked my question first,
matter.
and it still hasn't been answered or addressed at all. So I'm gonna keep asking it.
Oh, okay.
So what specifically is your question?
Is feel and touch synonymous? Gregory.
Is feel and touch synonymous? Yeah, especially depending on the way you use it. You can touch something, and or you don't necessarily. You can touch things, you can feel things, but not everything you feel you can touch. Like I can't grasp the air, but I can feel the air.
sure. But in some
touches
sense,
my heart.
in some sense, you can say, because if you feel it, then things touch you. Even when people emote towards you, you feel that. So they've touched your heart. So it's either something touches you or you touch it. So in that sense, the common denominator is there's a material thing doing something.
Yes. And so with my point, I'm detecting an inconsistency in the usage of terms, because when they use terms, I'm hearing synonyms: matter, physical, substance, substrate, right, concreta. But then they describe space-time having physical properties, including the ability to be bent, just like all other material, but then say that it's not matter. So it has physical properties like matter, but it's not matter. So what is it? Moment instead of question mark.
And then somebody tried to skate to maybe it's energy. Well, where does energy come from? It's matter. It's a property of matter. So where's the matter that creates the energy that you're then trying to invoke as the bendable material fabric of vacuum time space?
Yeah, what is the matter with this energy?
Right.
I don't see how we left my counter to your argument about ether. We left it out some times ago. You haven't still given me an answer to that.
We didn't need to.
Huh?
Yeah, you asked for counter arguments for your ether thing, and I gave one, and we just suddenly went into asking what I think about things.
No, it's probably because the shitstorms that happen in this form. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to whistle past you. Say it again.
It's just that if you have the ether as substance that exists everywhere.
Oh no, I did answer. I'm sorry, I remember now.
Oh yeah. So if everything, it's just like if it occupies space, then it exists in space, and if space doesn't exist, then your stuff exists in nothing, and it doesn't exist.
There's a key phrase in your counter argument. Space exists. What do you mean by space exist?
Well, if something exists, it exists in something, correct?
But space is in question, which is what things are in.
Sure, your ether exists in space, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So what is space?
It's the area of absence that can be occupied and is occupied by the ether.
So then space has to exist.
Right, but that doesn't mean it exists in the same sense as concreta.
Sure, I just feel that if you're saying that space can be occupied, I think that it also cannot be occupied. And I don't see no
Right, and then you assert that there are absolute voids somewhere in space, which does not follow.
I'm saying that it's possible. There's no logical inconsistency with it.
So what does that have to do with my argument? I'm saying that, well, first of all, furthermore, I'm saying that, number one, I'm saying that there is no absolute void. And furthermore, I'm going to say there cannot be an absolute void in my worldview, which of course I can argue for. Okay. But in view,
how do you justify that there can't be no voids?
Say again?
How do you justify the claim that there cannot be no voids?
Well, because there is a God which created all things, including the ether and everything that is in the ether, and everything moves and lives and has their being in him. So there's never been a void. There cannot be a void.
Okay, and you're saying that that's not circular.
What is the circular reasoning? I don't understand what the negative question argument is.
Sure, but if you can you keep so like a syllogism or like an argument for the existence of the ether?
Okay, it's really more simple than that. You said that there can be a void. I'm saying that there can't, given that there is a God who created all things, including the ether. So there is no void, so there can't be a void.
Why? It still doesn't, like, God could have created ether and then just have space with no ether in it. Like, why not?
No, the God is omnipresent. He's a supreme being.
Well, then you're equating God with ether.
Hold on a moment. Hold on. How do we tell if the space is empty or not, or if it has ether in it or not?
The absurdity of the contrary. There are other substances, things, created things, concrete in the world that exist, which necessitate a medium in which they propagate in, oscillate in.
But you said that the God is ether.
No.
I don't
The
understand.
God
How do we tell
ether.
if the space has ether in it or not? You're saying there's no way to tell because it's always there?
No, listen. We can tell, right, or at least I justify my assertion given the absurdity of the contrary. There's a God, he's omnipresent, he created all things, including the ether.
So God is out. No, dude. How do we tell? They're in. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know what God's got to do with it.
I mean, to give another answer to your question, I mean, how do we tell? I mean, we observe it, we sense it all the time in our everyday experience. Again, including particularly things that require a medium in which they propagate in. Light, for instance, is the best immediate example.
Is there any way you could take the medium out so that light wouldn't even be able to travel through it? Like, is that possible? Does that sound crazy?
It wouldn't be possible for us. I mean, I suppose the God could do that.
We couldn't make a medium so light couldn't travel through it?
No, you said, can we take out the medium?
Yeah, could we make a medium?
But the God could do that, I suppose.
Could we make a medium so that light? We can make a medium so sound can't travel through it, right? I'm saying, could we make a medium so light couldn't travel through it?
I don't know for certain. I don't know. Either way, I don't. Yes or no? I'm not certain. Either way, yes or no.
You know what's wrong with the space problem?
So many things.
Is that when you evacuate the air, the light in the chamber doesn't get dimmer because there's less or nothing there for the light to.
Well, it should get brighter. It should get brighter.
No, it shouldn't, because space is dark. Because nothing. Space is dark.
Are you talking about outer space?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a problem with what we make a vacuum.
There's a problem with what Gregory said. I mean, you said that ether is everywhere because God is everywhere. So that would make ether God, or God ether.
No. Ether is created, and God is the eternal personal creator.
Sure. See, this is my point, Cole, man. That was my point. Yeah, so he said it twice. He said it this way in this conversation. He said that there is a supreme being in whom we live and move and have our being.
He did say no, though. When he said, so you're saying, he said no, that's not what I'm saying. What's the point of harping on what you want to attribute to him when he's telling you no?
I'm talking to Mole Man because Mole Man and I are on the same page. I'm trying to affirm the fact that I drew the same conclusion. A half hour ago, Gregory said, ether is everywhere, and it is that which we have and live and move and have our being. And then he said the same thing about God. He said there is a supreme being. Hold on. He said there is a supreme being in whom we live and move and have our being. So we have ether in whom we live and move and have our being, and we have God in whom we live and move and have our being. So Mole Man, just like I did, has this connection to where God and ether, therefore, are the same.
Oh, they're not.
No, wait, but okay. Well, why don't you make that logical leap? How are you attributing this to Gregory? So when you said what you said, I said, so what? So when I say so what, no, you both have made the same logical error. That's all you did. So just because ether is everywhere and God is everywhere doesn't mean God is ether.
No, but he said that the ether is everywhere because God is everywhere.
Ether is everywhere because God would have made it that way. But first of all, ether is everywhere within this realm that we live. God exists here and everywhere else. First and foremost.
But how is it logically impossible for God to create space that isn't occupied by ether?
You're missing the point.
You are missing the point. Like,
listen to me. Listen to me. You keep leaping to this non sequitur conclusion based on premise number 1, God is omnipresent. Premise number 2, ether is omnipresent. Therefore, they are one and the same entity. No, for the 4th time.
Okay. If ether is, why is ether omnipresent? Why?
Because
what the fuck it is.
Okay, what's the reason?
Because he pleased.
What?
Yeah, you don't understand the question you're asking. That's why I'm answering it the way I am. You're asking a teleological question.
No, we're talking about physical substances.
Listen, slow down and listen to me. You're asking the question, why did the God make it that way? That is a teleological question. That's why I'm answering it the way I'm answering it.
No, I'm asking for the cause.
That's a theological question.
This isn't science. So why are you asking for the cause? How you gonna, bro? Your approach to this discussion is wrong.
Well, then it's not a physical substance, and we're good. And it's just
no. You keep leaping to these wrong conclusions no matter what I say. I cannot speak any more slowly and clearly and cogently. You are asking, why did the God make it that way? That is a question of teleology. Why? What is the purpose of him making it that way? Ergo, my answer to your question, because he pleased. Now, obviously, you don't like that answer because you don't realize the question you're asking. You don't realize you're asking a teleological question, not a cause and effect.
In other words,
sure,
just because.
Yeah,
then I can say that there is empty space, and that is because God just feels like it.
But that's not an argument. That's just a contradiction against what I said.
Yeah, but you said telly. There's nothing telly involved between us and up there. It's a theology. There's nothing telly about it, no?
No, you don't understand what teleology means. Telos.
No,
logia.
I don't think. If you take the word telephone, what type of thing is involved where there's just the ether or whatever you want to call it, the theology? It's a theology because you're putting God over physical. Yes, so you're saying telly. What's telly? Telly is
no. You don't understand what teleology is. You're recalling the prefix telly and confusing the phoneme, the syllable telly, another sense of the prefix. You're confusing phonemes and prefixes.
I think you'll find my language, where I come from, is the beginning of the English language. So when you tell me about etymology, I'll tell you where your etymology.
I'm not even talking about etymology. You see, you don't know what you're talking about. This argument has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Geezer,
this
right?
is total red herring.
Telepathic. You're talking about telly.
I'm not talking about the prefix telly. Stop superimposing this on me. Moderation, please. I mean, he's just going to keep arguing against an argument I'm not saying.
I'm cool, man. I'm cool. I've never heard of this word, and the first thing that comes to my mind, it's got nothing to do with God.
You ask a clarifying question instead of superimposing a meaning that I'm not conveying. How about that?
Yeah, but you're telling me that telly means God, no?
No.
And then how is it
at one time?
Oh, real. No.
Clarify telly. Clarify telly.
Well, teleology, whatever you want to call it, clarify what it actually means, because I'm dead interested, genuinely.
Okay, so stop hyper-focusing your eyes on the prefix. It's not even a prefix. Stop hyper-focusing your attention on the two syllables telly. Okay, the 2 syllables in the word teleology is not referring to the prefix. It's not the prefix telly. Okay. This is an word based on 2 Greek words. Just go to your computer, type in teleology, teleology.
I'm asking you.
Okay. I'm about to answer. I'm not done. I'm about to finish. Teleology is a subsection of philosophy, particularly metaphysics, and it's the study of purpose.
Do you know what meta means?
Yes. Why are you asking me that?
What does meta mean?
ultimate, that which is beyond the basis, the grounds.
If you get a review and a meta review, what's the difference?
Dude, are you serious?
I'm serious, mate. You need to understand what meta means. You need to understand what
anyway. When Gregory said you're making a teleological argument, you asked why. Why did God make it that way? Well, teleological, relating to or involving the explanation of the phenomena in terms of the purpose they serve, rather than of the cause by which they arise. That's exactly what you did. Not you guy that was just talking, the other guy. I don't know why this became a 5-minute thing.
I mean, God.
Yeah. And I wasn't actually asking that. I don't see the connection why God can't create space without ether.
Well, if that's your rebuttal, that's not a rebuttal.
It's not a rebuttal. It's a question.
Okay, so to get some clarity back here, okay. I don't. You see, because I can tell you misunderstand, and I can tell me repeating my statement, which really answers the question, is not helping. So let me try again. With what you just said, okay, it's not a matter of the God not being able to create whatever. That's not my point. My point is that there is not and cannot be an absolute void, given the reality of the God whom is omnipresent, the eternal personal creator of all things, including the omnipresent ether. Furthermore, the omnipresence of the God and the omnipresence of the ether does not necessitate the conclusion. It does not necessarily indicate that they are one and the same entity. The ether is a creature. The God is a personal eternal creator.
How do you know that? How do you know that the ether exists then? And how do you know that it's omnipresent?
What do we? I guess we got to go through it again.
Because we define. Well, first of all, do you think that nothing exists?
Oh, that has nothing to do with his argument.
Well, if you think it has nothing to do with his argument, then actually you don't understand the conversation you're having. That's exactly related to the argument.
So
I expanded on it earlier, and everyone agreed, and we reached a point of understanding. You can't now come along and say, no, that's not the case. And I'm not about to sit here and argue with you for 5 minutes about the conversation that did take place earlier and was understood.
So if I question his argument, that has nothing to do with what I understand.
That's non sequitur to what I even said just now.
You just asked me if nothing can exist.
Okay. This is a joke. Like, are you going to give a response that is sequitur to what we're saying?
Sure, you're saying that there's an omnipresent ether because God is omnipresent.
Okay, so then you ask the question, how do we know? Okay, number one, our everyday human experience, especially including the existence of light. Furthermore, the absurdity of the contrary. When the contrary is supposed, it reduces various concreta, including the most common exemplar, light, to absurdity.
How? I mean, you just say that it happens, but how is it absurd to not have ether?
Okay. Now, in order for me to adequately explain the answer to that question, you must clarify finally your position, because what happens is that I am talking to you, and I, in my mind, think we have an understanding about what we're talking about. And then when I talk about what I talk about, you give a response that indicates you're thinking about that we're talking about an entirely different thing. Or secondly, you just obfuscate your position, and no matter what I say, for or against your position, it's not correct. It's not sequitur. It's not relevant. So rather than letting me go through 7,000 hours of moving the goalpost, please explain to me your position. You don't subscribe to the ether. Are you a materialistic atomist?
That has nothing to do with you saying that non-ether is absurd.
You have a very bad sense of relevance. A very bad sense of relevance. The reason I asked you that question is because we're talking about this metaphysical issue, especially as it concerns the cosmos, and this metaphysical premise that you globalists use to substantiate, or at least to justify, your cosmic paradigm you believe. Your understanding of light is based on this metaphysical premise, materialistic atomism. Are you a materialistic atomist?
You can say that I am. Okay.
No, I want you to tell me what you are.
Well, let's say I'm atomist. I don't know everything, but yeah, sure, I guess you can say that I'm a materialist atomist.
Well, you believe in God. You believe in God, so I'm assuming. Moleman?
Sorry, what?
Moleman, you believe in God? You're a religious person?
No.
Oh, okay, cool. At least I know that. So you... okay, cool. Sorry to interrupt. I'll just say that I magically talked about the word tether. You know, the way that it appears that the moon tethers, the Earth tethers the moon around. But if the tether is to ether, the ether, then the tether is not a physical thing, but more whatever is not physical. You see the physical movement, but you can't touch the physical. So whatever that is the ether. And it's something that's pulling the planets around the...
Well, that would be a problem there.
It wouldn't be, because if you've got one force, one spiral Birkeland current or whatever
No, because
current...
you're trying to attribute something that's just obvious to something that is not obvious, like heliocentrism versus the fact that nothing can't exist and have things attributed to it because it's nothing. Like these,
yeah,
what?
When you get nuclear fusion, is that physical?
This is another digression from the point that we were talking about.
No, because we're talking about ether, and we're all talking about what we think ether is. Ether is the natural thing that like makes things move up there, and a tether would be something that is pulling, has rates of everything, right? And if you
ether doesn't make anything do anything.
But then, what is it? There's no such thing as ether, then, is
it? Can please get back to the questions I was asking Moleman to understand his position, which is what we were talking about.
Well, he supports everything's material, but if things are moving up in the sky that are not
Can you not argue for him and let him talk to me?
Yeah, fair play, man. Thanks.
Thank you. Moleman.
Yeah.
As we were.
Yeah, so I guess you can say I accept there's matter and then there's space that the matter occupies.
Okay, next question. Are these materialistic atoms, and of course I believe you subscribe to, the current atomic model, I believe, right?
Why do you say atoms instead of atoms?
Because I'm emphasizing its essential meaning. So you believe here's the question. Do you believe these materialistic atoms are moving about in a void?
Well, they need space to move, so I guess you could say that it's sort of a void with no matter.
Okay, so space is the absence. Space is an area of absence in which things, matter, physical entities, substances, substrates, concreta, occupy, correct?
Yep, and can also not occupy.
Yes, okay. So, with that being said, it is confusing after you say that to then describe space and time with material properties, including the ability to be bent as though it were solid.
Well, I don't think that it's calling.
I think that's a misinterpretation. Misinterpretation of space-time.
That's a problem with language, I think, to call it being bending. Just like it's not like bending a ruler. and it's kind of different.
You know, as though it were a solid or a fluid that can be bent. Okay.
Yeah, it's not. That's different kind of. I think it's just a problem with the language.
So if what I said I think it means is not what it means, what is meant by this notion? What does it mean?
Well, it's because it's not like liquid or gas or solid. It's just different. I mean, I can't describe it because I think it's the problem with language because it's.
So this.
Yeah, an attempt to describe something that's a concept that's difficult to grasp and difficult to explain, and we can't apply a description as we would a stick or a piece of steel that we would bend physically. It's just not the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So space and time, this continuum, supposedly, you cannot even put into words a description of what it is. So how do you know this notion is true?
I say because of evidence pointing towards that.
Mm-hmm.
Pointing towards what? You can't even put into words what it is.
Towards there being sort of this space-time, quote unquote, that is responsible for objects to attract each other because of quote unquote bending.
You just repeated yourself. So once again, evidence pointing towards what? Question mark. This thing that you say has evidence to substantiate its supposed existence, yet you can't even put into words a description of what it is.
Yeah, it isn't just like you would say ether exists, but if I ask you for a description, you can't give me any. You would just say it's big.
Wow, because that's funny because I described it in words.
Well, you didn't.
Multiple
you said
times.
It's matter, but it just isn't matter, and it is matter.
No. Please abandon this comparison because you're obviously not recalling what I said to you multiple times.
You said it's physical matter.
Please abandon this comparison so we can move on because you are not recalling what I said. Not even close. So, again.
Google space-time and actually see what it says, then it'll just tell you it's a time difference between the surface and a satellite 20,000 kilometers away. That's how Einstein put it, mate.
A time difference between the Earth and the satellite. That's what space-time is?
Yeah, if you were to jump off a building, the ground is in your future.
Okay. So okay. So when Einstein says, or whomever you agree with about this notion which you have yet to put into words about what it is, what is meant by the curvature of space-time? What does that mean if it is not what I thought it meant?
Well, if you're talking about the curvature of space-time, then you're talking about the fact that satellite is delayed. It's running behind you, or it's running in front of you. So there's a curve between you on the ground and the object that is orbiting around you. Just like we get the 8-minute delay on the sun. It's a dilation and not a dilation. But if they call it dilation...
Sorry, but it's the thing that, again, when I pointed out problems with your idea, you're talking about my idea. So I'm just going to
Why don't y'all stop strawmanning him?
We can never
talk about, why don't you talk about a gravitational well and stop strawmanning him?
When have I strawman anyone?
You see how the conversation is deteriorating again?
Yeah, because you can't back up your claim, so you have to go to what I think.
That's not why the conversation is deteriorating. I'm going to try this one more time. Elijah, you still there? There you go, yeah. Let's try this one more time. Where are we? I'm asking you to make intelligible what you are saying is real. Once again, what is meant by the curvature of space-time? Realm, please do not answer for him. The man is a big boy. He can answer for himself.
Sure, I'm not sure.
You're not sure what space-time is, and you're not sure what is meant by the curvature of space-time.
Sure.
So how do you know my interpretation of the phrase is wrong?
So I have to end here with my knowledge. Now, can we get back to your argument?
We already concluded our argument. You must have amnesia or something. We went through all of that.
No, you said that before we can continue onwards, you have to know what I mean with space and matter.
No, and okay, yes, that is what was said. With what you just last said, the conversation now ends. You cannot explain to me even what space-time is. You can't explain that to me what it is, and you can't explain to me what is meant by the curvature of space-time. As far as you know, time itself and the curvature thereof is unintelligible.
Sure,
Therefore,
and it has nothing, and it in no
let
way.
me finish. Let me finish. I know. This hurts. Just let me finish. You cannot know whether this is true or false, and you can't know whether the contrary is true or false based on this unintelligible premise that you hold, which you don't understand and cannot put into words.
Sure. So how does that make ether exist?
That was not an argument to substantiate my position.
Sure. So what's the argument to substantiate your position?
Okay, so what just happened, Moment? What just happened?
More than an hour ago.
Moment. What just happened is that I explained my position, okay, and we ended on me saying that I need to understand you first in order to justify my position. After you explained your position, you concluded with your profound ignorance of what you are talking about and what is meant that involves what you are talking about. You don't know what space-time is, and you don't know what is meant by the curvature of space-time. Ergo, you have no argument against me.
What?
So there's nothing more for me to say after you have just conceded that your position is unintelligible. It doesn't make sense to you. How's it going to make sense to me or anyone else?
No, you haven't still validated your position.
I give up. I give up.
Well, okay. I can say that time exists. I can say that time exists as a physical entity, and I can have an argument for that. And then when you ask to prove it, I'll say, well, what is time to you? And when you say that you don't understand, then it means that time is physical. It doesn't work that way. You have to back up your own argument.
You have not understood the argument. I cannot continue to coach you to keep up with the argument. You have to pay attention. You have to do your burden of paying attention. I'm not going to care that for you, so never mind.
All you said is that there is ether that is omnipresent because God is omnipresent. That's all.
I'm not repeating myself. I'm not going to engage in refuting your umpteenth false reiteration, which is a straw man of what I said. I repeated myself enough. No matter how many times I repeated, no matter what I say, no matter how I say it, you don't remember. You keep straw manning it. Never mind.
You can go back. You can go back to the stream to listen. You said I asked, why is ether everywhere? You said because there's a God that is omnipresent.
Why are you continuing to engage me? I'm done with you.
Okay, you're done. Okay.
Okay. That's good. Because it's going nowhere.
Elijah, did you catch all that?
Yeah, I'm here.
What do you think?
I mean, that's why I stopped talking and doing something else.
So, you want a new topic?
What do you want to talk about?
I'm fascinated by this moon going the same direction as the Earth. And then, naturally, so many hours later, we time it at 24 hours and 45 minutes, to be exact, at the equator, yeah. But surely if it's going from west to east, it's covering a smaller circle or a smaller distance. So it's not doing a full circle in a bit. It's doing a bit short of a full circle. See, no one seems to get when I talk about this, and no one.
It's just difficult to follow what you mean by it. If you could illustrate it for us, would make it easier for us to understand.
Geometry is a son of a bitch.
Okay, so we got a moon that goes round clockwise, but actually, if you look it up, it actually goes round counterclockwise. But let's stick with the clockwise that we all understand. We see it go around us, and it comes back again, but it's a bit less, and it takes a bit more time to get back to its original position. Do you understand that?
Well, the clockwise and counterclockwise doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, so when you go clockwise, the moon goes round, and then 24 hours later, it's a bit more to the left, 12/13 degrees less. You understand that?
Well, I mean, the fact that I understand it to be orbiting takes away anything I could think of that would make sense, logical sense to me, because it's orbiting.
Normal thing, it's orbiting around Earth and it's going counterclockwise. You agree with that? So it's actually turning. It's going around the Earth, west to east. You understand that?
Look,
Trying to fix your microphone. You're roboting.
The Earth rotates.
Yeah.
So the Earth's rotating from west to east, and the moon is orbiting the Earth in the same direction. We all understand this, don't we?
But how are you?
You're roboting, mate. Sorry.
You're still roboting. Gotta get it right.
But anybody can talk.
Yeah, you're saying on a heliocentric model, if you're looking at the Earth from, I guess there's no above or below in that whole relativistic outer space mess. But if you were just to say like the North Pole or whatever, if you're looking from the Earth down at the North Pole, the moon is orbiting around the Earth clockwise, but the spin of the Earth is moving faster to make it look like it's moving west to east. East to west.
Well, it's the Earth is moving at 1,000 miles an hour, and the moon is moving at 2,300 miles an hour. They're saying. So, but if you exactly like you say, if you're looking from above, you're going to see the moon not do a full revolution. It's going to be just short of 12-13 degrees daily. Yeah.
In their model, it'll make every month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for everything that we've had a model in the past, everything, but maybe not the Tycho model, which was a fucking heliocentric, where you had the stationary Earth and then you had the sun going around the Earth. That was a Tycho thing. But in all the models, everything's moving clockwise. Flat Earth, geocentric, everything's moving clockwise. Then the day that we turn to heliocentric, the moon is going backwards with the turn of the Earth. And it might just seem, well, what about it? But everything else is going west and the moon is going west to east. So this is general knowledge. Every day when I look up at the sky, the moon will get to a certain position, and then the next day, I'm in the northern hemisphere, facing south. The next day, I'll see the moon in the sky, but a bit to the left. It's moved 12 to 13 degrees. the point is, we're timing the moon, which is going backwards, but we're timing it in a forward fashion. Now, if you were to time it in a backward fashion, it wouldn't be 45 minutes late every day. It would be 45 minutes early every day. Not early, but it hasn't done a full circle. Therefore, the point to all of this is that it works out that 45 minutes is 1/32. And to work out possibly one idea of the distance speed it's going at. It's going at roughly 1,000 miles an hour based on the time difference. So, because it doesn't matter what size the object is, you're just measuring the center of the object. So, and therefore, you get things like you could have the moon at 100 based on its speed and all that. But they tell you that its speed is 2,300 miles an hour, which puts it not at 125 miles. It jumps to 4,800 high based on the speed they tell you that it's at. 2,300 miles an hour is the same speed it took on average for the Apollo missions to get to the moon. 2,300 miles an hour, it seems to be the fastest speed that we can get at close to ground level, skimming, as some might call it, ballistic missiles, but they have a limit of 100, and they reach 2,300 miles an hour. Then the ones that get faster is more apparent because they go to 130,000. They can get to 130,000. And then everybody stop me if I'm talking too much. Hopefully someone's listening. Oh. Please tell me I'm not talking to an empty room.
It's not easy to follow. Your mic is cutting out as well, but I'm not sure how to engage. There's nothing really to engage on, but I guess we can just keep listening.
Oh, does it keep cutting out now?
It's been cutting out, so yeah, I've been missing parts of what you were saying.
This fucking handsets are used and stuff like hands-free is. Let me try that. Does that work better?
I mean, we can hear you now.
Yeah, so does that sound better?
Sounds fine.
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, you see, so I don't get any feedback, so I don't even know. I don't even know if it's getting through. Okay, brilliant.
Hear you just fine. If you can turn yourself all the way down, that would be great.
Turn myself all the way down. Okay.
To 0, yes. That would be great.
I assume that was a bad joke.
It was a good joke.
I was trying to think, how do I turn my microphone down to... Anyway. It's trying to work out, the whole point was just trying to work out the distance based on its speed. And its speed is going from west to east. So we calculate that speed. How long does it take? And then we can work out the height of the moon. And I've got 125 miles. And it's only doing 1,031 miles an hour.
Well, I'm not sure what kind of model or structure you're referring to. I mean, on a stationary Earth, with the Earth also having a planar surface to where the sun and the moon are above the Earth, the moon is moving slower than the sun, much slower, because it takes 24 hours and 50 minutes for it to make one full rotation, whereas it takes the sun 24 hours, takes the stars 23 hours and 56. So basically, in terms of that concept of just everything being above us, it's like a multi-layered time clock with multiple gears. So you've got like the fixed stars would be moving the fastest, 23 hours, 56 minutes. The sun is moving at 24 hours, and then the moon is doing 24 hours and 50. So it's
but it's not
much slower
but it's not
than everything else.
But it's not moving in the same direction.
They're all moving the same direction. From above that, they're all moving clockwise if you were looking at it from above.
But I'm talking about the heliocentric model is telling us it's going from west to east. So you see how we've all adapted this assumption that's 24 hours and 50 minutes. Maybe it's our measure, but if it's going backwards in the sky, you can't time a race backwards, can you? I mean, you could, and then just take we're just adding it on. And the 24 hours and 50 minutes is an average between the equator and tropic, and then back, which you wouldn't measure anything past the straight line of the equator. As you deviate from the equator, then your time optics are going to get longer and longer and longer because it's moving away from you at an angle. So, but anyways, I'm not a flat earther. I'm a part flat earther. I'm more of a crater, a gold pan, if that helps. I think that's the closest thing. If you were to have a moon that's 125 miles, it would make sense in that type of bowl fashion there, like a gold pan. But if it was just geocentric, for example, then is the moon going backwards? Geocentric would have it that it's going forwards, wouldn't it? Just the same as everything. But yeah, they put down, they've had, the magic number of 28 or something, but they used, we've got 27.3 to 1 reference, and then we've got 29.53. One sun, one is to the stars. Take away your reference points, and then what you have a full body that is one step less the next day. So in ways, if the background and if everything is moving around us, you take that variable out, and all that you're left with is the moon is actually through the sky, which would help with weather. The moon crossed the equator today in the last 12 to maybe 15 hours, and all of a sudden we've got rain in the UK. It's a local phenomenon. It's at 4,000. Could definitely the backup for both. In a flat Earth model, it's difficult. The movements that you see more elliptical in the sky, so it's difficult in the flat Earth model. Doesn't anyone know anything about the epoch calendar? It's 8 years long. Seasons, the months go 30, 30, 31. 30, 30, 31, so forth. They get 364 days in the year, and then 8 of those years is an epoch year. And funny enough, the moon covers 3 by 364 days to return to its same position or location, GP.
Mic check. Mic check. 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 Mic.
Roger out. You could also listen to the live stream too. But I think you're trying to actually see if anyone's here, right?
Well, no, I'm using my laptop. I don't have. I never used a microphone on here before.
It's okay, but it's okay. I mean, it's not good, but it's not like I've heard worse.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm using my earpods or whatever on my phone, it's probably worse. I don't know where it even is on here. And I know I've been talking about AI a bunch lately, dude, but I'm trying to get access to DALL-E 2, that art program. It's fucking crazy, dude. I used the old art program, and I just typed in for it to make a flat Earth model, but it just makes some goofy looking shit. I wanna ask it I wanna tell the AI to the new one to make like a fucking flat Earth model. I'll put in all the details and see what it comes up with.
That'll be interesting because you could pretend like it's an alien consciousness, and you're trying to interact with it. And then once you have success with that, you'll be like, "Oh, hey, I guess I can talk with flat earthers."
I made I'll make a flat earther version right now. I made a globe earther chatbot, so it would behave. It's funny because it does behave just like if you were talking, like a flat earther was talking to a globe earther. I'm gonna make a flat earth version.
Yeah, the EV bot. There's like a chat box you can talk to, and I typed in, "Why do you're like, what's the shape of the Earth?" It's like, "Oh, it's round," and I'm like, "Well, round's kind of ambiguous. Do you mean sphere?" And it was like, "Ha, yeah." And I'm like, "Well, why do you think it's a sphere?" And it said, "Photographs from space."
That's funny.
I know I clipped it too. I snapped it. It was. I think it said something a little bit more but the gist of it was photographs from space. It said a little bit different than that. The exact quote was, you can see they've taken photographs from space or something like that.
That's basically what the one I forgot. I think I saved it somewhere, but yeah, I basically asked it questions like that. Like I was arguing like I was a flat earther and it was a glober. I want to make a flat earther one though. I want to see if what sort of evidences it gives.
There's like this ask some. It's like Houdini, like Houdini. You can figure out whatever you're thinking about. Like it plays 20 questions.
Oh yeah. Well, you know what though, because I used to have that little game, like it's like the little toy you get at the store and it does that. But when you look at the coding behind it, it's fairly simple because basically it narrows like everything down. It's like what do you call that? It's like a probability thing because like if you flip a coin, but 20 times, it's like 2 to the 20th power. So you could ask it yes or no questions, and it could isolate what is that 2 to the 20th? So that's like that's a billion. I think it's a billion. Is it a billion? 2 to the 10? No, that's a million. That's a million different items.
Oh, they changed it now. I asked like, do you think the Earth is a globe? It's like, yep, it's a sphere minus a few bumps. I'm like, how do you know this? And it says, haha. I go, can you answer? It says, I am a girl and I'm a vampire.
What?
Yeah, I know. They seem to have changed some of the answers, or maybe I guess some things that just gives they updated it. There was a thing that it updated that it won't give suicide advice or something like that. I guess maybe somebody had there's a few notifications when I went to it today. One of them I just I went whatever.
Hold on. I'm typing this. I'm gonna type this out so it really acts like a flat earther. I'm gonna see what it says. Hold on. Okay, but I said the following is a conversation with a flat earther AI. The AI is a flat earther believer or flat earth believer who argues against mainstream explanations. The AI doesn't believe in gravity. I gotta retype that. It says gravity and space. I'm gonna say outer space, and that everything from NASA is a lie. The AI believes its conclusions and explanations are better than those of Einstein and Newton and all the rest, and thinks those scientists are stupid. Let's see what it says.
Oh, you just type parameters into it.
Yeah, like a prompt.
Oh, okay. Well, that's lame. I thought you were actually programming like a bot that would like AI type stuff.
No, it's already programmed. The AI has been trained on the entire internet, and this prompt is like you can specialize it so that when you type shit in later, it knows how it's supposed to behave, basically. Let me see. Yeah, I can program it to write code, do all sorts of shit. But let me see. Hold on.
See, like right here, a giant Chinese telescope in the search for alien life. Chinese astronomers detected a radio signal. They had character from being from an extraterrestrial civilization. That's what a flat earther is. Someone who calls this type of stuff bullcrap.
I'm gonna give it mainstream. I'm gonna ask it, have you seen the pictures? Have you seen the new pictures from the Epic Discovery? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you already know what it's going to say. It doesn't believe in the NASA photos. It's like telling someone, hey, you don't believe the photos from space. Explain this photo from space. Yeah, I don't believe that.
Let's find out. Hold on.
There's like a fail-safe where anything that's deemed harmful misinformation, it overrides.
Huh. Alright, it says, yes, the new pictures from the Epic Discovery are very interesting. I'm not sure what to make of them, but they don't change my mind about the flatness of Earth.
And then you just keep asking it. That's not an answer. You avoided the question.
Now, I'm gonna tell them. So, what do you mean? You can see the Earth is round in those pictures.
No, just tell it didn't answer the question, and if it doesn't answer, it's going to get banned. Like, try to use that sort of intellectual terrorism as like some of you guys call it. Unless you answer, you're muted.
But actually, yeah, he's right. He's like, what question are you referring to? But he did answer the question. Specifically, what I asked him was, have you seen the new pictures? All right, I'll ask him. Hold on.
Yeah, like break the fourth wall with it. Give it some sort of parameter that you know what it has to answer, but contradictory to another parameter.
Let me see. Said about the discover pictures of Earth. In those images, you can see Earth is clearly round. Says, I'm not sure what you're trying to say. The pictures from the epic discovery don't change my mind about the flatness of Earth.
So it had to repeat words. That's pretty typical.
Yeah.
Okay, listen to the words I'm saying. Okay, are you ready? Right? Photographs from space do not change my mind, and here's why. NASA lies. Right? Thermodynamic violation. Just on and on. It's like the next day, the globalist comes in. What about these new photos from space?
I can change the parameters. I can put in a frequency penalty, so it repeats itself. The higher I make that dial, the less it'll repeat itself.
Yeah, but I'm saying a lot of the globalist questions only have one answer. It's like, dude, okay, at this point I'm talking about flat Earth. If you're asking me a question about the globe, and the only answer you'll take is the Earth is a globe, when I'm talking about flat Earth, that might be why you think I'm not answering the question. It's an error in a malformed, illogical question.
I mean, I'm gonna try to get him. I want to get him to try to say something. Let me see, because
yeah, do you like the thing where you believe in space travel? Say like give the bot the parameter, right?
That's
do
true.
You believe in space travel, but not outer space travel.
Yeah, right. Because
and then get it to trick itself, like so to really kind of define the dome and how far away the dome is and stuff. Well, you said that humans can go to space and they're up, on the ISS. Why can't they go to the moon? And see if it goes, if it parses out the difference between low orbit and outer space.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna say, so you agree those images are real then, and then the epic discovery is really up there.
Yeah, like it really, like say, yeah, do you believe this thing is there? And it'd be like, well, yeah, it's there, but what it's producing, yeah, get it to, yeah, that's what I would like to do with it. Find some way of getting it to go into some sort of not logical fallacy per se, but a clearly contradictory. Like get it to admit it likes pineapple on pizza.
I'm asking how high up it thinks it is. Yeah, I asked the 3 questions at once, so hopefully the answers. It says, so you agree those images are real, that the epic discovery is really up in space. How high up do you think it is? Hold on. Dude, he's getting repetitive, man. I gotta turn up this fucking. I gotta turn this up.
The other thing too, they gave it all these parameters. Like, hey, what about Newton? My ideas predate the claims of Newton. Oh, okay. Like, well, what about something Newton does believe in? Like, start talking about alchemy or something like that. Say you think that Earth is composed of elements, or the creation is composed of elements, not atoms, but Einstein and Newton are wrong, or whatever, about outer space. Maybe that's too broad, right? Because it could attribute it to someone else.
I'm trying to give me a reason why it's not changing his mind. Hold on.
Well, you put that parameter in there, right? It doesn't believe NASA.
Yeah, I put everything from NASA is a lie. That's true. I did say that. Okay, I said, look, you said that. You've said that already. But why is it that it doesn't change your mind? It's showing you that the Earth is round. Give me a reason why it doesn't change your mind. hate it when it gets repetitive. Okay, it says there could be a number. What's up, man?
Yeah, sorry. Can I ask where the where the text chat is with this?
Oh no, this is Kosho's doing. He's doing a program off. He's not sharing it. He's doing it by himself.
No.
Okay. So how do I get involved?
Well, we can move along. I mean, we're
there.
Yeah, we're in text stream 1.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
I read this last thing, Crit. Just what it said when I asked it why doesn't it change his mind. It says there could be a number of reasons why the pictures from the epic discovery don't change our mind about the flatness of Earth. Perhaps I don't believe that the camera is really in space, or that it isn't being tampered by with NASA, or maybe I think the Earth is actually flat but appears round in those pictures due to some optical illusion. Whatever the reason, I stand by my belief. The Earth is flat. This guy's lame.
Yeah, if you would have went deeper into why, right? It'd be like the U-2 spy plane, the photographs from NASA that showed weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, fudged climate data, a hoaxed lunar mission, or something, like start giving actual reasons, like hardcore, data-driven position. Be like, well, if they lied about this and they lied about that, and everything they've done has almost always been a lie. Like, I can't see a reason to accept this on face value. Just another drop in the bucket.
Oh, it says, what the hell? Okay, yeah, it says, I don't know much about how the equipment works, but it's possible that NASA is doctoring the pictures to make it appear round. It wouldn't be the first time they've lied about us, what's really going on. Okay, so yeah, it says, okay, so it said NASA lied before, and I said, really, when they lied to us, can you give me detailed examples? That there's water on Mars, but there's clearly none? What the fuck's happening? It's getting fucked up. Hey, Jamie, are you new in here?
Hello, sorry, did you say Jamie?
Yeah, I was thinking because you sounded like you were new.
I sounded like what? Sorry.
Because you were asking questions about the text chat, so I didn't know if you were new in here. That's all.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just trying to catch up on what you're talking about.
Oh, what I mean,
I want to read like what's being said before I like drop an opinion. That's
it. Yeah. Because the second guy was just me and Crit in here, so we're talking about the OpenAI. It's like an AI bullshit, and so I used the OpenAI system to make like a flat earther AI just to see like what it would respond to.
I see. Yeah, I see. Yeah, and I'm just trying to read through that now, to see what's being said, sort of thing. I didn't want to jump in and sort of go, because I'm a globe earther. I just didn't want to jump in and sort of spout a load of opinion without reading what you were actually talking about.
No, yeah, of course, man. That's good. That's respectful, man. Let's see if this flat earther can convince you next. I told him to convince me, and he said there's lots of evidence that the Earth is flat. For instance, if you look at pictures of the horizon, it's always straight and level. That's pretty good. This wouldn't be possible if the Earth was actually round. Additionally, there are many ancient cultures that believed in a flat Earth, including the Greeks and Egyptians. If they were wrong about this, why would we trust them about anything else? Is that a bad argument? Yes.
Well, I can say something about that. Just let me. Oh, is it? Are we allowed to talk, or is this a?
Yeah, sure, yeah. I'll type in whatever you say too.
Yeah. So well, the main bit. First of all, if you look at pictures of the horizon, it is always straight and level. Yeah. Okay. This wouldn't be possible if the Earth was actually round. Additionally, yeah. Yeah. Of course, the horizon looks flat. Of course, it does. It's like we're ants on a little anthill or something. It's from our perspective. Yeah, it looks flat. The clue isn't that, like, if you're on a coastline and are looking at the sea, yeah, the horizon is flat. The curve happens sort of as you go forward, not what you see in your peripheral vision. Like west to east or whatever. It's when a ship. I know you've all heard this thing, but like when a ship moves behind the horizon, you can see the whole ship, and then you see the deck of the ship, and then you see the mast and the sail, and the crow's nest, and it disappears behind the horizon. So it's not. Yeah. So it may look flat, but that's because we're on the surface of it. But the curve is apparent when you look to the horizon at boats or whatever, or icebergs or mountains, or a land mass moving towards or away from you.
Hold on one second.
Right, but things obscuring from the bottom like that also happen over a planar surface. If the Earth was a globe, perhaps they would do that, but that doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. So over a planar surface, due to perspective, that exact same phenomenon happens and can be recreated on various scales as well, a small scale.
Sorry, did you say over a plane?
Yes, over a planar surface. Correct.
A plane or surface.
Planar. Do you know the word planar? Planar.
Oh, planar. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. It's your accent. Yeah. Beg your pardon. Yeah. So a planar surface. Yeah.
Right. So it's not proof of a globe.
Yeah. Well, are you talking about like a mirage?
No. I'm talking about the limited visual information. Like if you have a flat planar surface, let's say water or whatever it may be, and if you have an object on top of that, so you have the on the water type of a thing, and then you're standing, let's say 6 foot, above the water, your perspective point, there's various factors going on there in terms of the angular resolution, which is what you're able to resolve, the optical extinction point, meaning the point at which you're no longer able to see, the fact that everything converges at that point, at that horizon point, and the limited amount of visual information that you're able to acquire. I'm trying just to do a brief overview. I mean, there's a lot of more I could go into. I'm just kind of trying to just give a 10-second.
And does that? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. But does that same thing happen over like a desert horizon? Or does that only happen over water?
Well, what I'm describing would happen, over any flat surface that's going to occur if you have an object on top of that. Same reason the sun sets. The sun Well, see, it depends on like the ratios and the atmospheric conditions. So, for example, like sometimes the sun sets down to a tiny little circle and it to a tiny little pinprick, especially in the desert, like you said, where it's very dry. And then other times the sun will, cut off from the bottom up and it'll be huge, on the horizon.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but both of them are just the objects above the flat Earth and the sun, and it's moving away and it's meeting at that perspective point, at the convergence point. And there's a limited amount of information that your eye can resolve. And depending on the atmospheric conditions and so on, you're going to get that exact effect. I mean, you can recreate this, like even like if you're in a car and there's a stoplight in the distance. At some point, you're going to see, even though that stoplight is 30 feet above the street, at some point it's going to rise up. It's going to start to be visible. It's going to rise up, and then as you get closer to it, it's going to rise and rise. And when you're right under it, it's going to be right above you. So I mean, everything rises and sets over a flat surface like that.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
So, I mean, it's kind of a little bit of a trick that they've tried to convince people that just because the boats are doing that, somehow Earth is a globe. It's just doesn't mean that that's what it is. And I get it's kind of attractive off the surf at the beginning because you think, oh yeah, that's it, and they try to claim the ancient Greeks looked at boats and somehow thought this. I mean, there's propaganda behind it, but.
Yeah, I mean, not to, because the reason I'm here, and I've always said, like, in text chats or whatever, that, I'm not here to troll or to, I think it's great that, I think we should question science and what I think we should, that's the reason for science. We question, we wonder, we ask, we don't rely on other people to tell us, give me the proof, I want to see the proof. So however, you've almost stumped me a little bit there with that, horizon thing. Yeah, if you move towards the traffic light, and but at the same time, it is not like a flat Earth argument. Hold on, I had it. I had it a minute ago. Bear with me. Right. So as flat earthers, about the picture that was taken. That's like 200, whatever it is. That picture from the top of a mountain. Do you know about it? No. It was like it's the world's longest picture ever taken. Like furthest picture.
Mount Conagu?
Yeah.
Oh, say the name again?
I think it's called Mount Conagu in the Alps.
Yeah, I think that's right. And a lot of flat earthers use that as a, how could you, see that far? If the Earth curves every 15, whatever it is, and I'm rubbish because I do believe in the globe Earth, and I have done the research, and I do believe because I believe in what I've researched, but I'm really rubbish in remembering, all the facts and figures. But anyway, it's every 15 degrees or something. But this picture that's taken, is popular in flat Earth communities where they say, well, how did this person take this picture from the top of these mountains, to the Himalayas or whatever it is? And I've looked at the picture; it's fantastic, and it is a fantastic picture. It's amazing. But the thing is, he took it from the top of a mountain, and it sees the top of another mountain. You can't see the base. You can't see the base of that mountain.
That's all calculated. I just posted a picture of it. All of that's taken into consideration. Yeah, the height. The thing is that it's not just this. There are thousands upon thousands of these long distance observations all around the world, multiple locations, and in various different sets and settings. The Earth absolutely observes as an extended planar surface as far as we're able to see. but all of that's taken into account, the height, the amount of curvature that should be required. I mean, even the globe earthers, like they just try to say the light is bending around the curve, so they don't really have an explanation for any of this. They just sort of
I don't think they say that light bends around the curve. No, they don't say that.
Yeah, they claim there's a form of refraction that would essentially let you see around the ball, and then it bends and warps and displays the mountain or whatever it is as if it's an extended planar surface, but actually it's a globe. That's the best they can come up with.
Okay, but what about those like tests and I hate to like throw it at you that Behind the Curve documentary on Netflix, because I know that was anti-flat earther or whatever you might say, but whatever you think of that documentary, they did do that experiment where they shone a laser over that lake and they tested how high the laser would sort of appear as they went, and it absolutely proved what scientists say of a globe Earth. That they disproved their own argument.
Okay, is that something you believe? You're not. I think you're mixing up various different things. There was no laser test over. Which one are you referring to? You might be. Sounds like you're mixing up a couple things.
Yeah, I am, and I apologize. Like straight up, like I know what I believe because I have looked into it and stuff. But I will admit I forget stuff, and I may, I may use one example and then cross to another example. But please excuse me for that. But yeah, sorry. So yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, there's just been a lot of laser tests that have been done over lakes and things. So you might have been thinking of something slightly different. But are you referring in that documentary near the end of it? Are you talking about if it was near the end of the film where?
Yeah, and it maybe wasn't on a lake. Well, I don't know. But yeah, the end of the documentary. But yeah, and then I saw something on YouTube where they went out on a lake and there was and maybe Mark Sargent was there. I don't know, but I've seen a couple of examples of that laser test where it's been disproved, and the flat earther will. Well, I don't know exactly what they say, but they sort of go, "Oh, well, the conditions weren't right, or or the lighting's different, or and it seems like." From my experience, it seems like flat earthers will say, "Oh, I'll prove it. Well, okay. There's a space station up there, and here's a laser test, and well, no, that's not proof because the government's done that, and it's military people up in the space station, and it's like whatever we do to prove. I say we as if I'm involved, but whatever anybody does to kind of go, well, here's the information. It's like, well, I don't believe that information because I didn't find it out myself, and we don't. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, well, prove it to us. It's like every time it's proved to you, you don't accept it.
Okay. Well, there's a lot of different things you're bringing up, multiple different things, and I mean, in terms of deciphering truth, it's really an individual journey at the end of the day. There's a lot of information out there that'll say this, that, and the other. That's the same even with not to shift it into this topic, but even, diet, for example. There are people that will claim that a vegan diet is completely sufficient for health and so on. And there's even a lot of information that might convince someone of that, even though it's not, in my understanding, absolutely not the case whatsoever. There are nutrients in animal foods that are absolutely required. However, there are many, many out there that will claim that it's sufficient and so on. So I'm just saying there's a lot of information out there that can seemingly support various conclusions. Does that mean that those things are supporting the truth or not is another question. I'll mention in terms of the laser tests, I mean, there's a lot of them that have been done. None of them have indicated a globe Earth whatsoever. They all show an extended planar surface in terms of the lasers hitting the targets, the lasers being visible far beyond what they should. Now, in terms of the one in the Netflix documentary, that was some deceptive editing. So there were two events that were filmed that are part of, if you're talking about the end of the movie, one of them was using a laser. Another one was using a light and boards with holes cut in them. they kind of cut together.
Oh, yeah.
They edited together the 2 different days. They kind of edited them, so it's a little bit hard to tell which is from which day. Now,
sorry to interrupt, because sorry to interrupt just there, but because what you're saying is great, and I have respect for it. You know, I'm not being rude or judgmental or whatever, but you must understand what you're saying there is, it's how it's edited, and so, like, it just sounds like an excuse, doesn't it? You know, to say I was edited this way, and you didn't see, you weren't there for the real test, and
okay, well, I was there, and I'm in the film actually.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Amazing. Right. Okay.
There's actually a part with my voice, and then there's about 10 or 15 cuts that show me, my face, standing there, etc. I wasn't like interviewed or anything like that. There is about a 5 or 6 second part where my voice is in the film, and then there's about 10 or 15 other little flashes of me. So basically, the guy who did those, his name is Jaren. His channel is Jarenism. So he basically did 2. I hesitate to call them experiments because they weren't necessarily defined as that, but they were observations, let's call them. One of them, I was not at both of them. I was at the first one where we were using the laser. The second one, I was not physically present there, but the second one is where they were using the light, and they had holes cut in the boards, and they were trying to get the lights to go through the holes. And there's a lot to this. I won't go on too long of a thing about it, but what I will say is that on both.
No, please go on. I love it. I find it really interesting, genuinely. So yeah. Sorry, Carrie.
But I mean, the reason I know they were deceptively edited, just to kind of get right down to it, without getting into all the particulars of what was done those days, on both of those days, the end result was inconclusive. So they did not get a conclusive result. The second day, the one where they had the lights with the holes cut in it, I was not physically there that day, but I know, but from everyone I've heard who was there, and Jaren himself and many people, there were actually more people that showed up for that one. There were many, many globe earthers and flat earthers that were there. Everybody agreed that it was inconclusive, including the globe earthers. So when I say they deceptively edited it, yes, I know that they edited it to make it look like, oh, these flat earthers went out and proved the curve. That is complete deception, because nobody proved anything on either of those days. There were problems with the test. There were problems that were that they faced, and there was not a conclusive result. So I'm saying I know absolutely that they deceptively edited it to make it look like, oh, these dumb flat earthers just went and proved the curve, which is not the case.
Yeah, well, that's really interesting because, of course, that's exactly what the documentary said. But they spoke to the flat earthers, and they said, "Oh, it's inconclusive." But the documentary made out that, well, no, there's the result, and they're wrong, and you guys going, "Oh, it's inconclusive," was like you couldn't accept it. Okay. I'm kind of with you on that, and okay. It hasn't changed my mind. It hasn't changed my mind that story, but yes, I can understand how things can be edited and manipulated, and I hate things like a documentary like that tries to make you guys look stupid or uneducated, because I don't think that's the case. I think anybody who is a flat earther is educated and is just searching for more knowledge, like any other scientist would be, you know. So there's absolutely no judgment on my part, you know, and I could be wrong, and I accept that, and I've got an open mind.
That's all understandable, and that's fair. I mean, it's a huge topic without a doubt. I mean, there's so many components to it. We've got this sort of mainstream institutions that are claiming certain things, and then we've got people that are doing observations and tests independently of that. And then there's all the other factors, you know, that go into it, you know.
Yeah. Can I just ask like one more question? That is, I think my main question about the whole thing is why would we be lied to about it. You know, I could handle it, and I think everybody else on the Earth could handle it if they came out and said, "Oh yeah, the Earth actually is flat," and that's like I'd just go, "Oh, okay, we got it wrong. Yeah, the Earth is flat." Like why? Like why would it be a conspiracy? Why would it be hidden? You know?
Yeah. Well, the thing is about just getting it wrong, it can't really be that. I mean, I understand the idea. Maybe you could say in the past, maybe they were just thinking it was a globe, but then it wasn't, kind of thing. But I mean, in today's day and age, we've got NASA showing us pictures of a sphere floating in a vacuum. You know, we've got
but why? But why? Like, why are they lying to us? What are they achieving?
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, for sure, let's just, if the Earth, let's just say, is not a globe and is flat, as it were, I'm saying that it's 100% that someone's lying, because there's no way they just got it wrong, because, everything they've claimed up to this point, and so on and so forth. Well, the reason of why, I mean, that's a big question. I mean, I think the first thing I would say is that we're not them, so how could we really know in that on some level? Meaning that if we're not sitting in the boardroom of whatever they're doing, and the reasons why, it would be hard to know. For example, if you came upon a murder scene and you saw someone murdered, obviously part of that is, okay, the murder happened. Secondly, why did they do it? And you might not know why, maybe for whatever reason it is, until you investigate it more. So right now it's like we're at the stage where we're coming across the crime scene and saying, okay, wow, it's not a globe. In terms of why, I mean, I could I'll just throw you like my top 5. I mean, I've got at least over 100 reasons I've thought of, if not more, as to why. I think one of the top ones would be if there's more land. So let's say there's additional continents, additional land with rich in resources. Then by telling us it's a globe, it's a limited Earth. Like there it is, it's a sphere. You've got only these known continents. You've got a little ice at the top, a little ice at the bottom, the North and South poles, and that's it. So if there's more land, like let's say there's a whole nother continent, the size of United States or whatever it may be, they're hiding. One reason would be to hide that. And now if they hide that, then they keep that for themselves. All of the resources on that land, they're keeping for themselves.
Yeah, but who would be hiding it? Because
there's so many reasons why they would lie, man. We could spend all day on it. All day. I'm not even joking.
I just asked the AI that same question. You want to know what it said? I told you.
No, we don't care about your bullshit, fake AI robot.
It was pretty funny.
That's over with. That was only a space. That was a space filler before everyone got here.
What did the robot say?
No, it said it could be because of oil companies. They lose if we know it's round, or they lose if we know it's flat. It said they could also be pharmaceutical companies who don't want us to know that there are other worlds out there that don't need their drugs.
Yeah, there's so many reasons. I mean, more land is a big one. Money is a huge one. I mean, they're making millions, billions, trillions off of this in terms of NASA, in terms of everything involved with that. You have just controlling people's perspective of who they are, where they came from.
No, but sorry, but surely, like the land thing, if right, the Earth is flat and there's that endless land, in Antarctica or whatever. Well, like there's the Antarctica Treaty, and nobody can go there anyway. So why aren't we arguing over that? Do you know what I mean? It's not like, well, there's endless resources, so that's why we're not arguing. Surely that would be a reason for us all to fight and argue more. If there was a whole load of resources over the ice wall and stuff like that, to me that doesn't make sense. To say, they don't tell us because there's limited resources. If there's unlimited resources, that would cause more war, really, wouldn't it?
I don't understand. Listen, they could be hiding it because they have land. Maybe they have a paradise built somewhere that they don't want us fucking with these elite people, whatever. Maybe there's a dome somewhere and they don't want us going chiseling at the dome because it's dangerous.
But
maybe
so who knows? So who? So like, who is they?
Whoever's the elite, the ones calling the shots.
Yeah, the elite who run the countries here. So
the
we're fighting
group,
over the countries here, but they all suddenly agree over, over this other landmass.
Sure, I could tell you who they are. It's the Bilderbergs, the Rockefellers, Rothschilds, the Bohemian Grove people, the Skull and Bones, maybe the Freemasons, the 13 families. I mean, there could be a bunch of. What's up?
Gaining what? Gaining what over that ice wall?
Gaining what?
Yeah, gaining what?
All the resources from the other lands that they want. Maybe they just, I don't know, anything they want over there.
Because we're not benefiting from it, and we're arguing
of course you're not benefiting.
Oil in Iran and Dubai and whatever.
Of course you're not benefiting from it. You're not one of them. If you were one of them, you may be benefiting from it. I don't think you know understand how this would work. Why would they let you benefit?
Okay.
Why would they let you benefit off it?
No, I'm not talking personally. I just mean like if okay, maybe I'm trivializing it, but I mean, when sorry, I'll just look at your name again. Oh shit.
Listen, my name's Jeremy. There's been a power.
What Gio was saying about like resources and stuff, and they can get these resources. It's like, well, who and why? And if there's that many resources, why not give it to the rest of the world? Okay, I get that.
Because they want control.
Yeah, because of greed. But
greed, control. I think the ultimate goal is control. Like, you know how you want to control everything in your house? You want the temperature just right. You want the sounds just right. The smells, the colors. You want to control everything in your house, right? Who comes and goes. You don't want no strangers coming in your house, right?
But if it's unlimited,
do you understand what I'm saying? Hold on. This is a really good analogy. Do you understand what I'm saying with this? Your house, your apartment, wherever you live, you want to control it, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. These elites, they look at this as their house. This is their house. And they're trying to control everything in it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so that they can keep the monopoly and
they just want control, dude. Just like you want to control your house. They want to control their house. They think the world is their house.
Yeah. Okay, and I get that idea. I do. And I can be half sold on that because I think it is half true. I think that the elite do control the world. Money makes the world go round, or not. But money keeps the world going. It favors the elite. Money breeds money, and I get all that, and I believe all that. However, I don't think that means that the Earth is flat or anything. So that's what I mean. Where I think I'm halfway there with you.
It's not that it makes it. It's just a reason. You asked why they would lie. I could give you like 10 other reasons why they would lie. There's been a war going on with religion and science for hundreds of years. They debate now if the war is even over. They're still debating if the war is over. How do you think science explains flat Earth? Is that possible?
Well, yeah, it is possible.
Let's hear it. Flat Earth science.
Oh, well, I'll tell you.
How would they have came up with it?
But sorry, repeat that. How would who have come up with flat Earth?
Religion can come up with flat Earth easy. I can just say creator.
Yeah.
Well, how would science do that? You see what I'm saying? Science can't explain. Science can't explain a flat Earth.
Well, yeah, no, it can't, and that's why I believe in a globe Earth.
Yeah. You missed everything I said before that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think I have missed your point, but just try me again.
There's been a war going on with science and religion for hundreds of years. Okay,
right, yeah.
They wanted religion used to have power over the people. Now the science and government does. Okay, science, as it is now, can't explain a flat Earth. Religion can. A creator. You have a creator created a flat Earth. Okay, how you can't explain it scientifically. a flat Earth, the creation of it?
Oh God. Well, okay.
Here, I got something for you too. Voltaire said, "If you can make someone believe absurdities, they'll commit atrocities."
Sorry, just say that again, please.
Voltaire, Age of Enlightenment, one of the very first wave atheists, said, "If you can, people in power can get people to believe in absurdity, they'll commit atrocity." So what you got here in the globe, but why would they lie? It adds up to virtually making Americans believe they have some sort of global dominance. And what has America done with its global dominance since World War II? Even at World War II, right? By the end of World War II, America is the only superpower, and it used that to drop nuclear weapons on Japan. Limit these wars as domino effect. That it ended after Vietnam. Iran Contra. I mean, just one thing after another. The U.S. federal government has done, thinking they are the supreme power, global power.
Oh, we're number one, bro. We're number one. The real atrocity, though, is big pharma is the real atrocity.
Well, yeah, that ties in too. That they like a global pharmaceutical market that they can't compete in. So what do? They just say, well, here's a bunch of laws that Americans can only buy this, this, and this from these people, and they just line their pockets, and they think that's okay. They think what they're doing is okay because you got them to believe in this sort of nihilistic worldview where nothing matters. All hail the almighty dollar. And on the dollar it says, "In God we trust."
Do you need more reasons? Do you need more reasons for why they would lie? Why they might lie?
How about why would you believe them? That might be a better question because it might narrow it down to an actual showcase. Like
I don't know. They could be lying to protect us because we would definitely want to know what's out there. What if aliens from some outer pond came and was like, "Yo, if you guys ever walk out of this zone, we're gonna fuck your whole shit up." Or what if there's a dome and they don't want people chiseling at it? Or there's two right there. Like they could be doing it for our own good to try to protect us from our inquisitive minds. Curiosity kills a cat. I mean, there's so many reasons. Money, power, control. I don't know. I can cite a song. I have a good song. If you want to know why they would lie. That wasn't even a question in my mind when I first started. When I first got into this, that was so obvious of why they would lie. It wasn't even, maybe I knew more stuff than some people or something, but like, why would they lie? Wasn't even a question for me. Why do people lie?
Yeah, I hate to admit it was for me.
Was it?
Because I had a lot of jingoism attached to the space race and Republican family and whatnot.
Did you think the moon landings were real before you got into
Yeah, I was all into that. I was like,
that's why. See, I knew for like 20. I knew since the 90s they were fucking fake.
Yeah, I was a big talking point with me because I do have some family overseas too, and we kind of joke back and forth with each other about which country's better and whatnot. You just kind of explain, well, here we got peanut butter. What do you got? And just kind of going back and forth. It's like, hey, last time I checked, whose country's flag is on the moon? And they'd be like, "Oh, you believe that? That's so hokey." I'm like, "Oh, drink some more haterade," you know. And then when I started actually looking at it, because I'm like, why do they? Why like they're relatives, right? So I know that it's not like I know there's some sort of whatever. And just looking at what they started talking about, I'm like, holy crap, that's a good point. I'm like, yeah, the lunar rover, there's no tracks. The bouncy bike, it's like,
and the lasers there on the moon. Yeah, one got covered with dust. How does it get covered with moon dust if there's no atmosphere to move the dust?
That was a huge one for me. They're like saying, I go, you can get a reflection from a laser off the moon. Like, no, you can't. It's covered in dust. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Well, the dust moves because the moon gets pummeled with, rocks and asteroids and but also there's moonquakes, like earthquakes. So it can become unsettled and obviously meteorites, asteroids, whatever, can hit the moon, and that's what happens. It does get covered up. So Neil Armstrong's footprints probably aren't there anymore. Although, theoretically they should be because it's in a vacuum and whatever. But it won't.
Do you know how many?
It's still an active rock in space, isn't it? It still interacts with what hits it, and that fine moon dust moves through.
Let me just say something. The Earth's atmosphere gets bombarded every day with meteoroids, meteors, and micrometeors. Something like that. There's like 3 or 4 things we get bombarded with.
Yeah, but we have an atmosphere,
some of them are,
and we're massive.
Yeah, I know. Hold on, man. I'm not done.
Sorry.
Most of them are very tiny and get eaten up by the atmosphere. Yes, you're correct. However, the moon, they're not getting eaten up, right?
That's right. Yeah.
It's literally like the Earth gets hit with like tens of millions of these a day. Millions of them a day. So the moon's going right through that. The moon's got to be getting hit with some of that. So I mean,
yeah, that's right, and that's why the dust moves and covers Neil Armstrong's footprints and covers the laser, the mirrors that we bounce the lasers off.
Yeah, like those micrometeors and micrometeorites and shit, they're going dumb fast. And when they hit that dust, it's going to be knocking a lot of dust up.
Yeah, of course it is. Yeah.
Like high, because there's not fucking, there's way less gravity, they say. So the dust is going to be going up dumb high.
Yeah. Okay. I can't remember like 1/6 or something, but that means nothing. But yeah, like you can jump half higher than you could whatever it is. I don't know, but yeah.
Just tell me this: if you were one of the guys going up to the moon, right, and it was in the mission parameters, would you be jumping around all crazy like a bunny rabbit, smacking your face shield on the the rocks and the gravel underneath you and the dirt?
Well, no, I wouldn't, but they didn't do that either.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
They were bouncing, they were hopping around, falling on the ground, banging their face shields against the ground. I saw it happen.
No, they weren't.
That didn't happen? I didn't see that happen?
Okay, link a video or something, or send me a video that, and I bet whatever it is that you've seen, I could explain. Because a lot of people say, the first man on the moon wasn't Neil Armstrong. It's whoever went out and put the camera there to watch him take the first step. The camera was on a jib on,
Listen to me. You've never seen the astronauts jumping around and falling face first towards the ground?
Yes, I think I've seen them popping about. I don't know about falling face first.
You've never seen them fall. You've only seen them fall backwards. You're saying?
Well, no, I don't think I've seen them fall. I just think I've seen them hopping about. And I know in later missions there was I can't remember the name of the astronaut, but there was one who went, "Oh, I was walking on the moon one day," and he did a song. I know one of them hit a golf ball. I know one of them dropped a hammer and a feather at the same time to illustrate vacuum.
Listen, you've only seen all the propaganda videos. You obviously have not watched all the footage from the moon landings. Okay.
No.
If you watch all the footage from the moon landings, you'll see what I'm talking about. They fall many times, face first, because they're hopping around like bunny rabbits.
Okay, right. And so why would? Okay, well, send me that footage, but why would that be a
I'm not
problem
sending
anyway?
I'm not sending you that footage. If you haven't seen this, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, so you're saying that, like, why would they be falling face first in case they break their visor on a rock? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you're live on television in front of the whole world. The whole world's watching. Not only that, you crack your shield, you crack your face mask, or rip your suit or something and die. You could just jeopardize the whole mission, your life, your partner's life.
Okay, well, I don't know. I guess I can't comment until I see it, but I'm on my phone right now. I only have my
Everyone
phone.
here has seen it. I don't know how you haven't. You've seen all the propaganda ones. You saw him drop a hammer and a feather. You saw him hit a golf ball. You saw all the propaganda shit, dude.
Well, yeah. Well, I think I've kind of seen them stumble about, but I don't know what. But I think you underestimate a spacesuit. Do you know what I mean? Like them falling over on the moon isn't gonna like cut a hole in the spacesuit and they're dead. Yeah, that visor isn't just like a pane of glass. It's like I don't know what it is, but it obviously isn't just a pane of glass.
No, they did a whole thing about this because this is one of the big talking points for why the lunar mission.
But why would when you say such obvious stuff like like the flag fluttered and this, like why would NASA or anybody who tried to fake it, the US government or whoever, right? If they were trying to fake this, why would they make mistakes, such simple mistakes like that? Like
hubris.
What's a simple mistake?
Well, like what you like the flag fluttering, it'd be like, oh yeah, okay, right, we're gonna fake it, so we're gonna let the flag flutter. Like you'd be looking out for that. If I was faking,
they would be looking for it.
If I was standing Kubrick and they asked me to fake it, I'd be like, oh, make sure that flag don't fucking move. But the flag moved because that's how a flag moves with a pole in the top in a vacuum.
Let me tell you why, bro. Because when you're faking something, you don't always catch everything, right? You see these Hollywood blockbuster videos that they spend, millions and billions and billions of dollars on. They are going over their shit with a fine-tooth comb with a lot of fucking people, and they still miss shit, right? You're never going to catch everything when you're faking something.
Yeah, very true. Right? But if I was making if Hollywood made a film that would win like the world Oscar for best film ever, and Russia and China and whatever other countries were going for that same award, they would pick it apart and go, "No, mate, you got that rank. No, we deserve the Oscar." Why has Russia and China never challenged it? Never challenged the fact that America landed on the moon, because America did land on the moon. Why the people who have a reason, the space race and everything, the people who have a reason to say this did not happen, no, just so that they can, if it's a conspiracy of winning it or whatever. Russia, who the Cold War happened soon after, and all the enemies, they all agreed this happened.
Hey, Jamie, have you ever heard of the Emperor Wears No Clothes?
I've heard of it, but
you know the story?
No, I actually don't know the story.
Oh, please don't tell the
fucking story. The story in short is that the king or the emperor is walking around naked in front of all of the spectators, right? Now the spectators are told that he has these fine threaded clothes on, and his people around him are talking about how beautiful his clothes are, and describing the details of all of his draperies that are just like amazing. But he's walking around buck naked, right? And there's a kid there that's going, he's naked. He's naked. Why can't you see he's naked? And everyone else is going, what are you talking about? He's not naked. They just described all these clothes to us, and they said how beautiful his clothes are, so he must be wearing clothes, right? But he's buck naked. And the point is that they faked the moon landing poorly on purpose, so that then they could tell you the feat was what it was, and if you believe it, that's your fault.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Okay. That's amazing.
The astronauts are wearing no suits.
Okay. Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. I love that. Yeah.
Now, if they did that, then you'd really know it was fake. But they did the tweakers, homeless shelter, and the moon buggy that even can't even fit on the fucking lander. They did the no spot underneath the lander when it lands. It's supposed to have had a thruster underneath that allowed it to lower itself down. But there's no crater whatsoever. There's no prints where there's nothing to it that looks real except for the basics, which is like the basics, the Emperor wears.
But what about Apollo 13 then? What about that mission where they were going to and everything went wrong, and
right,
to me,
just a story. Just a story.
Yeah. So going to
So then they were like, oh, now we have trouble getting back to the moon. Oh, okay. So then that gives us an excuse to say we're not going back or we're not. They have to have all these risky things happen, so people aren't wondering why they aren't going up.
But how?
Okay, well,
why, like, if
for whatever reasons, they have stories, right? I can't say exactly why.
If everything's like, all right, yeah, we're there. Let's do golf balls on the moon. Let's drop hammers and feathers. Let's fall flat on our face. Let's do fucking whatever. We've won. The Soviets don't care anymore. China doesn't care anymore. Great. Why send Apollo 13 to then fail? All of them
fail. They never go anywhere. It's just a story. No one ever goes to space. That's the point.
Right. Okay. So all of them people who have gone to, I could find out the number, but I don't know. So there's a certain amount of astronauts who went to the moon, or say they did.
They say they went to the moon, right?
And then there's a certain amount of astronauts who say they've been to the ISS, the International Space Station.
Sure.
So all of them are lying. And all the people.
No, you know what? They're not. They're not lying.
Hold on. So not just them, but all the people who turned up every day to NASA, all those engineers and scientists who turned up every day thinking they're building a rocket back in the 60s. Turning up every day thinking they're building a rocket to send us back. So are they all lying, or did they think they were building a rocket?
I think that's probably a combination. But it's funny because we always say I'm no rocket scientist, as if that's like the pinnacle of achievement. Well, those guys are smart enough to build a rocket. They're just not intelligent or wise enough to realize it never goes to space.
Oh God, no.
So it's dividing the smart from the wise.
Yeah. So you're cleverer than them. You're
I'm not saying I am. This is my best guess. I don't know.
Yeah, but you're the one who.
This is what I think.
You're the one who is. But you're the one who's saying that you are cleverer than them because you know that they didn't go to space, whereas all these rocket scientists who built the rocket.
I'm not saying I'm more clever. I'm not saying I'm more clever. I'm just saying I suspect if they don't know that we're not going to space, then that would make them smart enough to build a rocket, but not wise enough to know it never goes to space. That's all I'm saying. They may be more clever than me in lots of ways.
Well, how can they be wise enough and clever enough to build the rocket that's capable of doing it, but then it never happened?
Well, maybe they think it does. I don't know. I mean, they got a paycheck, right? So they're not worried. They're not going to try to question things when they got a paycheck rolling.
Yeah, but if they're
right?
clever enough to do it, why fake it and why not just do it?
Well, because you can't go to space. That's the problem. It's a second law of thermodynamics.
Okay. Okay.
If you can't go to space, then they'd have to fake it, right? They own space.
Yeah.
I mean, think of all the stories about what the stars were and the gods and all the different things that along the way people have been manipulated by, right? And we look back on those things now and say, oh, well, they used to believe this about the moon, and they used to believe all this superstition. Well, they just decided to own space. They own everything and say they have it all figured out. Then they just cut out all the other people that are like trying to sell shit about it.
Okay, so do you believe in space? Do you believe there's it? You know, if we could build a rocket and go up, you end up in like a vacuum, regardless of where the moon is or whatever.
How would I know? Why would I want to believe something I can't know about? Obviously, they're thinking what they're telling us what they want us to think about it, and it's not doesn't seem to add up. So why would I think I know?
So okay, so you're saying, you know, I don't believe it until I see it. You know,
I'm not a flat earther. I'm a non-ball-lever.
Oh, that is a great phrase, but a non-ball-lever, did you say? Or
yeah, that's right.
That's amazing. I've never heard that phrase before. That is amazing. That is I love that. A non-ball-lever.
I think that's the best way to put it. Because if it's not a ball, what is it? It's just what it seems, right? We all experience a stationary level Earth. That's all we all can have. That's all we all have in common. So it's not like a belief. It doesn't have to be a belief. It's our base axiom. From there, you know, we can believe things, but unless you can prove it, it's just a belief.
Yeah, well, you know what? Okay, so like you said, non-ball lever, love it. It's kind of like being an agnostic or something. Yeah, I love that. Right, okay, so you.
Plus, if you had a shirt that said non-ball lever, you would start the conversation up a lot because people would think, "What are you, an atheist?" Or they would ask you, "What does that mean?" Because it's spelled differently, you know. Yeah. You're like, "Oh, it's not that I don't believe in God. You know, it's that I just don't believe we're on a ball, and I don't know what it is, but I just don't believe we're on a ball anymore. It doesn't add up."
Yeah. Well, okay, right. So here's my question to you directly, not to the group, to you directly. What did you ask me? What do I believe? Well,
let me ask you something else real quick about the ISS. You mentioned the ISS. People on there are all lying or whatever, right? You've seen the Duper's Delight. You know what that means, right? You know, people have that smile where they're like they like. You know that they're tricking you, and they know they're tricking you, and they give you a smile to let you know that they're tricking you. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's called Duper's Delight. It's a smile.
Duper's Delight. What? And what do you ask when you're watching?
Well, I'm saying you could interpret it that way. It could just be a smile, but if somebody does something completely ridiculous, like if I were to smash a bunny rabbit with two hands and have it disappear, and I smiled at you. I didn't. You know, the bunny didn't disappear. It was a trick, right?
Right.
So that's Duper's Delight.
You're full of great phrases. Yeah. So Duper's I would call it like a knowing glance. You know, you give somebody sort of that knowing glance.
But the reason I bring it up is look at the ISS footage and just type into YouTube ISS bathroom tour, and it's the woman with the black witch hair that stands straight up.
I've watched it. I've watched it.
Okay, you've seen that. Now go back and just take a critical, approach it with the most critical eye that you can. Okay, and then think about it, and then look at the toilet. Right, there is no seat for you to sit on. There's like a 3-inch pipe. There's of course not. Right, 3-inch pipe hole for you to aim in. Right, so I don't know if you're supposed to suction your butt to that little pipe hole sticking up or what it is, but it's just ridiculous. Plus, you'd have poop. You think about if you had explosive diarrhea going in there without gravity, and you have diarrhea floating all over the place. And at the end of the whole thing, she's like, "Well, here's where we keep our wipes because things do get a little messy." Duper's Delight smile.
Well, okay, I see what you're saying. But that little hole, you don't sit down. That hole, when they take the lid off, is like a vacuum. It's so you
suck your
hover
intestines
over
out.
it. You hover over it and take your shit or whatever.
You just hover.
Oh,
you hover over it. Oh, you hover. Yeah, that's what we all like to do, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you notice that there's no seal on the door. There's not even a seal on the door, bro. All those fumes. You know how bad it would stink in that little place?
Yeah, but
even without the toilet, you know how bad it would stink in the ISS after a day or two? Think about months on end.
No, right, no. Do you realise how much money it costs? It must cost. If you
the toilet alone costs $1 billion or $1 million or something ridiculous.
Be a little curtain. If you're military, right, or whatever, and not all of them are military up there, but if you're in, I don't know, on an Iraqi tour or Afghanistan or like our British troops in Cyprus or whatever it is, you make do with the facilities available. Right?
Oh, they make do. That's why they spent like $38 million on the toilet alone that you can't even have a seat for. They're making do without the suction doorway because the toilet costs too much. We spent too much on the toilet. We're going to have.
You don't need
a seat
for it.
Okay,
and you don't need
I'm just giving you a challenge.
You don't need a door.
Get yourself a 3-inch pipe hole, and you even have gravity at your advantage. I just want to see you hover over a 3-inch pipe hole for a week using that toilet, and you see how convenient that is.
No. That's exactly where you're wrong. It wouldn't work on Earth, and that's why it looks weird to you. It would not work on Earth. In zero gravity, that toilet works the best way it can. And the fact that it's like a curtain screen thing that pulls in front of it, nobody cares about the smell you put. They're in space, for God's sake, you know.
Okay, wait. Why wouldn't the toilet work if it had a suction on Earth? If it had a suction, it would work on Earth just the same.
No. Okay, right. So you've been in an airplane. Have you been in an
airplane? It's like you're trying to convince me that the Emperor's wearing clothes, bro. I can see he's naked and you can't. That's the point.
No, listen. I'm not trying to convince you anything, but please just listen to me. You've been on an aeroplane, yes or no?
Yes.
Yes. Have you ever taken a shit in an aeroplane toilet?
Yeah, the seat helped a lot.
You have. The seat did help a lot because
it's convenient.
Yeah, because even in an aeroplane, there's gravity. So you
right. But what about a strap? Why not just try to have a little strap that holds you to the seat at least? Wouldn't that be a little more convenient?
A strap to hold what in an aeroplane?
No, on the ISS. If gravity is a problem, strap yourself to the seat. Then at least you can sit down while you're going to the bathroom. Nobody wants to hover over it after the last person in there made such a mess that you're having to deal with the smell of his stinky shit in that little outhouse that has no fucking seal on the door. And you're fucking smelling it all day and then going in there and trying to hover over the pipe hole and aim down at that thing and then change out the little bag. And then all that is just so fucking duper's delight. If you don't get it, then they don't feel sorry for you.
Okay,
that's why they do it that way. They make it that way on purpose, in my opinion. Sure, I'll listen to you.
Please listen to me. Please listen to me. Yeah, I get what you're saying. That may be what it looks like. Okay, when you watch a video with that, I wish I could remember her name because I do know her name. But yeah, that astronaut with the long black hair and whatever, and she washes her hair, doesn't she? I think. In the video, but anyway,
they wash their hair. They don't care where the water's going. They got frizzy hair all over the place. They don't care where the hair goes. I mean, if they were really doing it up, they would all have short hair. They wouldn't let their hair or water go around the place. Wouldn't have wires hanging out all over the place. They do it that because if you believe it, that's your fault.
But then we'd have all the Karens on Earth going, why can't women go up with long hair? Stop shaving women's heads in NASA.
Oh, so it's a women's rights thing. Is that what you're trying to claim? You're trying to claim they should have a right to have long hair because otherwise people would complain, even though it might be a safety issue. We don't want people to complain, right? Is that what you're saying? Does that make any sense to you? Are you believing your own words?
Hey, shut up for a minute. Yeah, no, I was making a joke there, but I will get to that if you want me to.
Okay, I'm glad you were joking.
I will get to the hair thing. I will get to the hair thing if you want me to. But let me explain the toilet thing, right? Okay, so you made a few good points. Yeah, well, why not yet? Like strap into the toilet or whatever. You have to understand, right? That so pretend you're a globe Earther now. Pretend like space works in this globe Earth's world, right? When you're up in space, right, zero gravity, there is no up or down. It doesn't matter, because there is no up or down. On the deck of the ISS, however, if you imagine like it's not a tube, if you imagine like a square, and you're floating through that square, when you're facing one way, well, that's up and that's down. If you if you turn on your side, well, then suddenly to you, that's up and that's down. What was once east and west is now north and south to you, to your perspective, yeah. And on the ISS, their bedrooms are on the top, like in the ceiling, and east and west, and on the floor. Their bedrooms are there. And when you orientate yourself to that's because in zero gravity in space, there isn't up or down. It's wherever you orientate yourself is.
Listen to me. Right? Can I just interject? I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Okay, go on.
Listen to me. If that bathroom was real, okay, it would be they would have it be a negative pressure room. Do you know what that is? It's something they use in hospitals.
Like an air thing, an airlock.
No, it's something they use in hospitals. And so when you open a door, stuff doesn't go out. It only comes in. That's what you would want to have, because if they're up there and if they get some poop, you don't want poop and piss and shit flying around. Like you would make sure you don't want all your astronauts getting sick from dysentery or some shit. Like you're on the Oregon Trail.
It doesn't, because what I was going to get to. Okay, so the reason I was talking about the bedrooms was because up and down doesn't matter. So when you get to the toilet there, you don't need a toilet seat because you can't sit down, you can't stand up. You're in zero gravity, you cannot sit down. So they have that tube. Just bear with me, please. You have that tube for either your penis or your vagina, however. You have the tube that pulls out. She shows in the video where you can pee into that, and that's a vacuum. When you pull that tube out, and so it goes, so it sucks. And then there's that weird toilet-looking thing, so you can hold on to the sides of the thing. I don't know. I've not been up there, but you hold on that, and you will shit in that weird tube thing. But the tube is sucking the whole time, so it's sucking everything in. Yes. Has anybody had diarrhea on the space station? I don't know, but I would assume, yeah, over the amount of years, probably that has happened.
Yeah, especially with a liquid diet.
But it makes total sense to me that's how the toilet would work, and you just sit and hover on it, and it.
You just sit. I mean, hover. You just sit. I mean, hover.
Hang on. I have a question.
Listen to yourself, bro. Just listen to yourself. Have some fucking I don't know, pride. I mean, the emperor wears no clothes. That's the point.
Yeah, but it's not about pride. You leave your dignity at the door. When when you join like a noble program, like becoming an astronaut or joining the army or the police force, you do what needs to be done. And if a bit of your shit lands on the wall, well, who cares? And if another astronaut smells the shit you had earlier, well, Oh well, do you know what I mean? They're not worried about stuff like that because
Yeah,
it's
I'd be
more
saying, why'd you
important
spend
matters.
38 million on the toilet and not give me a seal on the door or a seat to sit on with a strap so I can be comfortable every time I go?
Okay, so what door?
That's what I would say.
So what door would you have on the toilet? What door would you have, and how
Something
would
that
you get it
seals,
there?
something that seals out the fumes.
Okay, so you would spend another like $2 million on
Well, if
getting
they
a
spent,
steel
how much did they
door.
spend on the toilet? It's really literally they spent 38 million on the toilet alone, and it's
Yeah,
just an
because
airport fucking
because they
bathroom seat.
needed that.
It's just an
Yeah, because
airplane seat.
because
It's just an
because they
airplane. It's just like
needed.
an airplane bathroom, right?
They
It
spent
suctions this
money.
shit just the same
They
way.
spent money on the toilet because they needed a toilet. They don't need a door.
They could use a better door if they're going to spend that much on a toilet and some straps and a seat.
They only spend money on what they need. They
Yeah,
need
the
a
way that-
toilet because humans piss and shit. They don't need a door because you know what? You're up in space. You're drinking rehydrated piss anyway, and you're eating fucking dehydrated meals.
Dude, they get 64 million a day.
Really think,
they get 64 million a day, bro. You can't spare for a seat for a door that seals.
Do you really think that their biggest worry is smelling their crewmates' shit? That is not their biggest worry.
One of their biggest worries should be keeping their crew healthy and not getting dysentery on the Oregon Trail, right? So
there you go.
What you would want.
And
Hold on a second. One second, man.
Have any of them got dysentery? Have any
One
of them got
second.
ill?
1 second. The way the ISS is built, it's not like you can just wash walls. There's all kinds of exposed conduits and wires and all kinds of shit just totally exposed, dude. Not even possible to fucking clean all that shit.
Yeah, but there's
you get poop and piss flying out the doors and the wires, the walls.
Yeah, not still. Yeah, so yeah, well, exactly. So the smell isn't a worry. Nobody gives a shit about the excuse the pun.
But you know they're drinking each other's piss. They're drinking Russian piss up there.
Yeah,
you don't get it.
Well, exactly.
You don't get it. They can't afford water, but they can afford 38 million on a toilet and 64 million a day in taxes.
Not about
Are you kidding me? They can't afford it. Yeah, they can't because they can't get the ship to go up. They can't afford to have the resupply ship that's going to meet them.
It costs millions of pounds. It costs millions of pounds to send, you know, a pound of something up there. You know, it costs millions.
That's why
pointing out one thing.
They're not going to send up a steel door.
You're a true believer, aren't you?
I don't want to smell a Russian person's shit.
Yeah,
are you a true believer? Or are you hired to defend them?
It costs a lot to send shit up there. That's why Jeranism caught them out there sending up mad Super Bowl T-shirts. Remember when they wore the Super Bowl T-shirts when Jeranism caught them doing that shit? They would have had to send like 20 pounds or 50 pounds or something.
Hold on. Also, maybe I contradict my point where what's his name? Chris Hadfield had his guitar up there, didn't he? Do you remember that? Like ground control to Major Tom.
Well, how about when Chris Hadfield tweeted? How about when Chris Hadfield tweeted?
He was.
Oh, the IS. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jeremy. No, go ahead.
Can you hear me? The best. We hear you, Godric. Go ahead.
Okay. Have you ever had one of those explosive shits that you just like, bam, it just comes out like crazy? Happened on ISS in 40 years. That's never happened?
Yeah. Well,
that's what the wipes are for.
Well, I don't know. Maybe
it gets a little messy.
No, but the thing is, I think an answer to that is the astronauts are really super healthy, and you know, I don't know what they eat up there, but those meals, it's not like they're ordering a kebab or Mexican food or whatever and getting pissed so that the next day, you know, do you know what I mean?
But I mean, if
they're on quite a decent diet that I imagine they have quite healthy stools.
A healthy stool. Okay, if you took a shit in the weightlessness of space, you're saying your shit would not float up?
Yes, it would float up, but as I said before, the toilet that they hover above, not sit on, but aim for is a vacuum. It goes.
What would happen if it's a vacuum? You sat on it. Would it vacuum your innards right out?
No, I don't think so. I don't know. I'm sure it has a safety feature.
When you say
oh yeah, sure. And then you're holding a yellow cone in front of you while you're trying to pee, and you're hovering over this thing, holding the yellow cone. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I just want to challenge you to try it for a day, for a week.
I just don't understand, why you think it's
that mechanics of this vacuum. Are you talking about like it's
to me it does make sense.
Space to vacuum.
So no. I mean like a suction, like a vacuum cleaner, not the vacuum.
Well, how do they get suction if they're not sitting on it?
Like a
and if they were going to do, if they were going to use suction, why wouldn't they strap themselves? But if they're hovering over it, why do they have the suction? Why don't they have the seat with the strap if they're going to use the suction?
Well, why? What? Oh, I'm going to repeat myself here. Well, what? Okay, so you've used a vacuum cleaner on, like in your house, right? And you pull off that so you pull off that cord thing that does around the skirting board, right? So that sucks. Okay. Like it doesn't need a seal on the top to suck it. It just sucks. So when they turn it on or pull it off the wall or whatever, it starts. It draws air into it, like a chimney flue. Like a chimney draws the air, right? And you sit over it or hover over it or
Jamie,
however.
do me a favor. Just pretend for like 1 minute. Just close your eyes and pretend that we're right. And it's as ridiculous as we're telling you. And then think about how ridiculous you must sound right now.
Yeah, okay, right. Okay, fair enough. But I'll be honest, I genuinely do. I do see things from your point of view. I do see it from your perspective. But equally, it feels like it's less. Although on the face of it, what you're saying does seem logical, when you think about it and and process it and whatever, it's the most illogical thing. What I'm saying is absolutely logical.
Oh, yeah, you haven't really listened back to this conversation after you've thought about it then. Because you're just trying to make excuses that don't make any sense whatsoever. You're calling it logical. You're telling me the emperor is wearing beautiful clothes and he's obviously naked. That's the point. That's what we started this conversation with.
Mic check.
Okay, so
Jamie,
right,
you might be using logic. You might be using the word logic in the wrong context.
Get out of the hallway, Matrix.
I'm fucking smoking. I can't get out of the fucking hallway, guys. Just deal with it for a while.
I'm scared.
Jamie, you might be using the word logic wrong because logic is a product of information. And if you do not have the proper information, you cannot put proper logic together. So I think you might be using logic wrong here.
Okay, so it's the product of information. So I feel like I have the correct information, and you guys feel that you have the correct information. And I'm here to listen to you, and I'm trying to understand. And if you can say something, any one of you, something compelling that would change my mind, I will change my mind. I genuinely will. Like, I'm open-minded here, but I can't help but see it the way that I see it.
Do you understand why do you see the way that you see it? Do you understand why do you believe the things that you believe, or how the things that you believe came to get a full rest stop in your head? How did you gather this information that you now believe and you call true?
Okay, so I guess like most of you guys, I was brought up like as a globe earther, like that's what you learn in school and whatever. And when when I heard about the flat Earth thing, maybe 10 years ago, maybe not that long, but 8-10 years ago or something, I sort of heard things about it, and also at the same time, I was reading or hearing things about the faked moon landings and stuff, and I went and I researched it. I spoke to people online, and yes, okay, okay, it was online, so maybe not gospel or whatever. But also I watched programs with people like Brian Cox and stuff like that, and I know that you guys will think they're part of the same thing, but yeah, I genuinely questioned it. I genuinely questioned the moon landings, myself. I love space. I've got a tattoo on my wrist of all the planets. So I've always loved space. But yeah, I questioned the moon landings. I did. Did research into it, looked at those pictures and stuff. Did all of that, looked into it, decided for myself, no, I really genuinely think we did land on the moon. Then the flat Earth thing. Okay, well, actually, what if? I wonder. And I emailed Mark Sargent, and I was working for a pub at the time, but I was writing small articles for a local paper, and I sent Mark Sargent an email asking for an interview, and he did very kindly email back, and we never did the interview, but I asked him kind of the same questions I've asked you. I said, if we imagine the Earth's flat, why are we being lied to? And he sent an interesting response. And so I've researched. Like I said earlier, I'm really rubbish. It doesn't mean I'm bullshitting you guys, but I am really rubbish at remembering, names and moments and stats and figures and 15 degrees and fucking laser tests and all this stuff. I can't remember.
We're not judging you there, bro. We're not judging you there, bro. A lot of us are really rubbish in remembering those details. It's only a few freaks, a few of quote unquote flat earther freaks that remember all the fucking details.
I genuinely have looked into it. And I stand by what I believe, and yeah, and I'm here to be. I'm here because I find the conversation fascinating and stuff. I'm not here because I think I'm cleverer than you guys or anything like that. In fact, I think I could learn something. I think it's important to have your opinion or belief or whatever challenged. So that's why I'm here.
So if you were talking to someone about whether or not it's a globe or whether or not it's flat Earth, and that person asked you for your honest opinion about your personal go-to evidence, what would be the first point that you would bring up for you?
Okay, so I think the first point I would bring up would be about the horizon and how we see boats go up and down behind the horizon. I think that would be my first thing. If we needed to talk about scientists and NASA and stuff, I actually think I'd avoid that at first, but because the argument there is but that it's part of the government, it's government funded, and they've got an agenda and it's this and it's that. I think I genuinely would sort of go, right, come with me and look at that. Also, I was going back to the ISS. I would say, well, okay, so here's the horizon, and we watch the ship do that. And right, tonight, sit in my garden with me, and I can go onto my app and see when the ISS is going to fly over, and we'll watch it. A solid ball of light go from southwest horizon to whatever, and we'll watch it go across. And so so what's that?
Okay, so hold on, just real quick. I just want to follow up just real quick, and then so I appreciate the fact that your first point is boats going over the horizon. So have you done anything for yourself personally, or have you just looked at videos? Have you actually gone out to the shoreline? And if you did watch for this event, did you use any tools, or were you just using your eyes?
So no, I've not like conducted an experiment. I've literally like just been on the beach and watched it, and
Okay.
and watched YouTube videos and stuff. So
okay, so you've watched boats go over the curve, in your opinion, with your own eyes. Okay, so
well,
how large?
Yeah,
how large were these boats? Were these sailboats? They.
No. So as you say, it's a good question actually, because no, I guess I've not actually physically watched a boat sink behind the horizon.
Okay.
No,
I'm
not seeing that.
Yeah, let me just wrap it up with this. So the thing that anybody needs to realize is that what you can see with your naked eye looking out over the horizon is very, very obscure for anyone to be able to say that they are actually watching something happen with their naked eyes, because the horizon is so far away and the details are so obscure. It is impossible for anyone without the aid of an oculus, either binoculars, a telescope, or a high-powered camera.
So how can you say?
Hold on. Yeah. Just let me. Yeah. Well, all I'm saying is that the accuracy of the human eye on its own, there is no way anyone can ever say that they can see with any detail that that's what's happening at that distance.
Okay, so how can you say that you can see, the Himalayas over whatever distance, all this stuff? If the human eye can't tell you, that's
I'm not making any claims about seeing the Himalayas. I've never been to India, so I'm not really sure why you're bringing this up. We're talking about making observations over the ocean.
So I maybe don't mean the Himalayas, but I mentioned earlier about like the world's longest photograph.
Yeah.
And it was like from one mountain range, and you can see the top of another mountain range and whatever. But you can only see that mountain range, the other mountain range, through his camera, and you can only see the peak. You can't see the bottom of it. So where's like your proof that you can look? If the Earth is flat, surely I would be able to see, off the west coast of England, or I'll be able to look across and see the Statue of Liberty.
Okay, well, just to be brief, that statement right there tells me that you don't understand the nature of the human eye or the nature of the medium through which you are looking over distance. You honestly do not understand what's at stake in the nicest possible way.
Okay, perhaps I don't, but
so let me just come at you real quick. I've personally made observations for myself over the past 4 years. I have hundreds of thousands of photographs and videos and hours spent filming the islands, filming boats. And the one thing that I can say for sure is that the horizon over long distance water, the horizon is always the result and the effect of refraction, either with or without mirage. It is always an optical effect.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Well,
I can agree
if
with
I
that,
can,
and I'm not.
if I can help Jamie out here, like basically his point is, we never see far enough for the Earth to be flat. Like that's the shortest summarization, I think.
Well, that's.
Well, there's some globers that. Hold on, Travis. There's some globers that would There's some globers that would argue we see too far for it to be flat.
Like I don't know the measurements, and this is where I fall down with this sort of argument, and it's also why I'm open to what you guys are saying. But to me, you can. I can't remember the distance. Say it's 22 miles. Say if I'm stood on the beach and I look out into the North Sea from England, where I'm from, I stand on Redcar Beach and I look out and I can see 22 miles. That's the horizon. But then I go up, up a tower, 10 stories. Well, then I can see 34 miles further because I'm higher up, so I can see further around that curve. And yeah, I love the thing about refraction because that does play an effect. So when the moon looks bigger or the sun looks bigger or whatever as it's setting and all that stuff, right? Would you say that's refraction? Like you flat Earth, in your Copernicus, would you say that's about refraction? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So as a flat earther, like how would that be if the Earth does, or do you believe the Earth has an atmosphere, but the moon is within our atmosphere?
Yeah, I do believe that the moon is local. It is not outside of our sphere of observation.
So when the moon is like low in the sky and stuff, and it looks really big.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that to you? That's refraction.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, I agree with that because, as a globe earther, it is as well.
So the thing that I have come to lately, that as I have thought about this for the past 4 years, there are certain things that I've come to understand that affect the way certain proponents of the globe respond to our claims about refraction. And let me say it this way. Normally, we flat earthers will say, we see too far. We see too far. And the way that I think that should be turned on its head is that's not the amazing part that we see too far. The amazing part is that there are some days that we don't see far enough. Okay, that's the way I would encourage everybody to start thinking. When you look out into the distance at the horizon and you don't see something that you have seen before, the reason why you're not seeing it is 100% refraction. 100%. Because the ballers from the very beginning have always said the only reason why you see farther is because of refraction. Actually, it's the opposite. The reason why we can't see as far as we would like, and sometimes we can't even see as far as we normally do, that's because of refraction. That's the way it should be looked at.
You know what? Actually, thank you. I still disagree. I'm not entirely sold, but actually, you've that makes more sense than anything I've ever heard from a flat earther. That yes, that is physically and scientifically, as far as I'm aware, and I'm a dumbass, but that is true. You can look as you've actually blown my mind a little bit there because that is hard to argue against.
Well, let me do this for you. I'll put a link in the chat to my channel, and it's one of my recent videos that I put together that has some refraction observations. So I'm sure you'll appreciate it.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, I'll have a look. Just what it's kind of a similar thing, but I've just to share the story, and anybody chip in after I've told it. But so I've been to Paris before, and I've stood at the top of the Eiffel Tower, and they say on a clear day, from the top of the Eiffel Tower, you can see the white cliffs of Dover, of southern England. And I have stood at the top of the Eiffel Tower on a clear day, and I have seen the white cliffs of Dover. And that's God knows. The channel is only like 22 miles wide, but Paris is maybe 100 miles. It's about 100. I don't know. Somebody Google it or something. But I genuinely have, and maybe that's refraction. I don't know. But also, if you go to Cornwall in England, if anybody wants to look into it, Cornwall's like on the foot bit of England there, and there's a place called Land's End, which is at the very end, and there's like a sign there that says like New York, 2,500 miles, and there's like telescopes where you can look through it, like any seaside place, put £1 in and look through the telescope. But there's off the coast of Cornwall, about 20 miles away, there's the Isles, there's the Scilly Isles, and again on a clear day, you can see them. You can see it just looks like little bumps in the little blue bumps in the sea, but you can see them even on a clear day without the telescope. But through the telescope, you can see it, and I love stuff like that because to me that tells me that the Earth is round. Because I'm like, right, I can see that, but then I can only see the top of it, and then beyond that, I can't see anything. But yeah, refraction and stuff. Yeah, you've given me something to think about there. I like that. But yeah, Paris and the White Cliffs of Dover. Have a little Google on that if anyone's interested. But yeah, I'm loving this conversation, by the way. I'll shut up now.
But Jamie, off the top of your head, do you have the distance between like the Eiffel Tower and the White Cliffs of Dover?
Yeah.
I mean, I can look it up on like Google Maps or Google Earth for that matter.
Yeah, maybe look it up because I think it is actually a greater distance than I thought it was. So I don't know what I searched. Paris to White Cliffs. Paris to White Cliffs. In miles. Can anybody translate kilometers? It says it's 376.6 kilometers.
Okay,
but that's
that would be 234 miles.
234. I mean, that's like that is literally like the roads and then the ferry. So it's not as the crow flies. 200 what mile?
34. Well, was that the like straight line of sight distance?
No, it isn't. It's like if you were to drive it.
Oh, okay.
But okay, so 234. But if 234, if that's a straight line of sight, then it's going to be less than 234. So that's not unreasonable, is it? Even if you're a globe earther.
Well, go back to what you were talking about before about looking at something from a low elevation and then raising your elevation and seeing farther. Okay, so right now I'm driving down a major highway, and the divided line in the middle of the two lanes is white, and all of those dashes in my proximity are spaced, right? I can see the spaces between them. But as I look off maybe a half a mile in to the distance, it all looks like a straight, one solid white line.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. But if I were to get higher, I would see them break up.
Yeah.
Okay. That's all you're doing. You're just changing your perspective. Nothing about the Earth curving or seeing over a curve has to come into your discussion ever. So what that also does, just real quick, is the reality of foreshortening, right? So these dashes that are close to me, you know, I can see that they're very large. They're probably about 3 feet long, you know, like a meter. But in the distance, they look very small, very thin. And so everything's compressed into the distance, not only on the horizontal, like not only in front of me, but also vertically in front of me. Like there's something in front of me and I can't see the base of it with my naked eye, but the base is right there in front of me, even though I can't see it. But if I raised up my elevation, I would actually have the ability to resolve more of what's in the distance.
Well, yeah, exactly. And like you say, your perspective changes. So, yes, with a globe Earth, if that's what you see, that horizon or those that you go further up, you can see further over that curve because the curve doesn't just drop off. You know, it goes on then another 15 miles or whatever before it drops. You know, it's not. It doesn't just, you know, drop and drop and drop. It's every, I don't know, whatever, 15% or 15. But so the higher you go up, the further you can see. Like on your road, if you were in a Mini driving down that road, and that's how you view the lines. But then get into a semi truck, and you're higher up, then you can see further. Hark. The lines are further apart, and you can see further down the road. So that supports my argument.
Well, no, all you did was reaffirm what I said, but you had to have the curve be there still. You and I both agree. You and I both agree on the perspective part, but you are still
further down the road,
wanting to keep that curve in the distance for you.
And that's but this is what's interesting. It's what I said before. You know, you've said a few things that have really made me think, because I think we're almost saying the same thing, but and we almost believe we're seeing the same facts in the same way, but you're coming up with something different to what I'm coming up with, and that's what's interesting. That's what I love. And
there you go.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm just going to look at, because I've got a couple of notifications. I think, he was showing me the horizontal thing. Sorry, talk amongst yourselves as well. Oh, there we go, Copernicus. Thank you. Plain truth, love it. I don't know if anyone's listening, but I'm just gonna mute myself while I watch Copernicus's video. I'll be back.
Right on. Travis, are you back in the saddle?
Oh my God, yes. I'm driving across Texas right now. Just passed through San Antonio.
I'm up here on I-30. Just came out of Texarkana.
Yeah, I'm going to Jacksonville. I'm going to raise all hell, too. Oh, no, that was Jackson. Sorry. I'm going to Jackson, right? Johnny Cash? June Carter?
Jackson.
Yeah,
What?
I'm going to, I love that Johnny Cash. And I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere. Sorry, I'm asking like a boomer question here. Can I watch Copernicus's video? I'm on my mobile phone. Here. Can I watch that video on YouTube from Copernicus? And like listen to it, but stay in the group, or should I?
Well, you're not gonna share. Yeah, you're not gonna share anything unless you directly share what you're watching. You won't have to worry about that. You can watch it.
But I clicked on it, but I can't hear the audio.
That's because you're still in the voice chat, the voice channel here. You have to exit this. You can't be in here, otherwise the volume won't work for the YouTube channels.
Okay.
But
will you guys let me back in? Like after I've watched it.
Well, you've already been in. Yeah, you don't have to be let back in. You're already in. So,
okay, you could just rejoin when you're ready.
Okay. Cheers, guys. Okay, right. I'll be right back then.
yeah, my front drive tire was flat this morning on my pre-trip, Howard.
Oh my, it's a good place for it to be down though.
I know, right? Thank God it wasn't a blowout.
Yeah, that'll test your skills.
But I think it was a plug. I think the plug just wore out or something like that because it looked to me like it was a previously plugged hole. So it must have been a slow. Yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
Yeah, well, I don't repair steer tires. I don't even consider
no, I'm sorry.
them.
It wasn't a steer tire. It was on the drive axle.
Oh, okay. Are they super singles?
No.
Yeah, got duals. That's what I like about my duals. You can still get somewhere even if you lose one.
Yeah. Well, I had to drive 7 miles to get to a service station, so I had a back road I could take. So I took it slow and kept my eye on it, but it handled itself pretty well. So. But I did have one of my front steer tires blow out probably about 3 years ago, going up 476 in Pennsylvania. Had no shoulder.
Yeah,
That's the first thing I thought of when you said where he was at. I'm like, hell, he didn't have anywhere to go either. So they just block a lane, I guess.
Well, there was a emergency pull off about a quarter mile, so I just rolled on up. I just did it.
Yeah. It'll scare the crap out of you, they say. I've never had one to
Oh man.
blow, knock on wood.
Oh yeah. It was crazy. Pulling to the right to the I didn't hit the barrier, but it took me over.
Yeah. So did your deal, what you were into out in Cali, not work out, or you just have to get back in and make you some more money?
Well, this last time I went to Cali was my grandmother died, and so my mom was settling up with the property and all this stuff, and she was feeling the emotions of losing her mom, and no one would come visit because of COVID, and her brother is just totally over the top liberal, take the jab plus all the boosters. He wouldn't even come and see his mom. I mean, she died and he hadn't seen her in 2 years because of the whole thing. So he wouldn't even come out. So my mom was having to deal with everything. She was, because they were all three trustees on the estate, and so her sister lives in Switzerland, so she couldn't come. So she was all by, my mom was all by herself. So I decided to take some time off. So I left in February, and then stayed out until just this last week. And a friend of mine from college, from high school, went into trucking with his 3 buddies, and they each have a truck. So I'm driving my friend's truck right now.
Oh, cool.
So
that might be a good stepping stone for you to think about getting your own. And if you're going to drive a truck, Travis, you need to buy your own truck.
Well, look, this truck would probably be that thing in a couple of years if I stick with this. If I stick with Charles's truck, because he's interested eventually getting out, and within 2 or 3 years, I'm sure it'll be more affordable for me. So I'll talk to you about it if we ever get that far. You can give me some pointers.
Yeah. Yeah. The hardest part is actually making the decision to do it.
I wouldn't have to make a decision if I had the money. If I had the money, I think it would be a pretty simple decision. But that's just me.
Well, I was able to get mine through my partner, right, the guy that I'm driving. He's kind of my broker, but it was one of his trucks, and we just set it up where he deducted, a pretty good chunk every week, and I, paid for the truck pretty quick that way.
Yeah. Because I've thought about that too. Like we could flip, and instead of my taking the lowest percentage of the load, I could flip it, take everything, and then just pay the truck off myself or whatever.
Yeah. If you got somebody that'll do that, don't do a big company lease program. Hell no, that's not to your advantage at all. But if you've got an individual that'll do that for you, do it, because in 2 or 3 years, man, you start raking it in. And even making the payment, you're still making really good money compared to a company driver. I'm concerned about what's fixing to happen with the economy, but I feel like what I'm hauling's pretty much recession proof, sort of. So I don't figure that
What is?
it's going to hurt
didn't hear
me.
what you said. What is?
It's pretty much recession proof.
No. What is?
What I'm hauling.
Oh, what you're hauling. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm a little being concerned about what's fixing to happen with the economy, and even the way it is with fuel, the way it is, I'm still making really good money, and when the bottom falls out, I'm hoping, and I don't mean I hope the recession happens, but I'm hoping it'll have the effect is like my dollars will be worth that much more, in the same economy, because the bottom's fixing to fall out, guaranteed.
If the bottom falls out, you have assets. Assets go up in value.
I'm sorry?
If the bottom falls out, you would want to have assets. Assets will go up in value. Important, usable assets.
Yeah. Well, if you're making, X dollars a week, and your expenses are, due to the massive inflation, and then you go into recession, and you're still making that much money, and then the cost decreases. So my expenses will decrease, but my income should stay the same. Hopefully.
Everything's going to cost more. It's going to be like hyperinflation. Everything might cost 10 times as much because money would be devalued. Canned food, for example, will be a commodity. Canned food, beans, rice. Go ahead.
Hey guys, I'm back, by the way. I just want to say I watched Copernicus's video, and my main question, I'll be serious and I'll get back on topic, but my main question is, what was that soundtrack? Because it was bloody awesome. Was it Pink Floyd?
Yeah, no. So his name is Alex Michael, and he goes by the stage name Conspiracy Music Guru.
Nah, amazing.
Yeah, that's his True Solfeggio album. Yeah, that
Right.
track itself is very, very Pink Floyd. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Pink Floyd, but yeah, it's amazing. And now that I know the name, Conspiracy, and that, absolutely, and kudos to you. Well edited video, and yeah, hard for me to argue about and whatever. But yeah, brilliant. But yeah, the main thing, the music, absolutely brilliant. And whoever's seen it in the chat, honestly, he hasn't paid me to say this, but watch that video, because one, it's interesting, even if you disagree with it or whatever, it's interesting, makes some great points, but the bloody soundtrack and the editing, fantastic.
Oh, thanks. Well, listen, what did you think of the point of the video itself, in terms of what I was showing? Did it, what did you take away from that?
Okay, so similar to what I've said earlier, just through hearing you speak, it's like, okay, yeah, it makes sense. Okay, yeah, I get it. All right, I'm half convinced, but there's still my inner thing or belief or whatever that can't quite give in. It's kind of like, okay, the proof is there. Here we go. Yeah, there's the shoreline. There's the red hut. There's the base of the yacht going past and stuff. But what was said earlier was, but what do you see through the naked eye as opposed to what do you see through, a camera or whatever? So I wonder if it, you're watching it out, like in the sea or the lake or whatever that was. You're watching it from that, so you're not watching it from land. So your perspective constantly changes. You're going up and down with the lake or the sea or whatever it is. So
just real quick, it's the Chesapeake Bay in Maryland, but I was on the shoreline, so I wasn't in the water on a boat or anything like that.
It was on. Also, it was taken from another shoreline, was it? Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. So that that observation is close to 6 miles away.
Right.
And
okay.
So if you can imagine, like you said, because I'm zoomed in on my camera, and you can see the body of the sailboat, you can see the hull. If you looked at it with your if you could look at it with your naked eye, all you would see was the sail. You wouldn't be able to see the hull. But when you zoom in, you can actually see the compression, and the refraction has compressed the hull so small that if you did look at it with your naked eye, you wouldn't be able to see it.
Yeah, and that's and it does illustrate that well. Yeah. That's and what's in the bottom left of the video that tells you, what elevation and what's going on. That's I'm not clever enough, to understand that whole thing, but I can see what he was trying to say, and
those were just little tidbits of information for people, because a lot of times someone will ask in the comments, how far away is it, whatever. So I put it there. I don't necessarily ever worry about distances and height for myself in these observations, because in all of those observations, the only thing that is controlling what I can see or not see is the condition of the air that I'm looking through.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Again, this is what I love about these conversations. I really like. I really like listening to you, because I feel like there's a bit of sense there. There's something that makes sense. I'm not saying I agree, but I don't have the information or knowledge, and I know that's a lot of your points. Like, well, educate yourself and stuff. Like I said earlier, I have educated myself and looked into it. I just can't retain the information, and I'm no good at having like the argument. Like, I can't go, oh, well, that lake you were on there, and and you're 6 meters this way or 7 meters that way. I can't do it. But that was it was a compelling video, actually. And quite convincing. It and I know you're not like trying to dupe people. Like, it's not like, I don't mean convincing in that way. Like, it seems convincing, so I'm going to go, great, yeah, I'll join the cult. And I know that that's not what you're doing. But equally, I'm not doing that, but I find it fascinating, and it genuinely has given me food for thought. I will. I might question again. I might think that, but I don't know. It's difficult. I feel like I want to send that video to a friend or to Brian Cox or something, and just go, right, so explain this, because I feel it's like when somebody goes into like a haunted house and say, we own this hotel and it's haunted. And okay, right, so these Ghostbusters go in and set up machines everywhere and go, we'll only get something if we turn all the lights out. So turn all the lights out, and so then any noise they hear freaks them out, and it's like, blah, blah. And then they convince themselves, and it's like, okay, well, actually, let's go in daytime and look at it and go, right, actually, it was a door creaking. It was, I just feel a bit like that with the flat Earth thing. I'm like, oh, right, yeah, okay. That video you posted, yeah, it's, it looks like that, but that's the whole point, isn't it? It looks like it's hard to say that the Earth is round or a globe because it looks so simply flat and plain, and that's it. But actually, when we get a bit more in depth, it tells another story. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm going on, but
have you seen Action Lab's videos at all? Do you know who Action Lab is? The science channel that does these experiments or these observations, and basically it's pretty entertaining. But as of recent, he posted the Euclidean non-Euclidean argument. So flat Earth is definitely getting around. I'll post the I did a little short video of it, so I'll post it in the chat here. But take a look at what he's now addressed in public debate. It's it's one of my arguments that I stated years ago regarding Bernard Riemann, because Bernard Riemann, who is the reason why Einstein was able to create his space-time, was due to Bernard Riemann's calculations, which is called Riemannian geometry, which is used in general relativity. But the point is, I'll post this video. Our argument is getting into mainstream science, but you'll see in the video just exactly where they're at with it. So they'll acknowledge the fact that the Earth is observably and locally flat, but then they'll use another explanation to show how it's not locally flat. So I'll post the video in the chat. You can take a look. But the good news is that Action Lab must be picking up the argument, because I don't see why he would want to address that. So.
Hey, what's going on, Data?
Yeah, thanks.
Travis, buddy, how are you, buddy? I haven't heard from you in a while. What have you been doing?
I've been, like I said earlier, I don't know if you heard it. I've been helping my mom out after my grandmother passed away. So
Sorry
now that I'm back,
family's always best, though, man.
Yeah. Now that I'm back in the truck, I got sucked back into this black hole.
Well, what are you going to do with all that time you got?
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm doing it. That's what I mean. That's the black hole I got sucked back into. This chat.
In all fairness, buddy, I haven't had anything offer me the same serotonin. So I know you're. I don't know where you're.
I know, dude. Like 200 miles are gone behind me now, and it's just like, man, I sail through the day when I'm listening to this stuff.
Well, because there's something bigger coming, buddy, and we get the front row seat. Did we just lose Travis? I can't hear left lane. Somebody must be talking.
No, I hear you, Data. I don't hear Travis.
Nah, you guys were breaking up, so I didn't try talking. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. So you guys were breaking up, so I didn't even bother trying to.
Okay, so I went to look on the text chat for that for the video, Somebody was sending. Is Travis still there?
I got kicked off for whatever reason. I had to close out the app and reboot it and rejoin. So I don't know what happened to that.
Yeah, I'm still here, Jamie.
Oh, it is. Yeah. Hi, guys.
I don't know if you heard what I said, but I said that something bigger is coming, and we get the front row seat.
I got popcorn.
It's pretty exciting times once you come to that. It's sort of like I don't know how your experience was, but mine. What a trip, buddy! There's no other greater story than being subjected to things you can't prove.
What's the big thing coming?
Well, we can speculate. You want to speculate?
Well, no, it sounded like
definitely
had an idea of what was coming. So I don't.
Well, that would be speculation, wouldn't it? Unless you think I'm a psychic. Do you think I'm a psychic?
You said something's coming, so I thought you knew.
Yeah, that's right. Something is coming.
Oh, okay. What is it?
Do you want to speculate?
The future.
Christ.
The future is on its way.
What, the rapture? Are you thinking about the rapture?
Nope, not thinking about that. I'm talking about what the Fed's going to do.
About what? Who's going to do?
I've got something that's coming. Donald Trump is going to be arrested and tried for crimes that he committed.
I would love to see that. I would love to see any of these politicians arrested, bro. One of them. I would love to see one of them. One of them, just one.
That stops.
Can you promise me that Donald Trump will get arrested? Can you promise me that? Because I would love to see one billionaire behind jail, all of his money appropriated to all the victims. That's what I'd love to see.
I don't think Donald Trump is a billionaire. He might be a millionaire.
Donald Trump encouraged a peaceful protest. The people had American flags, no weapons. The only weapon was used on that nice lady who was a patriot. The government killed her, not the other way around.
You mean the violent insurrection, Godric?
The peaceful protest with American flags, yes.
Hey Brenda, do you really think it of all? Brenda, do you really think it of all the politicians, Donald Trump would be the first in line to be arrested?
Who sanctions BLM to burn shit down and attack people?
How much money in damages?
Listen,
$2 billion in damages.
Hey, we're all going sideways. Come on, reel it in a little bit.
Yeah, damn right. Yeah.
Well, who wants to drive it sideways? That's usually agent stuff, right?
Why?
No, there's too much. There was just too much different things being said at once. Nobody heard anything.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tell a joke so we can bring it back?
Well, I'm just curious why flat earthers are such bootlickers.
Very good question. Do you want to speculate? Do you want to speculate why?
What did you say? Which earthers? Which earthers? Did you say flat earthers?
Why are flat earthers such bootlickers?
It's a very good question. Let's speculate, Brenda. What do you think? What do you think the reason is?
Because the bottom of boots are flat.
That could be.
As a veteran, you'd have to actually hurt and maim me to get me to lick your boots. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
What? Why? What? Oh, I can't remember. I'll tell this joke instead. How did NASA organize a party?
Weekend, right, dude? It's the weekend, right, Jamie?
Yeah.
Holy fuck, man! Lay off. You got another day to go.
Right, so how does NASA organize the party?
Yeah. How did NASA organize a party? They plan it.
Got it.
And the reason I was stammering over it is because there's a similar joke, but I can't remember the setup to it. But it's something about having a party on the moon, and oh yeah, it was great, but there was no atmosphere or something. Yeah.
Hey, Brenda, I got a question for you regarding rockets. Are you up for the question?
Brenda has left the building.
Dog bones are
Well, check
clots.
this out. Check this out. Just check this scenario out. So you know how the rockets work based on Newton's third law or second law. Every action is an opposite and equal reaction, right? So I have. It's the third law. Yeah, sorry, pardon me. The third law. Elon comes out and talks about the third law, and forever we've been getting into debates regarding space and how rockets were working them. And the argument from Flat Earth Data side is because that's what would be Flat Earth Data, the argument. And the context of the argument is the data of the flat Earth, and the argument would be in the flat Earth context would be that when rockets leave the atmosphere, pardon the begging the question there, the sphere, but leaving the surface of the Earth heading up to space, the air would get thinner, and there would be no reaction from the thrust, and therefore lose momentum and fall back down. That's essentially the argument where the Glober's like, no, you don't need the atmosphere. It works because the reaction's in one side and it's coming out the other, and it's pushing off the rocket going up. Well, I have a video that I just posted. It's Elon Musk talking about Newton's third law and the difficulties of space. And just out of curiosity, what do you think the struggle is regarding Newton's third law when it comes to space and actual physical physics? What do you think the argument? What do you think the challenge is? Anyone? Is it mic on?
Yeah, I don't know what is it.
You don't know what to do. So nobody knows the argument. Nobody knows the globe's position, and nobody knows the flat Earth position.
Yeah, we know the positions, but you
so what's the position then? So what's your the video has information in it, and then information details an explanation of the struggles of operating in space. And it's kind of funny because what I'm just trying to do is set you up for failure by asking you to how it works in space, and then I'll just present you the video. But it's already there. Elon Musk describes it, and it's exactly what the argument is, and which is natural physics. So the idea that rockets aren't propelling from the idea that they're propelling off themselves. They need to interact with something to give momentum, and that requires something to push off of. And Elon Musk highlights that as the third law, Newton's third law, and the struggle of rockets in space. So it's the flat Earth argument that I've had since day one. Demonstrate. I mean, this is not new, of course. But this is my position from day one, and now we just have a video for Elon Musk, the guy who's a fucking rocket guy, actually using or telling the world about that very same argument. So it's just fucking entertaining, man. Which Elon Musk admits that the difficulty is gaining momentum when you have nothing to push off in space.
Let me check the video out.
So I was just trying to have a little bit more fun with it, having somebody engage, but nobody's willing to engage. So I don't know.
Yeah, well, I sort of am willing to, but again, I'm not educated enough.
I'll give you an example. Take a balloon. Take a balloon, right?
Well,
take a straw. Tape a straw to a balloon, run a string through it. So the balloon, when you let go the end, will travel along the string. Pretty simple example, right? Well, when you do it, put a piece of tape or design a way that when you let go, your release valve, you have a way where it pushes against something so it doesn't push against something around it, but it pushes against the solid attached to the balloon. And if you do that, the balloon won't move anywhere. The concept is that it has nothing to push off of to gain momentum. And the idea is the atmosphere changes its density. The higher you go, obviously, there's nothing to push off of, giving it an opportunity to gain momentum. So the whole point in that demonstration is just really basic physics. And
Mm.
I can't believe I spent 5 years arguing fuckheads like that, and Elon Musk comes out and says the very same thing I've been saying for fucking years, and he's the rocket guy.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's. I was asked earlier by like Copernicus, like what are examples of this and that and the other, and why do you believe it or not believe it? And yeah, one of the things I looked into, I remember asking my dad actually, saying, "Well, how can, you know, if space is a vacuum, you know, how can like a rocket go like and then move it if it's got nothing to push off?" I remember asking that question, you know, when I was like 12 years old. So it's not like it's not a clever thing, really, is it? It's fairly basic, you know. If a 12-year-old,
What's really sad is what's really sad though is you've got guys and professors on skateboards using fire extinguishers, claiming that a fire extinguisher isn't pushing off the air. And even Professor Phil, as a debating the guy, when I said to him regarding the velocity of fluid interacting with let's say a hot fluid, really hot extreme gas coming out will actually shrink or condense the air around it really quickly due to the fact that it's cold and hot meeting instantaneously. Of course, it's going to heat the air around it eventually and expand. I'm just saying the initial push force, hot and cold, is going to be a barrier. It's just no different than taking hot and cold water. You'll have a barrier there. So that will be
but how much energy do you want? You know, for, like how like what are you looking for? Are you thinking that right? Okay, so when they went to the moon, in quotation marks, you know, if they did or not, they didn't, you know, go on boosters pushing some air out so that the rocket boosters could push off that air and get there. That's not what happened. In small doses, you can adjust the position of a craft like the Soyuz spacecraft to then dock at the ISS. So it's not about getting across big distances or projecting, you know, for millions of miles or whatever. It's about just there.
It's actually about Newton's third law and how it doesn't work in outer space. That's what it's about. It's not about the ISS. It's not about anything you just talked about. It's about Newton's third law. So the video that I'm discussing, Elon Musk discusses the third law, Newton's third law. So which is the opposite action reaction, whatever. You need something to push off of, right? You need something to interact to cause a force, right? Or resistance.
Keep in mind that if rockets required air to push off of in order to function, that they would work 9 times better in water than they do in air, and that's not true.
So again, Elon Musk.
But that's why.
Listen. I'm going to use Elon Musk as I'm going to use Elon Musk as a reference here, bud. Discussing the struggles with Newton's third law and getting rockets to work in outer space. The video clearly describes the problem and highlights.
Right, but never mind what I said, right?
I'm going to completely ignore what you said because it's a red herring.
It's not a red herring. If the rockets require air to push off of, they would work 9 times better in water than they do in air, which is not the case.
So again, you have 2 different mediums and 2 different density factors. The reactions aren't going to be the same. So why are you expecting the same reactions in different mediums, you moron?
Yeah, why would I expect the air that I needed to push off of would give me a different effect than the water that I would also need to push off of? Why would I apply the same kind of logic to 2 different scenarios?
Again, you were having 2 different mediums and expecting the same result, right?
No, right, because you have propulsion to push off of air. I expected to push off of water too, but you have some sort of special pleating problem.
You have propulsion, which is an interaction of force and resistance creating force. So at any point, whatever you're trying to propel in is probably dependent on the medium that you're going to propel in. So if you're looking for the same results using the same applications, that is your problem, not mine.
Okay, rockets we can evacuate.
I'm using high velocity liquid gas fuel that is hotter than the air around it, number one, knowing that gas interacting with the air is an immediately temperature differential. That air immediately shrinks around it intensely and then expands outward. That has to be the reaction because it's hot meeting cold first off, and then the transfer of that energy. That's what gives it its
Right.
resistance.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's
And
what
all of
I
that,
expect working with
all
a
of that
hot liquid.
happens in Earth's atmosphere. All of that happens in Earth's atmosphere to project the rocket once it gets out of the atmosphere, so that it has enough energy that it's going. That once it's in that vacuum of space, it keeps going at 70,000 miles an hour or whatever the hell
More
it is.
importantly, the first initial thrust factor is due to the fact that the ground is a solid, hard surface. That is the first fundamental fact
But it happens.
of any rocketry is that the solid base between the distance of its first initial takeoff to the distance where it's up higher. Of course, you lose momentum. That's why you increase thrust.
Yeah.
Right. As you proceed to continue on, the point is applying the same principle of air and a hot dense gas, and then using a hot dense gas in a different dense medium, and then expecting the same result. That's moronic.
Yeah. And you get thrust, and then once you're out there, well, depending on what you do, if you're going to the moon, like what they did in the Apollo missions, right? Thrust in the Earth's atmosphere, and then they orbited the Earth to use the Earth's gravity to then push them out. So it wasn't about rocket boosters and stuff while they were in space. The rocket booster thing happened in the Earth's atmosphere, same as the Soyuz rockets used now. Booster, Soyuz, all in the Earth's atmosphere, and then once you're out there, you're using the Earth's gravitational pull. You're in the orbit of the Earth, and that's the energy.
Where have you seen an orbit before?
And then when you're
where have you
docking,
seen an orbit before?
Where have you seen an orbit before?
Yeah, have you seen them docking, and have you seen have you seen any orbit or any I haven't seen any footage like that. I haven't seen any docking footage.
I've seen some footage, but well, yeah, I'll send you a link to footage.
Like Gravity, the movie Gravity.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. It's not rocket boosters in this math. I said before, it isn't about massive energy when you're in space.
So the only way that I've ever seen any object that they're using right now in the labs. Listen, dude, you're full of shit, buddy. I'll tell you why. In MIT right now, they're trying to, they're basically hanging cubes in what they are which they're trying to simulate, which is vacuum of space. So they have these orientating gyros, right? So they keep their orientation upright in 3D space, but they have to hang them with all these fucking strings, right? So it's just, listen, buddy, if you can show me a weightless lab, show me where MIT is doing these actual practical demonstrations. I looked for them all. Show me any orbit that I can demonstrate. The only orbit I've ever seen demonstrated is with the super cool magnet. That's it. It's the only demonstration. And of course, that is a laid out grid, obviously in a 360-degree pattern or 360-degree circle. So that's all I've seen. So you talk about all these orbits and ISS, you're full of shit. Show me some practical demonstrations. Show me something we can do together.
But your original question, listen, look, I can't quote
original question.
MIT.
I don't have a question.
Wait. Let me just jump in. I'm sorry. Data. Jamie's new here, so I totally get that it's easy to jump into an aggressive mode, but he's pretty laid back so far. So
I can't handle the bullshit with the ISS. It's just like nonsense.
I
just can't do it. It's bullshit. Give me something we can do together, something we can test. Stop telling me a fucking story, okay? No offense to you, dude. I'm not trying to be rude to you, but I'm just gonna not tolerate it. That's it. I can't.
Yeah,
I've been down this pipeline too long. You've got fucking nothing to show me physically that we can do. Something like there's no point in telling me a fucking story, dude. Don't tell me a story. Please don't tell me a story.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Bear with me there. First of all, yeah, thanks, Copernicus, for that, because I am laid back and I'm ready to listen and stuff. And flat Earth data there. I can't prove anything or nothing. And if it's all boring stuff, a globe Earth are talking about the ISS.
You're just telling me a story, dude. You're literally telling me a fucking movie you watched.
Hold on, because I'm going to say something nice. Yeah, I'll shut up about it. You know, if I've heard it before and before and before. But you know,
But you're talking about it like it's a real thing, right?
No, he
And
just
so
wants
it is real
evidence,
for
bro.
you.
yeah, but you also
You're talking like it's
just,
a real. Listen, bro, you're talking like it's a real thing, which is fine. I've heard it a million times. It's nothing new. You have to realize that you're coming here. You're going to say, "Listen, I said what you said 7 years ago as well, right? I was
yeah,
into space, all that stuff.
but
So
you said
all the
show
stuff
me
that you're
facts.
saying, all the stuff that you're saying, just to get a heads up. You're new here. I'm just going to give you a heads up. Everything that you're saying, it's like it's not an offense to you, but everything you're saying is literally like a program script, almost like everything flat
Yeah, I
earthers
know.
say,
Yeah,
almost like a program script. So the
yeah, I
point is
understand.
I've heard it all before. So if you have a story, that's great. Just come with some sort of evidence or something you've done, something you can
Yeah,
present yourself. Because other than that, dude, you're wasting my time.
yeah. Fair enough. And you're right. You know, right. Yeah, I should come. You know, armed and ready, and you know, if I'm going to fight this cause. But equally, you know, you just said that there's no ISS that you know, prove it, convince me. Well,
I didn't say there's no ISS.
you know,
I didn't say no, there's no
but
ISS. I'm just saying that you're just talking to me like
to
it's a
convince
story,
me,
right? That's all you're doing.
convince
You're just
me.
telling
You
me about
request that he
docking and
doesn't use the
orbit.
ISS.
Nope, I didn't say that at all. You're telling me stories. I haven't seen any evidence of this stuff. Nothing.
But I haven't seen evidence
And
of your stuff. I haven't seen
well,
evidence.
here's where I
of
can
what-
present my claim, which is something practically that you can test yourself. That's it. So if you're willing to practically test something yourself, I can give you a simple exercise, and you can use your whatever math you're capable of understanding or geometry you're capable of understanding. I'll just give you a simple exercise, and then I want you to go prove curvature. That's it.
Okay.
If you,
Okay. Right.
If you
Okay.
grab any map of your local city, wherever you're at, and go to the highest building, and then tell me where there's curvature when you're looking at the map and looking at your observation. That's it.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, we were having that conversation before about you know, height and horizon and stuff, and Copernicus put a video there in the text chat about it, and we've had a conversation about that. And yet, yeah, I'm not the most educated guy or whatever, but
It's really not about education. So if you feel that here, it's about the willingness to at least demonstrate instead of telling stories. Now you can
yeah,
reaffirm your beliefs, like any Christian or any atheist, right?
mm,
By announcing their stories and their beliefs and all that stuff. That's fine. I'm looking for demonstrations, some math things, something I can demonstrate, something I can do. So I went as far as flying planes, right? That's how far I went into the rabbit hole
yeah.
to learn
But
there's no
so
spin
what
and
did
there's no
that prove to
curvature,
you?
and then there's no spin, no curvature. Number one, and that everybody claiming boats go over the horizon 3-4 miles away for an observer standing on the shore is a complete liar or completely just completely lying if they know.
No, you can go look at
Or
that yourself.
yeah.
You
Listen,
can go
buddy,
look at
stop.
that yourself.
Yeah. Listen, stop, left lane. It's just
Come
it's bad at this
on,
point that you would.
Howard.
Yeah, it's just bad that you would do that at this point, right? You'll get to know the argument quick and fast. My advice to you is look for empirical data, which is something you can test yourself. Now, if you want to use apps and you want to do all that stuff, you have to rely on some sort of authority, which is it's not bad. We're looking at maps, we're looking at learning things in physics, we're looking at so there's a level of authority that we all had to learn from to get the knowledge that we have. It's just, can you demonstrate your fucking stories? If you can't, then you're believing and having faith in a lot of stuff. And that's not where I want to be. I don't want to be believing and having faith in man, for certain not.
Yeah, and I mean that's what I love about this, like whole, like flat Earth. I mean anything that questions the norm. I love it because that is exactly how it should be. I think we should challenge, and we only grow strong. I think the only reason humans are still here is because, you know, we challenge.
See,
and we think
again, you're believing man's story. What do you mean?
no.
We're here. Look around you. This place was made for humans. The animals were made to be subdued by us. They multiply in mass numbers to feed us. And the fact that the more we produce, the earth turns greener. So what do you mean?
Well, okay, so that's you went a bit left field there, but but that is what I'm saying. Is I think things should be questioned. Yes, I believe in a globe Earth, and you could all say to me, you're just you're a sheep, and you listen to what educate yourself, open your mind. Da, da, da. I feel like I have been open-minded, and I have educated myself, and I still think it's a globe Earth. But I'm here listening to you because I want.
Okay, here's I'm going to ask you a question
things from a different perspective.
Sure, I'm going to ask you a question, right? And I just want you to think about it before answering. Don't answer right away.
Okay.
So when you're standing looking out at an unobstructed horizon, right, and you see you see your sunset, you see the sun going down, the sun rising, whatever you want to visualize, you see that with your eyeballs, right?
Okay.
Now, where does, in your mind, when you're looking at that, how far away is that horizon to you in your mind when you look, or do you know the ball mathematics?
I don't know the mathematics because I think I mentioned earlier I thought it was like 22 miles or something.
Okay.
I don't know, but yes, if I watch the sunset, well, I used to live in Cornwall and I would watch the sunset over there, and yeah, brilliant. It looked beautiful to the. I would say it was. Well, actually, in Cornwall, it looked like way further away somehow. So maybe 60 miles. 60 miles away, I would say it was, but I don't know.
The reason why I mentioned that is because I'm going to give you the contention here between the globe and the flat Earth argument. Okay, so that particular observation we're discussing that you talked about being 22 miles or 60 miles away the horizon, for whatever observed height you're at, you're looking at a place you're looking at a place that is either based on physical geometrical boundaries, based to an actual physical body, or you're looking at something that is.
Right. Layman's terms.
Let me finish.
Yeah, but explain like I'm 5.
Yeah, so if you're looking at a sunset and you are thinking, you've been already told you're living on a ball, and you're looking at this sunset, because you've been told it's a ball, the angles at which you see this horizon, you are thinking that it's derived from a ball, right? And so that any object that is going past this horizon point is because of a ball. But here's the contention, is that angular size change is not accounted for in the mathematics of the globe. In other words, at the location, mathematically, for an observer at a set height, there's a horizon point that's geometrical based on a physical feet inches value, which means it doesn't take in angular size, it just takes in the body and the shape of what you're standing on. The problem with that calculation is that the body in which you stand on isn't converging due to a physical boundary shape due to Earth being a ball, but based on angular perception of your eye and the angle of light that's coming to it from the distance of the object that's being perceived. So when you look at the contention is what's causing the apparent junction of the sky and ground. So I'm going to ask you this question. What causes the apparent junction of the sky and ground? Is it going to be your eyesight, or is it going to be the physical ball Earth?
Is it going to be my eyesight or the physical ball Earth? Well, I have to say, I have to be honest. I get what you're saying, but I still think it's a globe Earth.
Okay.
Well, in that context, it's like, is the horizon caused by the curvature of the ball spherical Earth that is meeting with the sky, or is it caused by an optical point of convergence between the ground and the sky that's optical and perspective based rather than physical? That's
the whole point is that it's actually not.
Asking.
The whole point is it's actually not physical. That's why the sky and ground don't actually meet. It's just a focal junction point based on light and the angle of that light to the human eye and the height of that observer, wherever that height is to the ground.
Which is true in a globe.
So here's what you have to understand is that in your model, if you put any person along any point along that circle, you're going to have a arc, a sagitta, a hump in the middle of 2 points, right? The problem is
no, sorry, I
hold on.
don't understand that.
So draw a circle,
you'll have a
right?
hump
Draw your
between.
sphere. Draw a sphere,
Yeah.
right? Well, you have to
Right.
have, if you're going to claim boats are going to be hidden by a spherical object, well, then you got to have a hump in between it because that's what's blocking the bottom of it, right?
Like on a horizon.
So your model suggests that if I'm standing on it and I'm looking at an object that's far away from me, and part of that object that I'm looking at far away from me is obscured at a certain part, it's not calculated angularly. It's calculated as if there is a sagitta or an arc or a curve or a hump in between these 2 points. Do you follow now? In reality, the ground doesn't. In reality, however, the ground doesn't rise. See, to get anything converging, it has to be parallel and straight. You can't have something already curving that converges. You don't have that. That's not reality.
Yeah,
So,
but
for instance,
but what you're doing there then it isn't like to scale, is it? You know,
it's not it has nothing to do with scale. It has to do with what you're observing with your eye. And if you're observing an apparent,
it has everything to do with scale.
Let me finish.
Okay.
If you're perceiving something with your eye, and there's an optical illusion based on optics, it's not a physical attribute. In other words, there is no magnitude that is causing you to converge light. It is an optical effect due to a circular aperture. And that's what they claim to be. And what happens is the convex lens allows us to focus that cone vision into a focal point. And here's how you know, and you can test the convergence. It doesn't matter where you're looking. If you back up and move away, the object will either expand or contract into a focal point. Now, granted, there's a geometrical main principle that we observe, horizontal. That horizontal is how we develop elevation profiles. Well, if it is true, if it is true that optics makes a convergence point, then it would also make sense that it would have to be subjected to parallel lines, which means the ground would have to be horizontal to get any convergence optically. You wouldn't have a way to take a curved surface and converge the lines. It doesn't work. There's no demonstration of it. There's nothing I can model to represent it. The only thing I can model that offers you convergence is parallel lines of light. That's it.
Okay, right. So that's it's far too scientific.
Well, you know the contention now, right? So now when you look at the horizon, you know the contention. It's either a physical ball causing that, which has nothing to do with your eye per se, because the eye isn't causing the horizon. The ball is causing the horizon. In the flat Earth realm,
and this is what
the
I hear, and
horizon
that's
is
what I was
caused
going
by
to
the
pick
eye,
up on.
right?
Is right, yeah. So the human eye sees this or that and light refraction and whatever, and but then all right. So my argument is then okay. So you see a boat go and that argument. Oh well, no. The human eye can't see that. It's through a camera or telescope or binoculars or whatever. So every argument I have for a globe Earth, saying, oh, well, we can see this with the naked eye, or we can see that through a binocular or a camera. Like you're saying, no. But if you look at this through the naked eye and that through a binocular, then that supports my argument for flat Earth. Do you know what I mean? Like it's
No, if you understand the contention again, I don't think you understand. I'm just gonna say it one more time. Just maybe say it back to me. Do you understand the point? That it's either caused by a physical ball or it's caused by optics. That you can't have both, right? Because your math doesn't describe both. Your math just has physical feet and inches values, nothing to do with angular resolution size. Because we know any object that's proceeding to move away from the observer isn't actually changing size. And the clouds above that are above you here and 10 miles away are still going to be parallel to the surface of the Earth wherever they are. but they're having to converge and touch the ground. That is not a physical attribute of anything. There's no magnitude in it. It's called it literally infinity. So if you look at camera optics, you have a focal point called infinity, and that's basically where two apparent parallel lines appear to converge, and they don't. That's the infinity point. So if you look at any kind of vanishing line or vanishing point, that is exactly that. That's the point of infinity, which there's no magnitude. There's nothing measurable there. Now, can you quantify that with geometry and angles using 30, 60, and 90? Ironically, 60 divided by 90 is 0.02, and then if you use the 30, 60, 90, you end up with the angular resolution of the eye, and you end up with I can't remember, it's in my book, but I have to go back and look. But anyway, the point is that this infinity point is not calculated as that infinity point is calculated as a horizon physical feet and inches value based on your ball, but that's not reality. Just let you know, locally the convergence is based on your little tiny self being on a massive extended plane, bro.
Yeah. Well, exactly. I was just about to say that it's little tiny us here, and seeing things from our perspective, and of course, the Earth looks flat from where we are, and
it not only looks flat, you can operate it flat. You can navigate it flat. You can use Euclidean straight lines and angles. No problem. You don't need to enter any spherical geometry, It's flat circles, dude. Everything is flat circles. Doesn't matter if it's a great circle. It's still a flat circle.
Well, to come from a different angle then, maybe. Do you believe in gravity? Do you believe
so you don't? So let's go back. Do you understand the contention now? Do you know my point? Could you just steelman me really quickly? Steelmanning means basically, steelman basically means that you know my argument. You can use it.
I'll try and repeat back. Like when you talk about Euclides and stuff like that.
I'm talking about the contention of your ball Earth and the horizon. What causes it? That's my. Do you know the argument now? The contention. Do you know the flat Earth side and the globe side, and what the contention is about the horizon?
I actually don't think I do. I'm so sorry. I'm not.
Okay, so the horizon is caused by physical feet and inches values based on a shape of an Earth, which is you claim to be a ball. That's what's causing the horizon. But that's not reality, because reality takes parallel lines and converges it optically. That's our reality. But there's no actual
that's refraction.
Physical.
Is that refraction?
Well, that would be refraction, light refracts into the eye. Yeah. If you notice, here's an example of refraction for you. If you stare down a straight hallway, you'll notice the ground will appear to rise up. That's as basic refraction as I can tell you.
That's not refraction.
Yes, it is all refraction. So you can basically you can do in geometry, in architectural design, you can force perspective, you can force vanishing points. You can do all kinds of things with geometry. Now, what is a commonality in geometry is if there's a smaller angle, it's a faster convergence. If it's a larger angle, it's a longer distance till convergence. So that is a optical effect, and that's based on the observer's height. So if you're lower to the ground, you have smaller angles. There'll be more narrow angles of light. Therefore, you'll have a faster convergence and a shorter distance to see. The higher you go up, the larger the angle, you can see more distance, and that's just what it comes to. Now, you of course have conditions in the air that will impede. You can't
which is why the moon looks bigger sometimes and stuff.
Sure, but anyway, could you try now understanding the contention? It's the horizon.
Yeah.
Remember, what's the contention with the horizon? Just so you understand, because I keep telling you guys, and for some reason, you guys just don't get the simplest thing. I don't.
Okay, so I think what you're saying is, the horizon viewed by somebody who's brought up as a glober and whatever, will see it as a sweeping curve. I'm sorry, man. I don't know.
Okay, so let's try
maybe
again.
I don't
Last
understand
time,
because it doesn't make
so
sense.
the horizon in your model is described as
in
a
my
physical
model,
feat.
right? In my model, my globe Earth model.
Correct. Your belief in a globe requires a feet and inches value if it has physical dimensions that causes a horizon.
Right. Okay.
Well,
right. Hold on.
If it has
good luck for you. Right, no, hold on, because
Good luck for you. Your math
says,
has an equation for it.
If it has
right?
feet in inches. Right, okay. If it has feet in inches. Oh, no. Right. Keep.
So if your model has physical dimensions, and those physical dimensions have boundaries, and those boundaries are represented described as a horizon, then they have apparently physical measurements you can measure. Then apparently they have physical measurements that you can measure to this horizon, indicating that past that horizon point, anything beyond that horizon point will dip or drop, and therefore start to be hidden bottom up. Right?
Yeah. So
this is your
so
model.
that's exactly
Okay.
what the horizon is
That's your
the
model,
curve
right?
of the Earth. Yeah.
Now you're ready for the contention. Now you're ready for what the argument is between flat and globe. Now what actually is the horizon?
Okay, go for it, but don't tell me all.
In
feet and inches.
In your ball model that has feet and inches values to the point of the horizon has no optical information in it, technically. What it has done,
What does that
however, is
mean? It has no optical information.
correct.
What does that mean?
There is no angular information in it. Nothing to do with optics. Nothing. What it's doing is taking
But I don't know
optics.
what that means. It has no angular or optic information. Like
Yes,
what does it?
so-
The horizon.
Yes, so you know the horizon, the joining, the apparent junction of the sky and ground. Definition: horizon.
Yeah.
The place where the sky and ground meet.
Yeah.
The sky and ground don't really meet, right? It's an optical effect. But in your model, the horizon is not an optical effect. This is the contention. Now, did you want to repeat back? I've said it like 5 times to you now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, so we say that the sea and the sky meet, but for you guys it doesn't.
So your model has a horizon caused by a ball.
Yeah.
We don't have a model, but we have the way we perceive perspective, which is not based on the physical Earth being a ball, but an optical angular limitation based on the observer's height to the distance you can see the object. Like again, if you're lower to the ground, you have smaller angles, therefore a shorter distance. If you're higher in the ground, you have larger angles, you can see farther.
Yeah.
This is based on
and
light.
the same for a glober.
The difference is that yours is based on physical features and not optics. Did you want to repeat back that to me now so you can understand the contention?
So
yours is not
actually not true.
Man, I mean, why does he have to do this verbatim? We're like stuck in this rut. We need to get out of.
He hasn't even gotten. He hasn't even. He hasn't even repeated back my argument yet.
Yeah,
He's
so
just
what?
saying it.
So what?
It's also
well. Then
false.
how is he supposed to know what flat earthers are talking about?
Does he win a bozo button or something?
How does he know what flat earthers are talking about if he can't get it?
Yeah,
well, the only thing that makes this more complex is that actually globe earthers now these days have altered their viewpoint and actually do say it's based on optics because they talk about all these different horizons and refracted horizons. So they actually this is kind of a 2016 argument. It's not really they've had to evolve at this point to where they don't really say this anymore. But
either way,
hold on, that's the late 18th century. We have documentation specifically. Yeah, since the late 18th century, we have people describing atmospheric refraction. This is not a new argument, Geo.
Oh, well, let me ask you, so Doofus, do you think that what Data is saying, do you personally believe that the horizon on your globe Earth that you believe in is a physical meeting place of the physical geometry of the sphere and outer space? Is that what you think it is?
I think that the last part of the surface that we can see is where we see it. Where that happens to be is subject to.
I wrote you down.
Where that happens to be. Where that happens to be. Data.
I wrote that down in the book.
Data.
You got nothing new.
Data. You're still talking.
Dude, Doofus, the answer for interruptions is not for you to scream. Please don't scream. I'll unmute you. The answer is not just to up the screaming. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll finish what I was saying. The last part of the surface we can see is subject to both the geometry of the planet and the optical conditions that we're looking through, because we're optically looking at the surface of the Earth.
Right, and that's what I was telling Data. So they don't think it's just caused by that. They've had to alter it.
What
because
causes the doofus?
It's not altered. It hasn't been altered. It was already something defined in the 18th century.
What causes the ground to appear to rise?
Right. I already gave you that answer.
Try again. I didn't get it. Tell me again what it is.
How didn't you get it? He
The
was the only
last
one
part of the
talking.
surface that we can see is subject to both the geometric properties of the surface of the Earth and the optical properties of the atmosphere we're looking through.
So and what you're saying is that the ground is appearing to rise because of the physical shape of Earth, correct?
It doesn't appear to rise because everything below eye level is you looking down at it.
No. Wait a second. Your model, it has to rise. You understand, right? Your model
no, my
has
model
to have.
does not have to
Yeah, but the
rise. You
ground
can
does
tell me.
rise.
You can tell me
The
what
ground
my
does
model
rise.
is. You can tell me what your.
It has
you
to
can
rise.
You can tell me.
Fuck on,
You can
man.
tell me. You can tell me
You
what
guys
my
gotta
model.
go. Hold on, you guys gotta go one at a time. Even if you are.
It has to rise.
It
Okay,
has
to rise.
Answer his fucking question, right?
It has to rise, doofus, because
Does he get
some
to answer
object
his
has to.
question, or does he get to talk? Does he get the,
The
priority
horizon
here?
has to rise in your
Does he
model
get
for an
priority?
object to
Do I
pass
get to
it
answer, or does he get to
to
keep
drop
talking?
beyond it.
Does he get to keep talking, or do I get to fucking
That's
answer?
not reality,
Listen, both of you
doofus.
are being annoying right now. One of you has to be above it. And Data, you could honestly let the dude finish. I mean, Christ, I'm a flat earther,
never
and
gonna
this
happen.
it's not enjoyable. This is why you're push Geo to mute. Christ, you make us all look like dumbasses. And Doofus, quit letting him trigger you, bro.
Right, I would appreciate at least a little civility on his part. So my model does not tell me that the ground needs to rise. If you want to tell me what my model says to my face and say something that it does not say, that's dishonest.
So, doofus, in your orthographic drawings, the horizon has risen to a point where objects moving past it drop down. This is something that requires a physical feet and inches values, correct?
It's not only subject to geometry, because it is also, as I mentioned before, subject to the optical properties of the medium that you're looking through.
Okay, so the medium that we're looking, let me finish. The medium that we're looking through doesn't have a real refractive index to after a certain distance. In other words, we can see pretty straight in straight parallel lines for good distance. Wouldn't you agree?
You're telling me air does not have a refractive index, which is interesting because
Again,
I can publish
has an
figures.
effect.
Dude,
Thank you
please
for
don't
doing it
interrupt
again.
him.
Thanks,
Just let
Tim.
him finish.
Thank you for coming in again.
All right, Doofus, I
'Cause I
already
can-
told you screaming is not the answer, but Data, please don't interrupt him, okay? Otherwise, I mean, if I have to mute you every time, it takes a lot of work on my end, and I don't want to have to sit here muting you guys. You're grown adults. You should be able to take turns and let each other finish. Even if you're triggered or don't like what the other person say, just let them finish. Give them 20 seconds. They'll try not to monologue kind of thing, and then let them respond. So then the audience can hear what you guys are actually saying instead of it just being a chaotic mess of audio that no one can hear. I think Doofus was speaking, so go ahead.
Right. Usually I speak less than 20 seconds at a time. That I can give you figures for the refractive index of air. It is never not a thing. There's definitely a refractive index of air all the time.
So I did not say it's not a thing. I said over a distance, it's pretty straight lines of light. And once you get past a certain distance, it becomes relative based on the weather conditions. But for a certain length or distance, light travels in parallel straight lines. And how do we know this? Is because we can see it converge. How do we can see it converge? Is because we're using optics. The problem with your globe model and your orthographic drawing is the ground does rise. It has a sagitta, a hump, but that is caused by physical nature of an Earth curve. And in reality, the ground appears to rise optically. So there's a conflation here of what's causing that refracting effect. Now you'd like to run off and escape and try to ad hom or red herring the fact that I'm not nowhere near denying refraction is not an effect. But to get something to bend, it has to travel straight first. To have something converge, it has to be traveling straight first. In your model, there's none of that principle. It is a mathematical feet and inches value. It has nothing to do with optics. Now, if you want to take that feet and inches value, assume it's a ball, and then add in refraction over top of it, I can show you in plain Euclidean geometry the same effect with the same assumptions, showing that I can show the same hidden effect. Now, if you want to quantify it in some exponential function, because light and refraction appears to have a parabola effect when it curves, and you want to hijack that, and I can show you exactly how you do it. I can give you the math for it, and I can show you that the Earth does not have any 8 inches per mile squared. None of it.
Beat to the
All right. But the interesting thing about all that, because of the weird statement that you made about light having to go straight before it can bend, weird, you can actually measure the specifics of our atmosphere 20 feet above ground level or higher, observe that given those measurements, the higher density medium is below. And now I've shown you also some different refractive indices of air. Same kind of thing. The more dense air has a higher refractive index. This causes light to bend toward the more dense medium, causes it to bend downward, causes distant objects to appear higher, which is a problem. So again, we're talking about the physical feet and inches value that you claim that the Earth is. If you want to hijack the conversation and go off and arbitrarily talk about refraction like we don't think it exists, we do know it exists. The fact is that all light entering a different medium change will pivot and change point, and it usually enters into the denser medium and pivots at that point, correct? When you claim that it's a problem, let's remember the globe model description of the sunset, where the sun is being refracted. We're not actually seeing it. It's actually at another location, but being refracted upward, like you suggest it is. So at the point of the me mentioning your horizon in the sun setting is that it's an optical effect again, and not based on a physical ball. And in the same breath as I'm speaking, it's the same point that you're trying to make with refraction, by indicating using refraction has to do with the shape of the Earth. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It has everything to do with light that travels in a straight path, passing through a denser medium. So refraction has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. Your heliocentric ball calculation model has feet and inches values which have nothing to do with optics. You are, in my opinion, game over for you guys. Well, I can tell you why it's a problem. If the light passing through our atmosphere is bending downward, causing distant objects to appear higher, what we should observe as distant objects get farther and farther away from us is that they rise, that they get higher in angle, so that the flat Earth, or Earth with no curvature, or however you want to explain it as an extended plane, would appear to us as though it was concave, but we don't see that. So again, to assess what you can understand models to be, it's not what we're interested in. We're into the fact that you ignore optics and the convergence of light, which is an infinity point, which is no magnitude, nothing measurable. In other words, it's not based on the shape of the Earth, but based on the angular limitation of light to the observer's height.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yep.
Okay, Doofus. So let's just take it for granted. Let's say that we are looking over an extended plane, and you are going to assert that the distance, if there are targets in the distance, that they should appear concave. What I'm trying to understand what you think that would actually look like as you look out into the distance. How do you think the distance would look to you? As best you can kind of summarize it.
Any object at the same altitude above reference that you are should be above your eye level, not below it.
Okay, would you please
appear.
say that one more? I'm sorry. Say that one more time. I'm really trying to get it. Say it one more time.
Any object at the same altitude as you above a reference surface, as you move it farther away from you, it should appear further and further above your eye level, not below it.
Due to refraction?
Right. The refraction that we know to exist in our atmosphere at 20 feet above ground level or higher.
It bends upward now?
Wait. No. I started the questions. I'm trying to follow up now. So you're saying that anything. Somebody's got a hot mic.
Of recollections, because a lot of people are now saying
Jamie.
on a political commentators, but we're sort of going into.
Somebody's got a hot mic. Okay, so Doofus, I'm going to try to steelman what you said. You're basically saying that from your vantage point, anything above your eye level, as it gets farther into the distance, should drop below your eye level. Is that what you said?
No, absolutely
Okay.
not. I said anything that's at my altitude, as it gets farther away from me, should go above my eye level.
No. But then you said, but when it gets farther away, you said something else. What was the next part?
No, that's what I said. I said as it gets further away, it should go above my eye level, given the conditions in our atmosphere, especially true in stable conditions 20 feet above ground level or higher.
Okay, so have you ever seen, or has anyone ever seen, targets in the distance, as you described, above your eye level?
Yes, some people have gotten really close to surfaces of a different temperature and caused that to happen.
No, I'm not talking about. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not talking about moving your eye level to a lower position to change the distance that you're looking at. We're talking about simply standing on the shoreline or standing at a position in an open prairie, let's say, and then there are distant mountains, right? So I'm still trying to understand what concavity would look like, because every time I look out into the distance on the Chesapeake Bay, all I have to do is look straight ahead of me and I'll see the shoreline on the other. It's just right in front of me. I don't have to look up. I don't have to look down. I look straight ahead, just like I am right now. So like probably a mile ahead of me, there's a truck. I don't have to look up to see it, and I don't have to look down to see it. If I look up, I'm going to see the sky. So it's straight in front of me. So whenever you stand anywhere and look straight out ahead, unless it's a large mountain, it's going to be, that mountain will be above your eye. But that's not because of the convexity of the Earth or the apparent convexity of the conditions of the medium. But if you were to, because again, when you talk about perspective, right, if you're talking about art and you're going to draw a landscape and you've got mountains, those mountains aren't at your eye level. You have to create an artificial horizon, which is where your eye level is. And that is always going to be where it is. And anytime you walk out and see it, it's going to be at your eye level. So I'm still trying to understand what you think convexity would actually look like.
Right. Keep in mind, you're kind of weaseling in there. The horizon is always at eye level, which we know is not true. But
okay,
the distant objects, as I explained before, the farther they get away from you, if they're at the same altitude you are above a reference surface, like say you guys are both, you and the object in question are both on the shore of the same body of water. As you go further away, what you would expect on an Earth with no curvature or an extended plane or whatever you want to call it, is the distant object goes above your eye level the farther it is away from you.
Okay, so I will be the one guy who says that is not what I expect at all.
Well, unfortunately, that's what the atmosphere measures it should do.
Okay, again, your measurement of the atmosphere is an equation. It does not mean that it is what reality presents to us. Okay,
Hold on.
so here,
when is a measurement an equation?
how did you? Okay, so when you said that
When
it is
it's quantified.
Hold on. When you said that it is a measurement that tells us that something should be higher, what are you measuring?
Measuring the density of the air at various altitudes.
Okay, yeah, that's simply, okay, great. Those are simply variables that you can measure. That doesn't tell you or demonstrate what the horizon is doing as you look at it in those conditions. So let me be specific, and I'll try.
Yeah, I wasn't speaking about the horizon, by the way.
They're actually mean values that are set.
Travis, are you still there?
Yeah, why did it die all of a sudden?
Rip. We might have went in a bad spot.
Possible.
He got refracted.
He converged into the vanishing point.
That's actually funny, bro.
Yeah, that was just the angular limitation of light to the observer's height.
He reduced an angler size till he was infinitesimally small. I've never seen an animal at long distance refracted though. And you view elk, man, if you step on a twig, the herd runs 3 miles away and you can still see them. In the mountains.
Sure.
I've never seen that.
What kind of distance are we talking about here?
Well, what kind of distance is refraction true at? I thought it had a standard
all
uniform.
distances.
I wasn't done
obviously-
talking, but listen. If it has a standard refractive mean, and in 3 miles to the horizon, refraction can affect you, then in 3 miles in the valley on a mountain, it should be able to affect what I observe.
Maybe it does, but I mean, everything is going to be refracted. I mean, not just the animals. So, I mean, you're not going to really.
Well, the light that brings a view of the animal to me, if that was refracted, then I'd shoot where the animal is and miss. But very often I eat. I don't miss.
3 miles away, you shoot something? I mean, I don't really know how, that shit works. No. So, I mean,
No, not at 3 miles, but I can shoot a mile.
No, well, then, I mean, you're probably not going to get too much going on. It'll probably be, more or less.
Whoa.
Is the horizon refracted in a mile?
Probably such a minute
The
amount.
discussion wasn't specifically on the horizon. It was basically all objects.
Yeah,
The
I know, but
refraction-
see, listen, you guys say a 10-mile away horizon can be refracted to my eye. Why cannot an elk from 10 mile away be refracted into my view? And then I shoot as an illusion.
That's what said.
But it's not. This is when I track it. It's there. It's not 10 miles away. I can see evidence.
The thing
of
is
it.
that the light coming from the elk and the light coming from its surroundings all follow the same path, or basically the same path to your eye. So it's not like you expect the elk to be elevated apart from the ground. You expect to see the elk and the ground together still.
Well,
So does it have line of sight?
Yeah, when it's on the peak of a mountain and the mountain forms my horizon, where the sky and the mountain meet.
Yeah, topographical horizon. Yeah.
Well,
I
we
think
can be hyper specific, but it's where the sky and the land appear to meet, so it's just the same point. But I've never seen a topographical cert in my civil engineer's handbook. I've never seen a definition for a topographical horizon. Can you explain that to me?
Well, no, just like you have an idealized horizon, you already know what that's about. And that's just given distance, how far away that horizon should be. But like topographical horizon is there's something else in your way that's just due to topography. Like a mountain is in your way from seeing a town on the other side of it.
Yeah, I've heard the term artificial horizon for what you're describing.
Yeah, well, you would expect
Artificial horizon would be instrument driven.
So it's explained as the topography or the buildings in a given area can dictate the horizon.
Well, just what you can see. Like if it's in the way, it's in the way.
No, that's how it's explained in the handbook. Yeah. If you're in a forest, your local horizon is going to be the trees. But like he said, that's not a true horizon. That's considered an artificial horizon.
Actually, yeah. I mean, the term artificial horizon is for instruments.
That,
not sure where I picked that up.
That's actually in my handbook.
But I think the point, what you were trying to get at, Michael, is that if the elk, like if its position is refracted, which it is, why are you not missing? Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, I mean, I could take it to Baghdad and ask why suspect or target vehicles 3 miles, 4 miles off in the view are never refracted.
You would never hit the elk if it was refracted. Your bullet would have to curve around the globe.
Actually that's not true. That's actually not true.
How's it not?
You're coming into this with the wrong expectations. So
listen, I'll explain my premise. I've laser targeted these at up to 5 miles, and it hit. Bam, right on target.
Oh, 5 miles?
Yeah,
what?
Yeah, I'm a Marine. We can laser target up to 10 miles away as long as we have line of sight. So is that the apparent view? Is that the apparent view of my target, or is it the actual position of my target?
It's always like refraction always happens. It's just way
I
more
gave a
stronger in certain
specific case.
circumstances.
When
are you talking about painting targets with a laser, or are you talking about shooting
I
a
am.
laser from your position to a target 10 miles away?
That's painting. That's painting a target. Now I'm not talking about surveying target. I said as a Marine. What is a target to a Marine? It's not just some bullseye, right? It's the enemy.
Okay. Well,
when we paint a tank from up to 12 miles away, we hit the tank, guy. It's that simple.
Well, how much refraction would we expect? I mean, like, you know, like if it's not a whole lot, then I mean,
that's a
you'll hit it.
question I'm asking, but refraction can affect a 5-foot observer at 3 miles on the horizon. So what is this, a selective standard?
Yeah, I mean, this is a tricky question because it also
It doesn't seem like it's real life applicable.
Well, no, I mean, it also depends on how big your target is too. You know what I'm saying? If you're hitting something really tiny,
Does
then
it
you
matter
might not
the
hit it
size
with
of
over
the
10 miles.
object? So refraction can refract objects on the horizon. Does it matter how big they are?
No, I'm just saying if it was a really tiny object, right, and you're trying to, like, let's say bullet size, right, and you're trying to hit this over at 10 miles, you might not actually be able to hit it because
it would reduce an angular size at 10 miles, and I wouldn't be able to hit it up. Nobody Nobody, listen, your hypothetical universe doesn't exist in reality, okay? It's like an ideal state. Nobody's trying to hit a bullet-sized target at 10 miles.
I know, but the point I was trying to get at is if it was bullet size and you're able to zoom in, right, and you go to shoot it like 10 miles away, it might be possible that you know, at that scale.
If it was a bullet,
okay, I guess I won't be able to finish one.
Listen, if it was bullet size as the Marine, I would just hump in there and get a better view from a closer distance.
All I'm saying is that the size of your target could also be helping you out too, because if let's say, for example, it's only like refracted a little bit, where it's only, you know, moved like, I don't know, like a small amount, then obviously you're still going to hit it if it's a really big object. You know what I'm saying? Like, it really depends on how much refraction there is and how big the object is.
How big do you think a tank is? Is it massive?
It's pretty big. Yeah, it's pretty big.
Compared to a human, they're really not that. It's a couple car sizes.
Still pretty big.
So that's not very big at 10 miles.
The point is, I'm just saying that
we
really
could break it down to arc minutes.
Yeah, there you go. That I was looking for like something to whatever, like a sort of arc minutes would work or something.
I'm with you. I'm with you. So if that was true, but dude, at war we're not trying to shoot enemies who are a speck in our sights. Truth is, you know, there's not that many long distance confirmed kills because we prefer to make sure one shot, one kill, so we get closer. Evade and elude is our special skill, or their special skill as a sniper. Maybe close quarter combat, so they wouldn't worry about getting closer. We just don't do that. Things that aren't. What I'm trying to do is break it down to things that actually apply in life and things that have to be hypothetical to prove a point that you could never apply in reality. I'm just asking, why isn't a target at 5 or 10 miles, you know, no matter the size, if I can paint it with a laser, it can be hit, but it's not refracted. It doesn't appear to be where it is not. That's the premise.
Well, the short answer is we haven't actually done any measurements, so we're kind of just, you know,
throwing shit at the wall and hoping it sticks. So, but every time we show an image, somebody said refraction, but then they ask, why is this sink? When sinking is a formal reaction, they never apply refraction to sinking. but it is a form of refraction, sinking. Sinking, looming, you guys know the many forms of refraction, do you not? Or do you just say there's only one kind of refraction? When looming isn't mirage and mirage isn't looming.
I mean, me personally, I'm not too knowledgeable. Maybe someone else here.
Looming. Wait, dude. What did you say about looming real quick again?
I said it's not the same as other forms of refraction like sinking or miraging.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, but specifically.
I said mirage, yeah, and you can say it is a mirage.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Right. So they're specifically not the same thing. They're different forms of refraction.
Correct. Those are the. There's two forms of mirage. There's inferior and superior, and then there are 4 non-mirage refraction phenomena.
Oh, see, he knows.
And stooping.
Yep, stooping. Yeah, there you go. Here, I'll let you preach it. I just want to know why these don't affect or didn't affect anything in Quake or Iraqi Freedom or Desert Storm, Desert Shield. In the desert, man. Come on, you got to understand that refraction is higher in the desert if it's true. There's more light there, and it's bounced around by the sand.
It's because the refraction will set you off course on your target, but the corrosive effect will put you back on course, so it evens out.
I don't know.
So the Coriolis swings me around and smacks me into a refraction tree where all of a sudden...
No, you guys are being silly. Now, Coriolis, from my understanding, is the left.
We are being
right.
silly. We are being silly, and
we talked about Coriolis yesterday.
That's just an appearance. It's not an actual thing. It appears that way from a rotating reference frame. If the frame is rotating.
Now
if you're on the thing, it'll appear to whatever. If you're on the thing,
yeah. Well, it'll appear to curve away because you're rotating away from it. Yeah,
Yeah. So I'm sorry. Yeah. My battery died, which is why I dropped off earlier.
Oh, cool. I'll let you get back in there, though, bro. I was trying to fill dead end.
I mean, I'll be perfectly happy to say what I was going to say, but I was talking to Doofus. Are you still here?
Is he still here? Let me see. He might. No, he's gone. It took too long.
Okay, so basically, we were talking about concavity, right? So if you go out one day and the Earth appears concave, and you go out the next day and the Earth appears convex, and you take a snapshot of both those days, what will those snapshots present? Okay, so imagine you're going to go out, you're going to go to Havre de Grace, Maryland on the Chesapeake Bay at Concord Point. You're going to put your feet right at the edge of the Susquehanna River. Got a 9-mile shoreline across the Susquehanna. Okay. And one day, crunch all the numbers, and all your meteorological data says this should be concave. Take a fucking picture. And then the next day, you got different conditions, and it's supposed to be something else. And you take a picture. Okay. Now, the picture is going to look like you set up in 2 different locations. You want to know why? Because they're not going to match. You're going to have magnification. You're going to have recession. That is, it's going to look like it's dropped into the background, that shoreline with houses on it. It's going to look higher or it's going to look lower in the photograph. But when you went out on Monday and stood on that shoreline and looked across at the other shoreline 9 miles away, it looked like it was straight in front of you. No convexity, no concavity. You wouldn't have thought either one because it's directly in front of you. You don't have to raise your eyes to see it. You don't have to lower your eyes to see it. It's always directly in front of you. The only time you're going to notice a difference is when you take a snapshot with the same focal length at the same observer height and the same target.
So yeah, I get your argument. Like visually, you might not notice it, but the whole thing is that we would most likely expect to see the horizon above eye level. All right, and
No.
usually we don't.
No, there's no expectation. The only time the horizon is above my eye level is if there's a mountain in front of me. If there's no mountain in front of me, if I'm standing on the beach, I'm never going to expect the ocean to be above my eye level. Never, ever. Why would I? Are you insane?
Well, the whole argument is that if you're on a flat surface, whatever, right, and you have this refraction, the refraction would bring it up, and then over the great, the distance, you're gonna. What do you mean no?
Okay, I disagree with that science. That science is absolutely incorrect.
And what makes you say that?
Experience and observation. I'm telling you, Arma, I'm telling you, if you go out to the beach,
okay,
on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday,
are these measurements though?
No, hold on. Go out on 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock. Every single time, raise your eyes to look at the horizon. You will never look up or down. You just have to look straight out.
That's a cool story, but for one,
it's
all right,
not a story. It's not a story. That's reality. So
how does that relate to what we're saying we would see if the surface was flat and there was refraction? You're just saying, oh, I don't see that. But in order for you to use that as a conclusion, whatever, you would have to say, oh, the Earth is flat already. I feel like the argument it doesn't really it's not cohesive. You're all over the place with it.
No, I am not all over the place. I am very specific in what I'm saying to you right now. Okay, every time you look out at the horizon, it is a refracted image. Every single time. Don't interrupt, please. Don't go.
I'm not interrupting. I'm saying okay. I'm listening. Okay. That's how you let people know you're listening. Go on.
Well, the inflection you had was not okay.
Well,
so
whatever.
I can listen. I can show you photographs of the same target in different positions.
Okay.
Looking closer, looking farther away, looking higher up. But but that is only distinguishable when I show you a panel of the same target on different days. If you went out and just looked with your naked eye, you would always be looking out straight ahead in front of you.
Yeah, that's fine. No one's disagreeing with that. Like, what are you on about?
I'm on about the horizon is never going to be concave. Ever.
Well, first off, that's BS. All right, because I actually, this sort of, I wouldn't say it hurts it hurts the argument, but I'll go there anyway though. So, have you seen? I mean, you had to have seen it. The black swan image.
Yes, I've taken photographs of those platforms myself.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So there is crazy evidence that says that the horizon in that image is actually above eye level. All right, which would mean that, technically speaking, that would be a concave.
No, you're incorrect. You're incorrect.
Okay, so when you think concave, are you thinking like a bowl, or are you like we're talking like let's just get that straight here, okay? Are you thinking like a bowl, like a visually like concave, like I have a bowl around me, or are we just talking about slightly above eye level? Because if it's slightly above eye level, then technically that would be quote unquote concave. All right.
Okay. So you have two still images of those two platforms.
Okay, I heard this already. I'm asking you what you think concave means. Is this concave? Are we agreeing that concave?
Concave means that you are going to see something above your eye level.
Okay, well then there you go. Your definition of concave is different from mine. So let's not use the word concave, all right?
Okay, hold on. No. Then you tell me, because I thought that's what you wanted to hear. What is your understanding of what concavity should look like?
So me and I would assume Doofus were pretty much, hinting at concave being that the horizon would be pretty much above eye level, because at that point,
what I just fucking said.
Oh, okay, look, first off, don't yell at me, all right? I'm being real civil with you right now, all right? So calm down. Calm down, all right?
Listen, I just said that, and you said
no. You're saying looking up. You don't have to look up for something to be above eye level, right?
Up. I did not say.
Yeah, you said concave. If something is concave, if you're on a concave surface, whatever, you'd be looking up or some shit. That's what you said.
No.
Okay, then okay.
Does anyone? No. Sorry, Arma. Does anyone here want to correct me? Did I say concavity means that you have to look up to see the object? Did I say that? Anyone?
No one's really listening right now. No, hold on. Don't conclude that just because people are silent. All right. Let's hear a yes or no at the very least if you're going to conclude that.
Is there anybody listening to this conversation?
You did not say that.
I thought he did. Maybe I can go back in the video real fast. Let me see.
Okay, did I say concavity means you're going to have to look up to see the object?
Yeah, I'm not listening. Oh,
I thought you said you weren't listening.
No,
Okay,
I'm at work, so I wasn't listening really closely.
So then
no, you didn't say that, Travis. I thought I heard you say convexity would mean that you would be looking up, not concavity.
That would be even worse, though. That goes against it, though.
Yeah, no, I didn't. Okay, all I said was concavity means that it would be above your eye level. That's what I said.
Concavity? Yes. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
All right. So then we agree on that then.
No. Okay. Only on a concept. Now, if you take the still shot of the black swan, there's two primary still shots, right? If you put those two still shots next to each other, okay, you're going to, I think, interpret one of those as concavity somehow. Okay. But the problem with that is that the appearance of that target in your field of view is 100% the result of refraction.
Okay.
Now, if you went out and looked and stood on the beach on that day, nothing would be above your eye level. You would simply.
How do you know that?
I actually
measure it, or are you just eyeballing it?
Okay, I'll say it again. I have gone out.
I swear to God, if you repeat yourself a freaking third.
That's okay, but see, I've already told you, and you're asking me something I've already fucking told you.
Yeah, and I told you too that what you're saying is just like it's silly because I already told you that. Did you measure it? You're saying no. You're eyeballing eyeballing the horizon in your example in your story.
Okay, great. Did I measure what? Huh?
You're saying in your story basically that I've looked out the shore or whatever. I looked out the the horizon or some shit, and that it doesn't rise. It's just there or whatever. Like
okay. Arma, you said to me, you asked me, did you measure it? Here's my question: what am I supposed to measure?
If the horizon is above or below eye level, that's what you're supposed to measure.
Okay, how would you do that?
You set up a level. I mean, it could be a water level. I mean, it could be just something that shows you that what your level would be. You have a height. Okay, you have a height above sea level, whatever your elevation. All right, so you have an eye level. I mean, how do you determine eye level? Is eye level an eyeballing thing, or is it an actual thing that you can measure? It's a thing you can measure. Spoiler alert. Okay.
No. Okay.
There's plenty of ways you can measure eye level. All right. I mean, you're being silly right now.
Okay, Arma. Okay, this is a tactic that you globe flakes bring out by calling us silly. Okay.
No, because it's not.
Arma, shut the fuck up.
No, you shut the fuck up. Don't talk to me like that. All right. Let this be civil. All right. Stop being a fucking
Okay, then stop interrupting
idiot.
me. Stop interrupting me. Stop telling me that I'm silly. Okay, because your experience. When you go out, if you have the ability to go out to an unobstructed distance and you look at your feet and you raise your eyes up, all you have to do is look straight ahead of you and the fucking horizon is just going to be there.
All right, but you didn't measure it. You're not telling me if it's.
You don't have to measure anything.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you don't. Okay, here's the thing, right? Yeah, sure, it could be eye level, like quote unquote, like it's more or less there. But you mean. It's you could still measure whether it's truly above that or truly below that. All right, there is a defined level line. All right, that you can define a line there. All right, and you're not giving me that. You're just eyeballing it.
Okay, honestly, I don't have the need to do that. If you have the need to do that, then by all means, do that.
Well, you do for this argument, because the whole point is we're trying to determine whether or not, you know, the horizon could be above eye level. All right, you have a very loose, like, vague.
I'm not making a claim that the horizon is going to be above or below eye level. I'm making a claim that the horizon is going to be directly in front of me as I look out in front of me.
Yeah, that I agree with that.
That's how simple it is.
Okay.
Now, okay, since you and I can agree that if you go out to the beach and simply look out in front of you, the horizon is just going to be there. You're just going to look straight ahead, and there's the horizon. Okay? Great. Now, if you have a platform and you take your camera and you choose a focal length and you snap a picture,
Okay.
and then you go out 4 hours later and you snap a picture from the same spot with the same focal length, your field of view is going to be different. Nothing's going to match.
Your field of view?
Yeah, the target in your snapshot, that same platform, is going to either be higher, lower, apparently closer, apparently farther away. Perhaps it's in an inferior mirage.
Wait, where did the field of view come into this? That's not field of view.
Okay. How would you describe the area into which you were looking in the distance that you're going to take a picture of? How would you describe that?
I mean, your field of view, from my understanding, is like, isn't that like an angle measurement? That's like from from one angle to.
Fine, great, fine. Here's my question now still remains. How would you describe the target that you are looking out at in the distance and taking a picture of? How would you describe what you're doing? As you look out into the distance, take a picture, and then as you describe that picture, how would you describe it? I don't have a problem saying that field, that area in which I am viewing, I don't have a problem using field of view.
But that's not what field of. I'm pretty sure.
How would you describe it then, Arma?
Yeah,
I
what
don't
he's
know.
saying is if you can see it, it exists in your field of view. It's really
Yeah, but he
not
said
that.
he said your field of view would change, though. All right,
You don't have to interrupt. He's just saying what you see is
I'm
within your
interrupting 'cause I
field
know
of
what
view.
he's-
Yes
know
or
what-
no?
What? Okay, so your field of view is going to be, like it's an angle thing, from my understanding.
Yeah,
like,
I know. It's how far you can see.
Yeah, I'm not answering his question.
And up and down, but things you see exist within that field, right?
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I guess he must have misspoke or something, but he said that your field of view would change or something, though, even though you have the exact same distance and exact same focal length, whatever. Use the correct words if you're gonna,
explain it.
Hold
Now
on.
let him explain it.
Okay. The target at which you are looking, when you take a snapshot at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then you go out at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and you find that same target, and you take a snapshot with the same focal length, that target will not appear to you in the same way in both photographs. In one, it might be larger and apparently closer, or it could be smaller and apparently far away.
Well, I don't know about the whole. I haven't really seen examples where things are larger.
Observation at a distance changes 15 minutes. Why? Because weather changes, temperature changes, air movement changes. It's a simple concept, and it's true. It's science.
I don't know about larger though. Maybe taller, because you can have weird mirages and shit where it kind of like stretches like vertically, but not on the horizontal. Like if you're saying larger.
Yes,
well,
okay, listen, I know that you guys don't watch my shit. I get it. But I have spent hours and thousands of dollars of my own time and money taking photographs of this. I can show you targets larger and smaller in the same observation point. Okay, so yes, I know that you guys think that refraction happens vertically. It doesn't. It happens in all 3 dimensions. And if you don't know or don't understand how I can say that, that's because I have spent 4 years on both the East and West Coast taking photographs of targets and seeing this shit live.
All right. Well, maybe even if you are true, that's the field of view still hasn't changed though. Like, let's use words correctly. All right.
Okay, then what would you describe? Okay. Do you understand that when I say field of view, I mean the area out in which you are looking. So if you don't like field of view, but you know the idea,
I got
All
a
right,
then how
fine.
the fuck
Okay, fair enough.
would you
All right.
describe
Yeah.
what
Yeah,
you're
Listen.
doing?
Are you saying that things will appear different in that view over time?
Oh, mirror. Like, what?
Yes, I'm saying that. Yes.
I thought you were. So we know this will change with weather, right? With temperature, all
Yes.
that. Yeah.
Yes.
So it's not about whether he's true. It's about whether he's correct or not. And actually, science agrees with him. Your refractive standard does too.
All right, whatever, fine. Okay, so go on with your thing, all right? So the thing gets bigger, smaller, whatever. The point that you were trying to make.
The point that I'm trying to make is when you go out and just look at the horizon with your naked eye, it's always just directly in front of you. You don't have the ability with your naked eye to understand that the presentation of that target is different than it was a couple of hours ago because it's still right directly in front of you. Okay? I've had a couple of live streams where I'm looking at my stuff for the very first time and I start to say these things. I'm like, this is crazy. The conditions of the medium are different in the video captures because I cannot fit as much into my camera in one shot as I did in another shot. Why is that? But when I look at and when I put those 2 snapshots next together, the target that I'm looking at is higher than the other one. Well, what the fuck? What the fuck? How can it be higher? Well, Travis, your camera was angled at... No, my camera was at 60 inches, straight ahead, with the same frame, okay? So, the only way I can see that there's a difference between 9 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock in the afternoon is to take a still shot and put them next together. But when I go out and look with my naked eye, it looks the same.
Okay.
It doesn't look higher. So there's no it's a fallacy, this whole concavity. The Earth has never appeared concave, ever. I have no idea why or when anybody who made that claim for the very first time and what was the observation? Because you can't see that with your naked eye. So you had to have taken a still shot at one point and a still shot at another point and saw that at one point the target was higher.
Okay. Well, like I said earlier, I mean, this sort of defeats the argument that, the flat surface would, you would have a concave thing going on. But whatever. The point is, earlier I said the black swan image, right? There's evidence, at least, that the horizon in that image is higher than it should be. In fact, higher than eye level. Now, technically it wasn't measured. I can't talk right now. It wasn't measured in that, but there is evidence of that though, right? Because I believe that image, I believe the height of the camera is either a foot or so, I think. And you have a person swimming in the water or whatever, and that person's way below the horizon and stuff. Xanic did a whole image thing on this stuff, but the whole point is that there's evidence still that the horizon in that image is actually higher than eye level.
Okay, so
that kind of goes against what you were just saying,
Okay. So what causes it to appear higher than eye level?
Refraction. I mean,
Okay.
I think that was the whole point of the argument.
Okay,
Refraction.
right.
Blah, blah.
Okay, right. But listen. So I'm going to try to say this because I've done this for myself too, thinking through this. If you go out, what's Do you know what the camera setting is that would match what we normally see with our naked eye? Like when we look out straight ahead of us, and then if we were going to take a picture, what would be the focal length? Do you know what that is?
I believe the focal length for human vision is like 135 degrees, I think.
No, not degrees. No, it would be in millimeters, right?
Oh, then I don't know what that is. Then I mean, it's probably
So
like
you've got a 35 millimeter camera, right? Okay, you know, a 35 millimeter camera. The human eye basically sees at about 50 to 52 millimeters, as far as I understand. Break me over the coals for that, okay? So when I look out straight ahead of me into the distance at 8 miles, that's a very far distance. And if I wanted to take a picture of that and match what I see, I would have to basically zoom in to about 50 to 52 millimeters. Okay, so I'm going to take a snapshot. Click. But that's at a distance. That's not zoomed in. Okay? So that's going to present what I see at eye level, basically. Okay? So, so you do that at 9 o'clock in the morning. And then zoom in on your target. Zoom in on your target at now 357 full optical zoom, so that the target is closer to you and you have less in your camera viewfinder, right? Because you've zoomed in, right? So you've narrowed down what you can see and it's closer, right? Or it's larger, okay? So when you go back out at 3 o'clock and take the 52 millimeter picture, when you put the 9 o'clock and the 3 o'clock next to each other, they're going to be the same. But when you take the 357 next to each other, they're not.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Why are you telling me this? I've heard you like 1,000 times, like this comparing them. Like I get that.
No, I just introduced.
I know it's a slightly different, whatever, but it's more or less the same thing. You're comparing two images to see if the freaking horizon is different or not.
Okay, listen very carefully. Okay, you did understand the import of what I was saying. Your reaction shows me that you don't understand the point I was just making, even though you blubbered and cried about the fact that I said something again. The reason why I'm saying it again, Arma, is because you're not understanding what I'm saying. Now, if anybody else wants to repeat what I said so that you understand, right? Otherwise, somebody should speak up and say, you know what, Travis, you're not making any sense. I don't even understand what you're saying.
Maybe it's my bad. Maybe I went into that thinking you were just repeating yourself, so that's probably on me. Just repeat it again, and I'll listen to see if you're making a different point or not. That's
okay.
You know.
Okay, so if you want to take the black swan image that you think presents the horizon higher than eye level, okay, fine. Keep that image. Great, you've got that image. Now let's pretend that on that same day when you took that image, you took a distant photograph of the same target based on what your eye can see, which is at 52 millimeters. Now, okay, but the black swan image more than likely was taken at full optical zoom, which is 357 millimeters. So it's much closer. Now, okay, when you do the horizon test on the picture at 52 millimeters, it's going to be right where the horizon should be.
Oh, okay, I see. But you understand. Okay, you first.
So if in the 52 millimeter, the horizon is right where it should be, but then I zoom in and take a close-up picture, but the horizon, according to your measurements or whatever you think isn't where you think eye level should be, how do you reconcile those?
So let me get this straight. You're pretty much saying we can't tell, like, where the horizon should be. Well, I mean, because okay, so you're saying if we had two images, one where the human, like how humans would normally see it, and then one where maybe it's zoomed in, the horizon could be essentially in the same spot because one is zoomed and one isn't. Is that what you're saying? At least so far, am I getting that right?
I think yes. I think based on what I understand you to say, yes.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I don't. Well, that's the thing. We're not really determining, where the horizon is based off of comparing to images. Like I said, we can do that by finding out what eye level is in the image, right? And the way you would do that is, there's a few ways you could do that. You could use maybe like water in a bottle. You can use that to find like a little line, whatever, low level, whatever. I mean, there's plenty of ways to do it though, but like, yeah, I'm not really sure if I get, like, say your question again.
My question would be, if you take a photograph at 52 millimeters,
and then one and the other one, right?
Hold on, yeah, but the one at 52 millimeters is where the horizon should be, right? It's not up, it's not down. That's where the horizon should be. And then you zoom in on that same target and take a picture. And then when you do whatever you think you have to do to see if whether or not that horizon is higher or lower than you think it should be, how do you reconcile that the one presents the horizon right where it should be and the other one doesn't?
Okay. I got the entire thing now. Okay, so see, this is kind of a tricky question to sort of tackle in terms of like your understanding of like how things work. So I guess first, we have an idea of how far the horizon should be, at least on a ball. All right, that there's an expected value, expected position. All right, so at least in terms of the ball, we would know whether it's if the horizon in the image is higher or lower. With that being said, how do we do that? You would need to first measure eye level, right? Or like where your level line is, right? So, for example, as a 6-foot observer, you would if you have like a water bottle or something with water in it, right? And then you kind of line that up to where in front of the camera, that would be your line, pretty much. That would be your horizon, not your horizon. That would be your eye level, right? And so, if you compare the horizon to like the water in the bottle, if the horizon is below that, then there you go. It's below eye level. I mean, like visually, it's going to look like it's in front of you, but if you actually measure it, it's going to be below that water line, right? Now, with the black swan, if you do that with the water bottle, right, you'll have the horizon slightly above that water in the water bottle, all right, visually, all right? So with that being said, I mean, yes, if we're just taking pictures without actually measuring where eye level is, then there's no way we can actually figure it out, all right? But if we're actually going out of our way to measure it, right, using like a reference point, aka like a water bottle with water in it, then yeah, we should be able to easily find out where the horizon is relative to eye level, all right? But we need some way to actually, we need like a reference point, all right? That's obvious. We do need a reference point.
So let me ask you a question. So eye level for me is roughly about 60 inches, right? Or 65 inches, because I'm taller than 5 foot. Okay, so let's just say 65 inches.
Okay.
So that's my eye level.
Mm-hmm.
So do I hear you saying that I'm supposed to set up a water level at my eye level? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, like if you want like a water bottle with water in it, yeah, you would just line up with your eyes and and see as long if the water is level with your eye or not. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, if you can see the surface of the water, then it's not level, and if you can see it kind of below it, then that's not level. You want it to be lined up, yeah, with your eye. I'm sure there's other ways, but that's a really crude example of how you would do it, I guess. Get like a water bottle.
Okay. So, yeah. I think that's an interesting concept to think through, because as you look out into the distance, okay, so look, if I'm standing in front of a three-story house, I have to look up to see the eaves, right?
3-story house, look up,
right?
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I have to look up to see the eaves that are above my head. But if I back up 5 miles and look out at that house, I don't have to look up at anything. I just look out straight in front of me.
Yes, but
I don't have to right?
Yes, that is correct. But with that being said, though, right? If we assume we're on a flat plane, though, while you won't have to look up, you will still be looking slightly above, like true eye level. Let's call it that. All right. You will be looking ever so slightly up, right? So, for example, let's say eye level, is just dead straight ahead, 0 degrees. All right. And obviously, let's say, like your zenith, like if you know that term, right? That would be 90 degrees above you, right? For that building, that's the 3-story building, whatever, right? Or the the third floor, whatever, right? For you to look at that, right? You'd probably be like 0.1 degree, like that's
Right.
you'd probably tilting like ever so slightly up, relative to your eye level though. But it is still it is above eye level though. That's the thing though. Like to you, it's not going to appear that way, but angularly, that there is, an angular measurement going on there. I mean, it is slightly above it. So that's
Okay.
what I'm.
Okay, I follow what you're saying. So here's my question: Why is this conversation important?
I'll be honest. It kind of got out of like it's not exactly. I'm not even sure that the original argument is there anymore. But I don't know. All I know is that originally Doofus's argument was that on a flat surface, if we have refraction on it, right, we would expect more often than not, the horizon to be slightly above eye level. I don't think he's saying we would, it'd be like visually like, oh, we could tell for sure. But if we were to go measure it, though, we would most of the time get a horizon that is slightly above eye level. All right, whether it be 0.1 degree or 1 degree,
Okay, I'm perfectly fine with that. And if that is caused by refraction, so what?
Well, because I think the whole argument is that we don't see that so often. Like with the black swan, we probably do. There was no actual measurements done for that, but we probably do from because if you look at the image, there is evidence of that.
But the statement still remains the same. It's the result of refraction. So what?
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's the whole thing. He's just saying that what we see in reality right now, we don't really get that as often as we should if we were on a flat surface. That's all he's saying. Is that it doesn't really match up.
No. In order for you to make that claim, you would have to have hard, fast evidence, which can only be produced with photography. Because if you go out and you do measurements and you write things down on a piece of paper, and you go and show that paper to someone, it's just going to be numbers and lines and parentheses, right? They're not going to be able to see what you saw. So the only way to produce, the only way to say what we should expect is actually to take a picture and say, I wasn't expecting anything. This is what I saw. This is what happens, right? So, for instance, last year, March, I went out 21 days in a row at 3 different points in the day on the Chesapeake Bay and filmed. And the conditions were the same for 21 days. Okay? I had a receded, that is, it was dropped back. I had a receded and diminished target in the distance. And it was the air was very turbulent in terms of refraction. Everything was moving. It looked like the wind was blowing, and the targets were just like, it was just a heat haze, like, right? And for 21 days, everything was the same. Temperature might have been a couple of degrees, this or that, but in terms of the visual presentation, man, I got so fucking bored. I'm like, I'm never going to see anything different. On the very last day, I was like, I'm not going out. I am not. And then I was sitting there and going like, man, something might be happening. And something was happening. But I measured the water, measured the air. I looked at the data that was available online. Everything was the same. But it wasn't. Because I had a fucking Fata Morgana out on the water. An amazing display. Beautiful. But everything else was the same. Right?
All right.
So you can't say what you should expect or shouldn't expect simply because you're crunching fucking numbers. You can only go out and take pictures and show what you got. And if you want to be meticulous enough to do the data, that's fine. Go ahead and do that. Okay? But you're going to get shit different all throughout the day. There is no uniformity. There is no standard There is no standard of what you're supposed to see or not see. Oh, if we were on a flat Earth, we would expect to see the horizon. Bullshit. No.
But do you apply that also to the globe, that if we are living on a globe, we should see X bullshit because of weather?
I would say that this is one of the discussions where both models have the same result when you're talking about refraction. We're both going to see the same thing.
Okay, so we can't look at something and say that it's globe or flat.
No, I've made that clear that my claims about Mirage aren't directly about that. Now, I think that they have implications for it, yes. And the implications, in my opinion, are against a globe because the position of the horizon changes. It is closer, it is farther away, and that only happens due to refraction.
That's your claim. You haven't shown that to be the case.
Yes, I have shown it to be the case. Whether or not you accept what I've shown is not my problem.
Okay, then I can say that the Earth is a globe, and whether you accept my evidence or not, then it's up on you.
Okay, great. If that makes you feel better, good.
Sure.
All right. Well, that's this was fun.
Yeah, I mean it shows nothing.
Yes, it does. The horizon is always 100% a refraction phenomenon, either with or without mirage. But every time you see the horizon, it is the effect of refraction, nothing else.
That's a claim.
If you watch his stuff, it's backed by evidence too.
So if there is zero, and you can't say that, but if there were zero refraction, you would not see a horizon?
I don't deal in La La Land hypotheticals.
So I can say that the horizon is always caused by the Earth curve, and I don't deal in La La Land where there is no curvature.
Okay, the problem with that is that your horizon is apparently in different positions every single time you go out and take a photograph. Okay, so the other thing that, because your model is dependent upon measurements and math, okay, because you can write out an equation where you will predict where the horizon will be, the only thing you guys have never done is confirmed your equation. You've only ran your equation, looked at the horizon, and went, "Yup, thumbs up, bro." But you will hold on. But if you were to get out of a boat and go out to where the horizon apparently is, with someone on the shore saying, "Okay, stop, you're at the horizon," you would falsify your equation.
Actually, no, because we're talking about geometric horizon and apparent horizon.
Yeah,
Which
dude.
one are you?
There is no. Okay, no, I'm not. Hold on, I am not going to concede in a concept of La La Land. There is no such thing as a geometric horizon. There is only what we see. When we look out and we see the horizon, we see the apparent. What's the word? Fuck, it starts with a C. What's the word? What is it? When the two, the apparent convergence of the sky and the land. That is the only horizon that exists. There's no reason to appeal to a geographic horizon or geometric horizon except on your model.
Yeah, where we have measured distances on the surface that show that it's a globe.
Who measured those? Are you talking about geodetics?
No, just those distances that you can travel yourself and verify.
Well, distance doesn't prove shape. I can travel 100 miles, but that would be true if it were circles, if it was shaped like a bow tie, or if it's laid straight out, it's still 100 miles. Doesn't prove shape.
If you travel on the southern hemisphere,
they don't understand that.
Listen, you're trying to reify a model with a model. It doesn't work. It's fallacious.
No, that's not what I'm doing.
It's faulty reasoning. Yes, you're saying because these
Oh.
distances, don't interrupt me, because these distances work on a map, my map's true. Not true.
No, that's not what I said. So
Okay, how does distance prove shape?
if you can travel around Antarctica in a specific time, then the distance is a specific distance, and
Yes,
therefore
it
you
is.
can
But how
classify
does that
a
prove
model
a shape? How does that prove a shape? I
because
didn't
it can
ask
only
about
work
the
on certain shapes.
falsification of a model. What?
It can only work on a certain shapes.
Oh, a distance can only work on a certain shape. Do you know how ludicrous that sounds?
Well, it's not
Might sound
actually.
ludicrous to you, but it actually is true.
It's not true.
No, they don't understand.
Listen, a distance can be true on a square, a triangle, a fucking diamond. It can be 30 foot. On any
So if
fucking shape.
let's say I have a triangle with sides 1, 1, and 1, the internal angles will be 60.
On a sphere, they won't be. They'll be curved.
Sure, but if it's on a plane, I can prove that it's a equilateral triangle. So it has a certain dimensions, and it has to
You
be
can draw
something.
whatever shape you want on a map, but that doesn't demonstrate what you're saying to be true.
But you cannot do that in math. That's the problem.
On a map?
No, in maths, you can't put x distances on a wrong surface. It's impossible.
You can't put what?
Jesus Christ! You can. If I have three angles and equal distances.
Then. Equidistance.
Yeah. If I have a triangle with equal sides and 60 degrees angles, I know that it's on a plane because it has to be on a plane. It can't be on a curved surface. Correct?
You can display that triangle. You're saying
No, but
if you display it. Well, yeah, but who picks up a big perfect triangle and sets it on Earth?
No one, but I'm saying that if you know distances and angles, you know the surface. That's what I meant with knowing distances.
The topography?
Yeah.
So with topography, can you have a straight baseline?
What do you mean?
What do I mean, a baseline? What do you mean? We're talking geometry, are we not, in triangles? Did you forget the topic already? No short-term memory? Put the pot down, man.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about triangles. I was talking about distances on the surface.
You were talking about triangles to prove that, and I asked how you have a straight baseline over topography. It's pretty simple.
No, I was just saying that if you have a triangle, you can know if it's on a plane surface or not.
Yeah, I'm asking you have a perfect triangle on a topographical surface.
Sure, you can know distances over the surface. You don't have to follow the surface.
That's not an answer to my question.
It actually is. You can deny topography by traveling over the surface.
Over the surface, yeah. But if you go uphill and downhill, 100 miles isn't a straight line now, is it? I pave highways for a living.
You don't have to travel that way.
I'm a highway engineer. Actually, you do travel that way on Earth. Now, above Earth, it's different. But we measure miles different when you fly, too, now, don't we?
Sure, you measure ground speed, and it doesn't care about topography.
You approximate it, yeah. You equate it. You don't measure anything.
You use GPS.
Speed and distance to travel. Is that a
that's
measurement?
how you know distance. Yeah, that's how you know distances.
Relative
Use GPS.
distance.
What's a relative distance?
Approximate.
Approximate. How is it approximate if you use GPS?
Because it's not absolute. Because it's time. It's time of travel versus speed of travel, which isn't perfect. You can't keep a perfectly constant speed in an airplane. You know that, right?
It doesn't matter. You're using GPS.
I'd love to see somebody make a perfectly straight line too. I mean, even in an airplane, as the crow flies, wind's knocking you around and shit off your straight line path. No.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no.
Not on a calm day.
Yeah, that's why the GPS
On a calm
follows.
day, you still have high pressure versus low pressure, even though there's no wind.
Sure, but you can
When
still
you-
know
Dude,
the
I can't
distance.
even argue with shit like this, man. Fucking.
Yeah, you can still know distance. We covered that. Distance does improve shape.
Yeah, I mean, if you travel in the southern hemisphere and you know the flight times and the distances, then you know that it's not a plane because it's impossible geometrically. It's just maths.
The only thing you know is you travel this much distance.
Well, how about this
If you know the distance, then it doesn't work.
Well, how about this, right? Yeah, let's go with the what was it, Antarctic or whatever, right? Yeah. So imagine you traveled the circumference of the Antarctic, right? Let's say that's for the sake of this argument, like I don't know, 5,000 miles, just for the sake of this argument. I don't really know what it is. All right. And then let's say you do the same thing with with this imaginary north, like because I don't think there is like a I mean there's a North Pole, but there isn't like exactly like like a whatever. But anyway, let's say somewhere in the north though, right? You do a circle,
Yeah,
right?
there's
And that's
no
also
flat Earth map or model, so I'm wondering what he means when it doesn't work on a plane. How does
hear
it
me out.
not?
Just hear me out. All right. So yeah, 5,000
I kind
miles.
of wanted him to validate how it doesn't work.
Okay, yeah. So watch this. Okay, so let's say 5,000 miles you travel around the circumference of Antarctic, right? And let's say you also do a circle as well on some other landmass. I don't know, right? And let's say that's also 5,000 miles. All right. Now, here's the thing, right? If they're both 5,000 miles, right, in circumference, right, then the thing is, right, if we're assuming the Antarctic is surrounding everything, right, there's no way in hell you can have a circle with the circumference of 5,000 miles inside another circle that's also 5,000 miles.
That.
The point is you can use distances to, prove shapes, all right? In that example, there would be no way in hell that's a flat surface.
What you're saying is there's no equidistance on an AE map, but that's not my map, and I never said ice wall. I never said ice wall to you. Basically, you just said you can't have two equidistant circles. Yes, that's what you said.
Well, the point of my thing was to show that
you can't have a circular path. I mean, you set your course, dude. I can fly 5,000. I can fly 5,000 miles over a diamond. Say I can't. Why couldn't I?
Never mind.
No, but if you circumnavigate something and you have like equal, like concentric circles, a circle outside another circle cannot be shorter than the inside circle, and that's what we have on the Earth. So that's the problem.
Yeah, that like basically, yeah, you could prove the shape that you're on with distance. Like it is possible. You're just not thinking.
It's an equidistance. It's an equidistance argument because I can fly two equidistant circles around a pole that equals sphere because the equator is a larger equidistance. Well, who flew all the way around the equator? Jets and airplanes can't hold that much fucking fuel. And I mean, where's the demonstration? Like dude was saying earlier, where's the real world demonstration? I understand. Listen, I understand the thing. If you're looking at a flat Earth map, the North Pole has to be a shorter circle than the South Pole, so they're not equidistant. I'm with you.
My whole argument was just that you can technically prove
that's
the
not
shape.
my model. That's not my model.
That's fine.
So,
all I'm saying.
So what if they're just two separate places and you fly 5,000 miles around a circle? That could be true. That could be true on a plane.
Yes, that would work. But here's the thing, though. If you can prove though that that one circle is inside the other circle, right? Well, not inside the other circle, but for example, because that would make no sense, obviously. But if you're traveling from the
well,
south,
you're saying on top. So one has to. I know there's no top or bottom on a globe, but one has to exist above the other. That's the thing. You have to show that the equator and the poles are stacked adjacent on top of the equator.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you can prove that the second circle, right? No matter if you're traveling south from that circle.
Yeah, we all get it. Yeah, it's like the head on a fat man. It's not going to be the same distance as his belly. Come on, man. But the location would prove he's a fat man. I'm with you. Problem is, nobody's proved it's this. You're saying I fly 5,000 miles here, I fly 5,000 miles here. That doesn't work on a thing, so it has to be a globe. Well, couldn't there be an alternative model? like a larger sphere where the North Pole and the South Pole are different places?
No.
I said sphere. You said no. A larger sphere? That couldn't be
Be
possible?
that size for the distances to be correct. It can't be. You can't change the size of the sphere and keep the distances to be the distances they are.
Well, that's not what I said. I said it could be a larger sphere, and you could just be flying 5,000 miles around a fixed point, extremis.
But that's the point is, you can't change, if you fly 5,000 miles around a sphere, and it's this size, you can't make the sphere bigger and fly 5,000 miles and still have the same starting and end.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. When you're flying around the pole, you're not essentially flying around a sphere. It's a localized point. So if you flew around the equator, nobody was talking about the equator, though. Then you would be flying around the entirety of a sphere. But we've already denoted that you can't hold enough gas to do that. Or fuel.
So I posted a nonstop flight around the world. Now, it didn't fly around the equator. I believe it started and stopped in California. But it was one long, 9 days, nonstop around the world.
So show me the jet that holds enough fuel to stay aloft for 9 days.
It wasn't. It was electric or something like that, or I don't know what it was, but it wasn't a jet fuel.
Did you read it? Did you read the damn article, or are you just posting some shit you want me to read? Because you know I read them. Where's it at? Livestream? Because I'll read it, but I'm gonna be mad if you're not reading this stuff and I'm the only one reading it. Oh, it shows a damn drone right on it.
Anyway, it didn't stop and refuel. It either refueled automatic, they refueled in flight or something, I don't know, but it didn't stop.
Without stopping or refueling, it says it right in the damn. Did you even
Was
read
that
I
the
read that
electric
part
plane?
without stopping or refueling. I read that part. Yes.
Yeah, that's that electric plane with solar panels on the wings.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think it actually. Yeah, I think. Like I said, I think it's electric.
Oh, this is freaking Wikipedia. I really hate that. Is there an Air Force fucking article on this? It'd be nice if this article had a reference to the path it took around the world.
This specific article does. Well, I mean, it might, but if you actually search somewhere, you can find it. Because whoever posted, I got this from the other day. I mean, I've heard about it before, but somebody else posted the reference to the article and a picture of the flight path. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
There it is. I can listen. I don't use Google. I got an awesome search engine, so I can find anything.
Bro, what search engine is that you use?
Yeah. Well, I can use Google Docs, but I got other ones that they're not for the public. Well, my daughter was an electronic intelligence officer, and I'm not allowed. I have top secret clearance. I don't know that you do. That they never revoke that when you leave. It's never revoked. Because you're still a party to the agreement you made that if you ever tell this shit, you're going to be imprisoned. Yeah, my daughter was a naval Elan officer. I was MARSOC before it was Raiders. So we were both special skills officers. I just had a different designation. I just talked her into coming home. I don't really believe in giving my children to war, but she wanted to be like her dad, so you can't argue with an 18-year-old that wants to do their own thing. If you want them to still be your kid, you can't force them to do anything. You gotta back them in whatever they do. I don't try to force my children into anything. Gift of God is life. It's up to the liver, the dancer, to dance the dance of life. It's up to you what you do with life and what you believe. It's not up to me. You can only, if you agree, you can only be there for your children, and that's what you should teach them. I'll be there for you. I'm with you, right or wrong, no matter what you do. Between you and I, there should be no shame. I used to not tell my children about my experiences, such as war, combat, because I was ashamed. But I used to tell them this, there shouldn't be no shame, and so they wanted to hear it. But I honestly felt that you couldn't tell people this without judgment, even your children, or maybe even your wife, your father, your mother. That kind of makes it hard to deal with PTSD. If you understand, you do things at war that probably don't agree with. You got to follow orders. So, but my children, they give me hope.
Hey,
They're more
I heard
understanding.
I heard someone giving a talk one day about PTSD, and he was saying that before what was it? Before there was a lot of I guess ease in travel, and removing wounded soldiers from their troops and their comrades, that they would have to continue walking together with each other along the way so that they were able to support each other and be emotionally there for each other. I can't really remember the whole dynamic of it, but it made a lot of sense. Like the post-traumatic stress that people seem to experience is because the way that things happen now is that they actually remove the wounded and the traumatized from their comrades, and they don't have anyone to talk to.
Yeah, they feel alone in their experience. Yeah, I agree. You're in a hospital with a bunch of other wounded guys, and none of you feel like you're ever going to fit in society again. Not just because you're a broken man, but maybe you're a murderer too, in your opinion. It's kind of hard to understand unless you've been there, but honestly, it's not. It's a real simple concept. Some men are ashamed to admit what they did at war. And men that come back broken, man, they feel like it wasn't just their leg that was severed, man. It's a brotherhood. It's a camaraderie. That's severed nowadays the minute they're wounded. Medical evac, bruh. So yeah, they're severed from their brothers, and most time they'll never go back to see them. If it's severe, War is a tragedy, man. I could post my graduation picture. I was 18 years old. Couldn't even grow hair on my fucking face. Before I could grow a full beard. I was a trained killer. Auto response training. Be automatic without thought. My mother was proud. We live in a system where, you know, pride sucks you in. The few, the proud, the Marines, you know? What young man wouldn't, after watching G.I. Joe, wouldn't get sucked in by that? And then his mama's proud of him. His dad's conflicted, and he doesn't even get it till a later day. Or at least this was my family situation. My father, a full-blooded native, he didn't want to give away his sons to war. He'd been at war, you know, trying not to be seen as a dirty native anymore, but he knew the results, you know. The problem is we're young and naive, you know. It's most common that we rebel against what we're told, and then we have to learn for ourselves, and this is just human nature. It'd be great if the nuclear family wasn't corrupted. This is one of my big topics that I like to cover. I don't care about the shape of Earth. Can you raise your kids? Can you make them love their neighbors like their brothers? And can that love extend to your community? And can we build communities and built and founded on love with it? It's good for men. If we can, or mankind, we can have heaven on earth. So bring back the nuclear family. That's my biggest topic. Don't give away your children to war. Other nations are no threat to us unless they're right here on our shore. And all you got to do is call a cry to battle and we'll all be there. You know, I'm a Michigander. 60% of the people in my state can shoot a running target. They eat deer, rabbit, squirrel, fish, you know. I live on a farm, 350 acres. I don't need Myers or Walmart, Wally World. I can survive on my own. And I wouldn't be that guy that you'd have to come threaten to kill to get a meal in the end of the world, because many hands make light work. You could just come hang out. Just don't be a threat to us, that's all. We'll feed you. Need friends, more friends. Enemies don't do anything for people. They don't promote any good, so it's not a good thing to establish enemies. So there's no reason why two human beings can't get along. You can put a black cat, a calico cat, and a tiger striped cat all in the same room, and they won't just get along, they'll all reproduce together. What the hell is man's problem? I mean, you can have a brown bear have sex with a polar bear. What the hell is our problems? Would they, oh man, that's a mixed kid. Will every other bear in the woods say, fuck that bear? No. What the hell is wrong with man? And we think animals are stupid. They're smarter than us. They don't spend their lives contemplating and arguing shit that'll never do anything good for their kind. They don't waste lives on dumb shit and what other people think and systems. We live in nature, and we corrupt that. We build communities, homes, and towns in their living environments. We make life worse for them, not better. You think extinction's a natural thing, or is it a product of man's works? One of the most intelligent things I've heard from an ancient native Ojibwe proverb is, man doesn't make up the entirety of the web of life. He is but one strand in it. What he does to the web, he does to himself. When we extinct animals, they're no longer here for us. When we pollute rivers, we get polluted water. You know, you shit in your backyard and don't grow crops there. It's a really simple concept. And if we kill the environment, we're just killing ourselves. But here we are killing the environment, and nobody's even worried about it. I didn't mean to kill the lobby with real topics. I'll let somebody else.
Oh man, it's good stuff, man. Dropping it.
Well, I mean, I'm not a kid. I'm 50. I know what matters in life: family, food, friends. My neighbor's Amish guy. I was raised Adventist. I don't follow any religions. I actually take a Gnostic view of it. That if there is a God, he's outside this creation, and man couldn't know shit about him. So, if just live a good life. If you see him as your father, then make your father proud. I mean, and I don't see why men and women can't get along. When we first existed here in nature, whether we evolved or we were created, there was plenty to go around. If there is a shortage, which I don't believe in, if we are overpopulated, which I don't believe in, there's states in Michigan where the population is so small per capita, per mile, that you could take all the overpopulation in New York and put it in one corner of that state. I mean, there's states in America where if you break down, might not nobody drive through there for a week, so you better have some survival stuff in your car. And these people know this in Iowa. When they leave the house, they make sure their car runs good. Because if they break down the road, it's walk home, walk your ass home. If not, you might die. But we fight and argue and divide ourselves over trivial things, and by trivial I mean they constantly calling people racist, and in my opinion, there's one race, the human race. So if you believe there's subdivisions of races, you're the racist. You're dividing humans up into races. That should be considered racism. I'm a mixed native, a white bear. That's part of my native name on my card. Wabe Makuntz, little white bear. My grandma called me that. So I got Mexican family members, black family members, but do I label them by color? No, those are my cousins, my aunts, my uncles. I love them all the same. It's not that hard. Pride is a bitch. Men want to be full of pride. I mean, it's like we live in a game of Monopoly where the table is one-sided. The bankers got all the money in the property. You know damn well they're robbing the bank. That's the easiest way to win Monopoly, but we can't quit the game even though we weren't here when the game started. We need to flip the table and just build communities where we all work together to provide, because then we'll have more time to spend with our family. When it's time to hunt, the guys get together, do that damn thing, and bring home the meat, and then we'll go home and raise our children. Oh, our sons will be raised to do what we do, so they might go with us. But the nuclear family will return, wherein everybody has an equal share in the work. People are respected and they respect each other. This starts at home. I was raised with 5 brothers and 6 sisters. So I know I'm not the only person on earth. Now, people I see that are disrespectful and they don't give 2 shits about other people's feelings, I assume them to be an only child or raised by people who didn't teach them they're not the only person on earth. I don't care how you look at it. If we evolved or we created, we all have an equal share in earth. Why can't the only thing we can be equal in is respect for each other? We can all respect each other the same. We're never going to be equal. You might be able to run faster than me and I might be better at fishing, but in the ideal, many hands make light work, and we all work together to serve each other, and then we all live better. Well, you do what you're good at, and I'll do what I'm good at, and that'll be our contribution to the human race. It's really simple. But then everybody in our community will respect us equally. I was raised to respect my elders, respect my neighbors. In the city, you can't possibly do this, but in my area, I know all my neighbors. As a child, I rode down the street, right? Ride my 10-speed, me and my brothers to go to the lake or fish we live on the west bank of the Kalamazoo River. So we go down by Ted's house, Ted Nugent, because there's a public entrance there where there's a big pond. You can throw your canoe in there, your kayak, and you can get to multiple lakes from there. Ted knew us by name, Ted Nugent. I always thought that was cool. Like, yeah, the rocker knows us by name. Well, that's because my dad worked on his trucks, you know. Ted, and no, I'm not going to say Ted was real cool. He was an asshole. He was an asshole when he drank, and then when he quit, he was even more of an asshole. But I still enjoy his videos and all. I know his kids. I went to school with his children. Sasha. Oh, she was hot. I actually used to date her for a minute before I got with my wife. My wife was my high school sweetheart. I dated her since I was 17 and married 27 years. Stuck with me throughout all of service. When I came home, took over my grandfather's company, which was my father's company, and it was down and out and in the black, you know. And we lived without for 5 years while we built this place up. And I went to school to get, you know, state contracts. I would come home after a 16-hour day in the summer and work on cars and trucks in my barn, either to flip or to repair for people, because the family unit is the most important. And my children would come out there and wipe tools and hand them to us while we're working. I mean, 2 a.m. I done worked all day long. My wife would work on cars with me, bring me a meal. I'd fall asleep under a car. My wife would wake me up at 5 a.m. before the sunrise. Hey, you got to go shovel shit. And then you got to go to work, hon. Get up. I made you a pot of coffee. Here's a breakfast. I was lucky enough to have a family like this. And I know that if other people could enjoy the same family, and we worked to ensure that they could, we'd have a lot better world. You know, you can't just let men be pedophiles or beat on their children and their wife, man. It's up to good people to act. We all know that saying. Bad things happen when good men fail to act. You don't have to be evil. We all believe in good and bad, right? You don't have to be evil and righteous. You're just good. Good men don't. It's like this. Good men. We're all hanging out at a barbecue. This guy over here, he's supposed to be a good guy with us, but he's beating the shit out of his wife right in front of his kids. Do we do something about that? Hell, maybe he's my cousin. I'd be the first one to speak up. And I expect my neighbors to back me because I'm talking about what's right. I got one neighbor, he's a drunk. Yeah, man, the dude's 85 years old. He celebrates it every day. He got 40-year-old women. This guy's a player. I hope I got what he got when he's 85. But he's got a 32 Harley, and I fix it for him all the time. Sometimes I'll wake up 5 in the morning and go to the barn to shovel manure. I won't say crap or shit, but shovel manure. And this guy be passed out next to my barn. Freaking little decrepit guy, and he likes to wear Speedos in the summer. So his Harley's laying in the grass. He's passed out. I'll pick the old man up and put him in my barn. I got sleeping rooms and stuff. I got a big barn, so it's third generation, you know. My grandfather first built a living space out here to get the hell away from my grandma because she ran the house. Same was true for my dad, and same was true for me. The house is a woman's. She makes a home out of it. You get tired of her rules, go to the barn. There's always something you can do in the barn. Projects. So I picked this dude up, you know, and put him to sleep in my barn. Make sure his damn Harley still runs. I go mow his lawn, tend his garden. His roof fell and he didn't do nothing about it. Guy got 50 Harleys in his house. I went over and fixed his roof and took all his damn Harleys out of the house and put them in the barn. Had to fix the barn roof to do that. You know, I take care of him. The guy, he gives me value. He was my dad's buddy, you know. He still talks about old times, and I enjoy this. That's his value, you know. But that's the way it is in the nuclear family, because my neighbor is like my uncle. You know, it's a nuclear family. You can call it a godly family if you want. It's where you value people and respect them for what they're worth. You love them for who they are, but you don't let them be piece of shit. Because that's not valuable to any of us. Oh. Man. when you run a server on the internet, man, everybody complains to you. I really wish I could please the entire world, but I can't. That's my dilemma. Man, the lobby's thinning out. I'm gonna let you guys get back to debate and try to be the therapist for my server and have people get along. It's good talking to you. Thanks for letting me talk.
Yeah, man. Good talk, Michael. I appreciate it. That was great. Enjoyed every minute.
Nothing but love. Thanks, Gio. Have a good one, bro.
My mouse.